Hey, good morning, everyone. Welcome to City Hall and to Council Chambers. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Our invocation this morning will be given by Bishop C.E. Richardson Sr. with Calvary First Baptist Church.
Shall pray. Eternal and gracious Father, in the name of Jesus Christ our Lord, that we thank you for life, for health, and for strength. I pray today for our City Council meeting as they consider the agenda items that they must deliberate on today. I pray, Master, that you will lead them, guide them, and direct them. I pray for your blessings upon all of our city leadership. Bless our Honorable Paulette as she continue to give great leadership to our city. Bless all of our City Council men and women that they may work together in unity. Bless our city manager and his staff. Bless our Police Chief Markle and all of the officers who put their lives on the line each and every day for this city and for our citizens. Bless all first responders and help all of us to make Corpus Christi a better place. We pray for guidance and wisdom as the City Council engage in meaningful dialogue to reach decisions that will be for the betterment of our community. May our City Council work together in unity, and you bless us in all of the efforts. Bless us even when we face crisis, to overcome every crisis, knowing that with your help and strategy, we are a city that can overcome. Thank you, Lord, for the leadership. Thank you for this time of prayer. In Jesus Christ's name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Bishop.
You're welcome.
And our Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States and to the Texas state flag will be led by Brianna Suri Perez. She is a senior at Foy H. Moody High School. She's in the top 10 of her class for the past 3 years and a student ambassador for the superintendent.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please join me in honoring the Texas flag. I honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, Brianna, and good luck in your studies.
Thank you.
Go Trojans.
That's right. Ms. Huerta, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Paulette Guajardo.
Present.
Council members Roland Barrera.
Here.
Councilmember Sylvia Campos is absent. She did ask me to announce that it's due to outpatient medical procedure that she's receiving today, so we do wish her a quick recovery. Eric Cantu.
Here.
Gil Hernandez.
Here.
Kaylin Paxson.
Here.
Everett Roy.
Here.
Mark Scott.
Here.
Carolyn Vaughn.
Here.
City Manager Peter Zanoni.
Here.
Oh, I'm sorry. Michael Rodriguez for the record, Deputy City Manager. City Attorney Miles Risley. Mayor and Council, a quorum of the Council and the required charter officers are present to conduct the meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Huerta. Mr. Rodriguez, would you please go into the City Manager's comments and update on city operations?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. So Peter, he's out in the hall doing some interviews, so I'll do the CM report really quick, and he'll finish up as he joins us. So thank you. We have one item today, and it's a really good news item, and we're happy we have our police officers and firefighters here today with us. So we recently had the 85th Police Academy graduation. We had 16 graduates, and we were really proud to have them here today. So we have 3 of the graduates here, and they're in field training officer program. And we're going to hear a little bit from Chief Markle in a second here, but we wanted just to let Mayor and Council know how proud we are of them. So we want to just start there. And I'll bring Chief Markle up for a few words, and then we have a video.
Well, good morning, Chief Markle, Police Department. Yeah, we have a little small sampling of our graduated academy and their lead officers. Thank you. Congratulations to these cadets. I know are former cadets, now police officers, and their FTOs. And we can never overemphasize how important these FTOs are to the future of you young officers. I always try to highlight that in our graduation ceremonies because these men and women that field train are responsible literally for the lives of these young officers, keeping them out of danger, showing them how to read calls, how to understand the many, many dimensions and nuances of public service. So you can't overstate the importance of what they do. So for the next 6 months, they'll be literally graded every day on everything they do. It's a very stressful time, but I have no doubt that you can rise to that occasion. And on a follow-up note, I do want to thank Peter, I want to thank the mayor and this city council for this new academy. This was a smaller class, and again, we have a mantra, I have a mantra, I'd rather maintain a vacancy than a bad hire. So we hire those that we will suit for the position. But this current hiring list, we're already at 1,400 applications. It's about a 40% increase in year over year for what is normal for our applications for this city, for the police department. That is part and parcel because of our new training facilities. It's the talk of South Texas. I have no doubt we have the best training facility in South Texas, the best training staff, both in class and in the field. And that is because of all of you and because of our citizens and the wonderful support that we share from good people like Pastor here. So we're blessed. We're blessed, and we recognize that. So thank you. Thank you, Peter, for recognizing these officers.
Great. Yeah, thank you, Chief. We're not quite done yet, so sorry for being late, Council. I was doing some media interviews, but Michael may have touched on some of this, but I did want to highlight because several members on this council and prior councils are instrumental in this following fact. So when I began here about 7 years ago, one of the first goals that the community and the city council then had for me was to increase the amount of police officers in our department. And so we had a goal that Chief Markle put together with myself, and that was to add 5 officers over 5 years, or a total of 25 officers. And we beat that goal substantially. We added, in the past couple of years, 60 positions, 60 police officer positions. That is tremendous, right?
Yeah.
And so Chief Markle and his team, and really our community or region, has 506 sworn officer positions. And so the graduation of an academy is pretty important because it fills vacancies that come from either new positions being added or retirements that happen every year. And so we're always excited to go to the graduation ceremonies. There's a whole team of professionals that work with the chief who train these young men and women. And to me, this last graduation, it kind of seems like a parent graduating your children. I think that's probably how our teachers at the academy feel, but it's a pretty tremendous event. We want to highlight it today. Just 2 things, because you'll see it in the video. It does take about 7 months to train our officers at our academy. That includes in-classroom instruction and then skills training. So that's 7 months. And then once they graduate, then they do field training for 6 months. They're in the field with a field training officer, a more senior police officer who is partnering up with the just graduated police officer. And so we have a few that were able to make it today. Miles, can you move the shamrock thing? Yeah, I can't see. So we have a few. As we said earlier, the graduating class was how many, Chief? 22? How many in the graduating class? 16, sorry, 16, but we have a few that were able to make it here today, and they represent that graduating class. And with them today, the field training officers. So I'm going to name them. They're sitting in the front row, and when I do name you all, just please stand up. I don't have your, I don't think I have your names memorized to person. So let's start with the first officer, Ethan Munoz. Ethan's here, and he is with his field training officer, Curtis Valling. And so Curtis is riding along with him.
Okay.
And then we have Zachary Shaw, and he is with his field training officer, Ryan Tim. And then we have Lauren Fuentes, and she is here with her field training officer, Jesse Menchaca. And then I don't know if we have, is Jason Lee here? What's that? Okay, great. Okay, Jason Lee is our field training coordinator. So. Great. So those are just an example of some of our tremendous teammates. You know, we've been working a lot on water, and that's a tough job, but I still believe that our police and firefighters have the toughest job in the city. And we thank you for the work that you all do as leaders in our community, keeping us safe every day. And we're always glad to have new cadets join us. So for the mayor and council and the community, we do have a video that'll show you some of their training work, just about a 2-minute video. So we're going to show that now.
Boots on the line, sun burning names in the yard. Every breath a promise, every setback another scar. Sirens in our future, but today it's sweat and sand. Falling, then we're rising, learning how to take a stand. This is our badge and backbone, built from every broken night. Every mile, every bruise, every moment we chose to stay and fight. We are the steel in the storm, now heartbeats marching as one. Endurance, strength and passion, that's how the watch is won. Oh yeah. Voices in the darkness, can you hold the fragile line? We answered in the silence, grinding teeth and stubborn eyes. Brothers, sisters, shoulder carrying each other's weight. Trusting more than armor, trusting what we cultivate. This is our badge and backbone, built from every broken night. Every mile, every bruise, every moment we chose to stay.
Okay, that's tremendous. That video is done in-house by Officer Pace, so he continues to outperform every time he does one. We always like watching those. So, before we turn it over to the mayor and council for some comments, we have to acknowledge the other side of our public safety house, and that is our fire department. And they are here today. Coincidentally, the chief recently had a leadership promotional ceremony. This is the first time he's done it this way. Usually, it was in increments. Whenever there was a leadership event, he'd have something at his headquarters. But he said, let's do a bigger one in maybe 2 seasons, the spring and the fall, winter. And it was pretty tremendous. It was a packed house with the leaders that were promoted in rank with their families. And it was at the Del Mar College, the Oso campus. Really just well done, a really step above what we used to do. So I did want to highlight these leaders that are here with us today. And similarly, after I speak, we'll have the chief come up, and then we have a short video as well. So let me just find where that is here. So it was on March 4th that we were at this ceremony, and we recognized 23 firefighters that were promoted in rank. Several council members were there, including Paxson and Hernandez, and both spoke. And the promotions reflect the expertise, the training, and really the dedication that came up a lot in that ceremony. The dedication that these men and women have in being leaders in our fire department. And so the promotions included 2 deputy chiefs, and they're here with us today: Deputy Chief David Sines and Deputy Chief Danny Valdez. Right? Go stand up, you guys. Yeah. So due to recent retirements, these are second-in-command positions. We only have 2 deputy chiefs. And so these are our new leaders working with Chief Wade to lead the department forward. Also promoted that day were 3 assistant fire chiefs, and that includes Assistant Chief David Zarate, Assistant Chief Jim DeVisser, and Assistant Chief Frank Zelensky. And are they here today, Chief? I think they're here, right? Yeah. And then the fire chief also promoted 5 captains, that day. There were 11 firefighter twos. These are kind of coveted positions because as a firefighter moving up in rank, you get to drive one of the fire apparatus and trucks, and it's kind of a coveted position. And so Chief made 11 firefighter two promotions and 2 firefighter two EMS promotions. Those individuals will drive the EMS vehicles. And so each of these firefighters, as we heard in the ceremony, they demonstrated leadership and professionalism and operational excellence that'll help them lead. And it's all about leading people, right? The department has a similar number of persons, but they need strong leaders, and especially these individuals who have years, decades of expertise, who could easily retire, but instead have chosen to stay on the force and teach the new individuals the skills that they've learned, and it takes experience to be able to be that teacher. And so we're real grateful for them stepping up and being in these leadership roles. And with that, we want to acknowledge all the firefighters that are here as well. And then we're going to have Chief Wade just come up and say a few comments, and then we'll show a short video, and then we'll turn it over to the council.
Okay, thank you, sir. Brandon Wade, Fire Chief, and thank you for the opportunity for us to highlight our people in our department. And I think the recognition is one thing, allowing us to come up, but really the support that y'all have given us through the years, through your actions, is what has made a true difference, and why we do see these leaders with 35 years stay on, promote through the ranks, and continue to want to be leaders within this organization and continuing to push us forward and being at the next level. So thank you for everything that you've done with it. And as Peter said that, we changed the promotion ceremony up from doing kind of onesie twosies and having some family members to really taking the opportunity to put it in one, bring the team together of the folks that are promoting. And it's a lot for them, but a lot of times our firefighters, just like our police officers, will say, well, this is just part of my job. A big part of it is for us to recognize their families as well, and the sacrifices that the families go through with our law enforcement, our firefighters that are at work, and then they see some crazy incident happen on there, and they're wondering, is my family member there handling that emergency? So it's a great time for us to honor them as well during these promotion processes and the sacrifices that we have made. And I thank y'all for being there for that. And with it, we truly say we have leaders at all levels. And we know that from the first firefighter that goes on the job, we know that they have to make critical decisions. They're right in a medic unit. It could be the first day that they're out, and they're making critical calls. But what we see with these individuals that promoted, they're taking that step into formal leadership, and they're responsible not just for making the calls, protecting the citizens, their property, but also making sure that our firefighters are safe and they're going home as well. So to see them take that step up, that lead, that formal role is amazing. And, I just had the opportunity yesterday to see it in action. We had 4 fires within an hour yesterday with all of that wind. And you get to see some of those newly promoted folks who are out there making critical decisions to search homes under zero visibility, and they're making that call. And I think that's where it's important as we see these leaders that are making captain, chief officers, our drivers, they make a difference in the community, and we couldn't be more proud of them. And we thank you for the support, the continued support y'all give us for them to do that job and be able to make an impact on where it matters to the public that we serve. So thank you very much, and thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Chief.
Yeah.
Thank you. We're going to show this short video. So a lot of the pictures, or all of the pictures, I should say, are from the exact ceremony that took place. So you'll see, just pay attention how well done it was by the chief and his team. And we encourage council to, if your schedules allow, to make those future ones, because there was real good energy in the room, and it's a big deal for the chief and his team. So we're going to show that video now. Okay, Mayor, that concludes my comments, so thank you. And thank you to all our law enforcement professionals and our firefighters. This community is all the better because of you all, and we really appreciate everything you do. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, thank you. And y'all, I don't know who timed that because it's noon. Maybe you did, Peter. Perfect timing. But yeah, thank you all. Congratulations on the promotions. Very well spoken, Chief Wade. It speaks volumes for our department. And truly, both departments are the best departments. So thank you for all that you continue to do. Y'all are our frontline heroes. Our police officers, especially alongside our firefighters, have a huge job to do, and that is to protect us without knowing what's coming. That's the scary part. And as soon as someone leaves, you know, on a call, you don't know if you're coming back. And you're someone's son, you're someone's brother, cousin, you know, so it's, we appreciate you all very, very much, and we have you in our prayers always. Congratulations, and thank you for all that you do. Thank you. So at this time, it is noon. We're gonna, Peter, did that conclude your?
Yes, Mayor, that does conclude the
It does,
manager's
okay.
report.
So then we're gonna go ahead and go on to public comment to stay on track here. Let's see, so as we begin the meeting, I'm going to take a quick moment to address the rules of decorum. This council chambers is a place of public business, a forum for civic discussion, decision-making, and service to the people of Corpus Christi. It is not a stage for personal attacks, disruptions, or vulgarity, and we will not tolerate those violations of decorum. There have been repeated instances of individuals using profanity, shouting over others, and showing blatant disregard for the rules that govern our proceedings. I've allowed space for differing viewpoints and will continue to welcome respectful disagreement. But I will not allow this council or the public we serve to be disrespected. We are here to do the people's work, and we would like to proceed in that spirit. So if you would like to speak on a specific agenda item during its discussion, you do not need to sign up beforehand. I will ask for public comment when the council considers the item. At that time, you can come up to the podium and speak. At this time, I'll ask City Attorney Miles Risley to review the council meeting rules of decorum. These rules will also be displayed on the television screens for our audience's reference. Mr. Risley.
All citizens must be courteous, polite, and respectful of one another, including the city council and city staff. The mayor and council members shall be referred to by title and/or title surname. All remarks must be addressed to the mayor and city council and not to the council members as individuals. Loud, boisterous, profane, or obscene language or behavior is not allowed. Citizens must refrain from any disturbing noise, demonstration, or other act disrupting to the city council business.
Thank you, Mr. Risley. So please state your name and the city in which you live before beginning your comments. In-person comments are limited to 3 minutes. For call-in or WebEx video speakers, Corpus Christi residents receive up to 3 minutes and non-residents up to 1. A visible timer positioned near the city secretary's desk will help manage that allotted time. If you have a petition or any relevant information, please present it to the city secretary before speaking, and she will distribute it to us. So with that, we will start with Ms. Mariah Boone.
Hello, I'm Mariah Boone. I live in Corpus Christi. I'm here to point out to the City Council that the United States Supreme Court this month upheld one of many decisions that have been made in the past that state that unhoused individuals have the constitutional right to ask for help in public places. And I want to remind the City Council that we have long had on the books an illegal panhandling ordinance that is in direct contradiction to that Supreme Court decision and many previous court decisions. That ordinance, the panhandling ordinance, opens our city up to liability. The only reason that we haven't had a court case brought that we would have lost so far is because none of our unhoused brothers and sisters have brought one forth yet. But our unhoused brothers and sisters should not have their civil rights violated in our city, and the Corpus Christi taxpayers shouldn't have to pay for an illegal city council policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Boone. Bradley Bartleson.
Good morning, all of you. Brad Bartleson, Corpus Christi. City Manager Zanoni recently stated that cost, environmental concerns, and politics have been the biggest roadblocks for our Inner Harbor desal plant. They've attempted to address cost and are belatedly addressing the environmental concerns with our far-field study. Addressing these will take care of the politics. In 2018, under HB 2031 directive, the GLO and Texas Parks and Wildlife completed an exhaustive study of where to place desal plants in Texas. Salt buildup over time, resulting in hypoxia, was the central concern. HB 2031 then specifically removed bays and estuaries from acceptable discharge sites. The city ignored that. HB 2031 went further, indicating that discharge be greater than 3 nautical miles offshore. We ignored that. The study provided a map of recommended discharge locations shown in green that excluded our bays and had Barney Davis as our acceptable location. We ignored that. Contrary to HB 2031, TCEQ rendered a permit to Inner Harbor on the basis of a very confined plume model in the Inner Harbor, not addressing the important concerns of salt accumulation and effluent moved from Inner Harbor to Nueces Bay via the power plant discharge. GHD's model did the same thing. The government scientific assessment of hypoxia and coastal water study described how salinity nutrient discharges make for low oxygen or hypoxia at the bottom of our water bodies. That study found hypoxia expanded in Corpus Christi Bay when salinity was high. These all work together. We could find bays by not dumping the Inner Harbor effluent into it and by processing the city's stormwater into 29 MGD of reuse and potable water, making good of bad. Given the reference studies, Inner Harbor should have always been a case of proving that it won't harm rather than the other way around. Finally, our Farfield study is doing this with scheduled completion in June. We're likely 5 to 10 years off from having water from an operating desal plant, so logically we can take a few months to see if the recommendations against IH prove true from modeling. Lastly, at 1/3 the cost of Inner Harbor, expandable, having available power, and identified for fast permitting. Why would the city use up our funding on an Inner Harbor where we could easily be short of capacity before the plant is halfway done? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bartleson. David Ainsworth.
Can I ask, did my PowerPoint make it in time yesterday to be put up on the screen?
It's loaded, sir.
I've had the PowerPoint presentation handed to each one of y'all so that y'all can have it afterwards and you can read through this. This is my third time to be here to speak with y'all.
Can you state your name and city, please?
I'm sorry, excuse me. I knew better than that. David Ainsworth Sr., District 1, live in Castle River. Born and raised here in Corpus Christi. I'm a proud graduate of Cal Island High School 1978, AKA River Rat. I want to take and thank everybody for your green St. Patrick's Day clothing. And I wanted you to know I didn't have a green suit, but I do have green boxers on. So anyhow, just a little humor there. And we appreciate this opportunity here to present the potential option that may help the city address the current water challenges. As everyone here knows, South Texas is experiencing historic drought conditions, and the Nueces River supply feeding the O.N. Stevens Water Treatment Plant is under increasing pressure. At the same time, Corpus Christi is experiencing strong industrial growth from the LNG exports, refining petrochemicals, and advanced manufacturing, all of which increase water demand. The city has already taken important steps with major projects such as seawater desalination, brackish groundwater treatment, and groundwater expansion. These are critical long-term solutions, but they require 2 to 10 years to fully deliver supply. What Puronics is proposing is a bridge solution that can help increase usable water much sooner. We have developed a modular water treatment platform that can be developed in months rather than years. These systems combine planet electromagnetic water conditionings, nanobubble oxidation, and submicron ceramic filtration to remove any of the contaminants that typically require more complex treatment systems. Our approach is not intended to replace the city's long-term projects. Instead, it helps augment existing supplies and improve the quality of available water sources so more water can be safely fed into the O.N. Stevens treatment plant. We are currently working with the Produced Water Solutions to deploy rental treatment equipment that can be processing water streams within 3 to 6 months if needed. At the same time, DPX Enterprises, our manufacturing partner of over 100 years of industrial experience, will fabricate modular systems for longer-term deployment. Over the next few weeks, we are refurbishing and upgrading our prototype system, and we will be conducting demonstration testings to validate the effectiveness of our patented process and establish definitive construction and operating cost estimates. Our primary analysis suggests that this approach could operate at lower cost. Okay. Wish I had more time, but hopefully one day y'all will be able to meet with me so I can explain it more. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you, Mr. Ainsworth. Amanda Breland? Amanda Breland? Rachel Caballero?
Rachel Caballero, D1. We are Corpus Christi. We are the body of Christ. While some community members are atheist, agnostic, faith-driven, or whichever, that will never change the fact that we are the body of Christ. We have an obligation, more than any city in our country, to protect the body of Christ, which is our community. It is important that we all understand why we are in the situation that we are currently in. We have two sets of representatives, public servants and politicians. Public servants serve the people of this community while still following their oath to protect the business structure of the government, and then there are politicians who only serve themselves. Many of you politicians have had very unfortunate events happen to you directly or to your family members, from health scares to arrests of loved ones to unexpected deaths. What if God is trying to talk to you and warn you that you are on the wrong path? Where there are lies, there is cheating. There is theft, there is mass manipulation, and there is gaslighting. Your narratives are constantly changing. We're running out of water. No, we're not running out of water. This water's for the community. No, this water's for economic development, AKA industry expansion. Our narrative has never changed. We want the truth, we want transparency and accountability, we want a city council, a mayor, a city manager that works for our community as it's meant to be. I would like to thank Councilman Gil Hernandez, Eric Anthu, and Councilwoman Carolyn Vaughn for putting the petition to remove the mayor on next week's agenda. I filed the petition to remove the mayor on August 29th, 2025. I also filed the articles of impeachment last week. I was neither asked nor paid to do this. I do this because it is time that we put our foot down against corruption. We are living in a dystopian time where elected officials have the confidence to lie under oath in a deposition without recourse, consequence, or accountability. This isn't political theater. This is me and my community demanding accountability from those that are supposed to be honest, ethical, and should be conducting themselves in a way that support our community. This is not happening with at least 4 of you. The tide is turning. We're all getting involved now. We won't be manipulated to elect your groupies pushing your experimental projects. We defeated your $721 million convention center hotel scam in November of 23 by 69%. We will no longer be underestimated or taken advantage of. We deserve and demand to have ethical and moral leaders. We deserve the truth, and we deserve representation. We are going to fight against unethical and immoral behavior, and we will win.
Thank you, Ms. Caballero. I'm sorry, we're not going to have we're not going to have applause. Yes, that's against the decorum. So I'm letting y'all know we have a long list. We have 44, 47 in total. That includes WebEx. So I'm asking everyone up front, and we're not going to tolerate it. So know that now. All righty, Patricia Anderson.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Gail Anderson. I live in Corpus Christi, District 2. There is a petition circulating in our city to remove our mayor. This is a very serious action, so I wanted to review the evidence. The petition is based on the mayor having full knowledge that FEMA documents were altered prior to awarding the Homewood Suites project. 3 areas of misconduct are: 1, knowing the documents had been altered, the city manager asked the mayor not to place the project on the agenda for approval. 2, the person that altered the project documentation received an additional $2 million in taxpayer incentive. And 3, they also contributed to the mayor's campaign. These actions raised a lot of eyebrows and precipitated an investigation by the city auditor's office. George Holland, a certified internal auditor, and Amir Hussein, a certified fraud examiner, both found a reasonable basis for fraud. According to Article 2, Section 11 of the City Charter, the grounds for removing a city council member are: 1, willful violation of any code of ethics or conflicts of interest provision; 2, 3, misconduct, malfeasance, incompetence, inability or willful neglect in performance of official duties. In my mind, the threshold for an ethical violation is much lower than the threshold for fraud. Therefore, if fraud was found, then you've way exceeded an ethical violation. The audit committee weighed their words very carefully when pressed as to whether the mayor had committed a crime, only to say they believed fraud had been committed and they were leaving criminal intent to law enforcement. It seems prudent to me to refer this matter to our Ethics Board for their consideration. In regard to misconduct and ability to perform official duties, one certified auditor found fraud was committed, a very high bar indeed. City council members agreed with auditors there was sufficient evidence to warrant investigation. 3, over 2,100 people have signed the petition to remove the mayor. 4, there is a historic record of 3 signature agenda items, which points directly to lack of leadership. Though no criminality was found, the question remains, was this an ethical violation? A much lower bar. I hope City Council will expedite this matter because our city needs strong leadership now. We do not want to be micromanaged by the state. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Carrie Meyer.
Good afternoon, City Council. Carrie Meyer, District 1. I'm here to urge you today to delay any further decision on the Inner Harbor plant. To me, it seems like we put the cart before the horse. The city seems to be moving forwards with the Inner Harbor desalination plant before the full results from the far-field modeling can be known. The council requested, I think it was back in January, that extensive scientific modeling be conducted to determine any future environmental impact to the bay from the Inner Harbor proposed plant. But the contract that city staff created requires that the model measure only the levels of salinity in the bay, not the level of dissolved oxygen, which is what can be detrimental to marine life. Because in the areas where the oxygen is depleted due to high salinity plumes coming from the plant, hypoxia or a lack of oxygen can occur, making that area a dead zone and capable of supporting marine life. The contractors for the modeling have been tasked with measuring only salinity, even though the top scientists on the Far-Field Advisory Committee have stated since the first day that the level of dissolved oxygen should also be measured. To add DO levels to the modeling study, the contractors would need much more time. When asked during the committee meeting, they said that a year would be ideal. Instead, they have been given 2 months to have at least preliminary results ready for council because an important Inner Harbor vote is scheduled for next month. Here's my question. What happens if you pull the trigger next month on the Inner Harbor plant and invest that $750 million that Abbott was talking about, a loan that the residents of Corpus Christi will be paying back for decades to come, and then the more refined far-field study results come in several months from now or a year from now, and those later results show that the desal plant will negatively impact the bay. You've all said you don't want that you want to protect the bay and the communities that rely on it. Yet apparently next month you're being asked to go down that road before the final results are known. That's what I mean by putting the cart before the horse. What is the city planning to do if the far-field final results show that the replacement of a desal plant in the Inner Harbor will result in severe negative impact to the bay? What will the city do then after even more money has been spent? An experimental seawater desalination plant will take several years to design and construct. Everyone knows that desal is not a short-term solution. And you've come up with several solutions that do provide a short-term solution through pipelines, wells, and an aquifer. Granted, you're farther along with the IH plant than the Barney Davis, but that doesn't mean it's the better choice or the right choice. So please hold off spending any more money on the IH and await, and also fund more money to go toward that study so that they can actually do a good job. Keep pushing forward with the studies and permit applications for the Barney Davis plant like it looks like you're doing today in agenda number 19. Thank you so much.
Susie Saldana.
Susie Lena Saldana, District 2. Couple of issues. First of all, I want to thank the city manager for his work with the police officers and the firefighters. I was there when we first started asking for the police officers and crime control, and I'm very proud of the fact that they've moved forward so much. Another issue that I want to bring before you is that our previous speakers talk about family. When you run for office, not your family, and it is disgraceful and shameful that they bring it up. It is truly disgraceful. They don't speak for me as a community or the people that come and talk to me. We want to see fair and equitable treatment of all people, including the people that are sitting up there. No one has a right to come up with those things. No one has a right to degrade another person because of their families. Because, honey, if you want to talk about things that are happening with family, think about what's happening with you or others. It is wrong to do that. It is wrong to come up here and make judgment. You don't represent the body of Christ, because Christ would probably not have agreed with you. So, another object that I want to talk to you about is the fact that I want to thank all of those city council people that voted to save taxpayers $350 million by stopping the plant, the desal plant, when they did. And yet they're not against desal like I'm not against desal. We're for it. We want to see it happen. It may take longer, it may take time, but it's something that we have to do. Do I like the location? No, I used to live there. But do I want desal to come forward? Yes, I do. The majority of our community does. So don't blame people for doing the right thing, and don't put your judgment against others because it's wrong.
Jeff Rode. Jeff Rode. Oh, sorry.
Good afternoon. My name is Jeff Rohde, and I'm a homeowner and resident in District 5. Like many residents of this city, I have watched the leadership with a mix of disbelief and frustration as we approach a water crisis that many know was both predictable and preventable. The failure to proactively secure a long-term water supply, including the inability to move the desal project forward, has brought our city dangerously close to a state-level emergency, and has significantly increased the cost of the available solutions. What makes the situation even more troubling is how the burden of this crisis is being distributed. Under the city's March 2025 drought contingency plan, large commercial users are allowed to pay a surcharge exemption fee to avoid curtailment requirements. In plain terms, large industrial water users, refineries, manufacturers, plants, and wholesale water suppliers were given a path to avoid the restrictions that residents must follow. The citizens of Corpus were not given that option. Homeowners cannot write a blank check to exempt themselves. At the same time, while water rates have increased across the board, commercial wastewater entities saw a roughly 17% decrease in their minimum rate, while residential customers experienced roughly a 9% increase. That's a 26% disparity in favor of large commercial users. Once again, residents are forced to pay more while large industrial customers are given relief. Even as we approach a level 1 water emergency, the city continues to issue permits and approvals for new homes, new subdivisions, car washes, swimming pools, and large commercial developments. According to the city's own drought plan, permit restrictions will not occur until the most severe emergency stage, and even then, it's still optional. This is unacceptable. This raises an obvious question. If there's enough water to support continued large-scale development, then why are residents being told they cannot even minimally water their lawns, something many homeowners rely on to help protect foundations and maintain basic property safety such as fire prevention? If the situation is truly critical, then the city must treat it as critical. That means pausing new home building permits, residential subdivisions, new high water use commercial developments, plant expansions, and other projects that increase demand until the water supply is stabilized. Very recently, our governor publicly addressed our water situation and stated that the state of Texas would ensure that residents are going to have the water they need to live their lives like the rest of the people in this state. Notably, in the city manager's and city's response to those remarks, the focus was on regional water security. What was missing was a direct acknowledgement of the residents themselves. The governor mentioned the citizens of Corpus. The city's response did not. That should concern all of us. Many members of this council and the current administration have served this city for a long time. Yet during that time, our water situation has only grown more severe. Residents rightly feel that business interests are being prioritized while the people who live here shoulder the restriction and costs. The lack of proactive planning has put our community in a reactive emergency posture. For the sake of the citizens, that needs to change starting now.
Thank you, Mr. Rohde. Sandra Meyer?
Good afternoon, Sandra Meyer, District 4. This last week has been a brutal week in the news media. I spent a lot of time this weekend researching what's happened in the past, and I'm really happy to say that I've seen the council since 2019, 2020, 2021 work to improve our water supplies. There's been so many issues and things that y'all have been trying to do. I watched a video last night of when the city went into stage 1 drought restrictions. And it's kind of sad to look back and see where we're at now. If I had a chance to meet anybody, I've got Doug Allison on the mind right now. It's at that time he was working for the Port of Corpus Christi, and they were trying to get permitting for Harbor Island's desal. I would love if I had 5 minutes with him to ask him what has changed. Think about Doug Allison. I did not realize that side of him, but I knew more about him representing Mr. David for the Homewood Suites thing, and then also our auditor. It is good that we have an attorney in town that people can turn to handle their concerns. So I am not criticizing this attorney by any means. But I am asking from an ethics standpoint, is we do have the Code of Ethics, and there's been discussions about conflict of interest. Y'all have talked conflict of interest on almost so many meetings, especially with audit stuff. Yet, some of you have gotten donations from Mr. Allison. Mr. Allison is not required to tell any of y'all how you should handle your donations, whether it should be disclosed. The Code of Ethics 2-311, Section 8E, talks about elected officials may not use their position to influence the action of a city official or city employee in the relating to their duties, yada, yada, involving any individual or organization who contributed to the official's campaign contributions during the most recent election, either directly or indirectly via a third party. So I think from watching so many meetings since last September that we have people up here that should have recused themselves from votes because Mr. Allison donated to their campaign. Now we have somebody that he donated 2021. That was a long time ago. You were not required to disclose that. But y'all really need to consider when you're accusing others of being unethical, what you're doing yourself. That's all I'll say. Thank you.
Thank you. Sadie Lopez.
Good morning, Mayor, City Council, and fellow neighbors. My name is Sadie Noemi Lopez, and I'm a resident of Corpus Christi and currently attaining my master's at the University of Texas at Austin. I'm here today as someone who grew up in the west side of Corpus Christi. I'm an alumni of West OSO 2020, and with family who still lives here, to speak about our city's water crisis and what it reveals about our priorities. Right now, residents are being asked to do more with less. We are under stage 3 drought restrictions. Families are being told to cut back, to conserve, and to accept this uncertainty about something as basic as turning on a tap. At the same time, industrial users, especially oil and gas refineries, continue to use enormous amounts of water with very few limits and with little accountability with returning clean water to our bay and our watershed. This is not just a water supply issue, it's a planning issue, and it's a justice issue. For decades, growth-oriented planning in Corpus Christi has promised large volumes of municipal water to industry, while communities, especially our Black and Latino and low-income neighborhoods, have carried the burdens of pollution, displacement, and neglect. Today, industrial users continue to consume far more water than residents, yet it is everyday people who are told to sacrifice. The proposed Inner Harbor desalination plant continues this pattern. It would displace a historically Black neighborhood, it would dump brine into an ecologically sensitive bay, and even after all that harm, it would not truly solve our long-term water deficit. Corpus Christi is nothing without its people and its environment. We cannot protect our communities if we're not, and we will not be able to safely evacuate everyone in disasters, let alone most people will not have the ability to just pick up and leave. If we keep pushing residents out for industrial projects, we'll not be able to remain in place with dignity. If we neglect our bays and ecosystems, we will not have a healthy city to pass on to these next generations. So again, Corpus Christi is nothing without the community we see here today and throughout our neighborhoods, and we need to prioritize what matters: our citizens, our neighborhoods, and our bay. So I'm asking you to do 3 things. Place reasonable, enforceable water restrictions on industrial users, not just on our residents. Reject or relocate the Inner Harbor desalination plant away from vulnerable, historically Black and brown communities and ecologically sensitive areas, as was proposed earlier today. Commit to long-term water planning that starts with conversations, demand management, and environmental justice, not with projects that deepen racial and spatial inequalities. Community organizations and residents across the city are already imagining more sustainable and more ways to justly manage our water. Please, please advocate for a new location, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Lopez. Darryl McGuire.
Mr. Mayor, Council, my name is Darryl McGuire from District 5, represented by Mr. Gil Hernandez. Please hold your questions to the end if that's acceptable decorum. I'm going to start with waste. Drilling wells is not a sustainable source of water for the city. Building and filling swimming pools, both residential and commercial, not sustainable. Restrictions, no watering of grass and limited watering of ornamental plants and home foundations. That brings rise to security concerns, fire, and grasslands surrounding our neighborhood. Much like the Wilder incident, the potential does exist. Construction. Water is used to bind materials, not to mention, once these homes and businesses are built, water use will increase. Roads are rough in the construction areas, but passable. The egress onto the roadways leading to our homes are minimally maintained, like driving on a back road. Bumpy. On any given day, contractors and residents park in any old way, causing difficulty to navigate the roadways in the neighborhood and also rise visibility. Gosh dang, I can't speak English. Visibility issues. Water prices have increased for this year, and I'm not one to complain without a solution. Mr. Mayor, Mr. Hernandez, I cordially invite you to come out and take a look at what we see every day in our neighborhood. Stop drilling wells and build a desalination facility with discharge out into the Gulf. Stop issuing permits to build pools, both city and residential. Allow controlled watering to take place to allow for a fire break. Stop issuing building permits for new residents and businesses. More of each increases water demand, and you can't keep pace with what we already have. Use your city equipment regularly to repair temporary egress points in construction areas and enforce the parking laws. Also run the street sweepers through the neighborhoods with advanced notification so that folks can get their vehicles out of the side of the road. I understand there's a cost to provide water, but our citizens should not have to foot the bill for the city's lack of planning. It's not important till it's important. Stop the half measures and really put together a long-range, lasting plan to source water for our city. Build a desal plant, again, with discharge out into the Gulf. Governor Abbott said it best in a media event 10 March of this year. Y'all make a decision. Marine Corps leadership philosophy says it the best: lead, follow, or get out the way. I, for one, welcome the state's involvement in running this city. Maybe we can get some more accomplished. Thank you for your time. Y'all have a great day. God bless.
Thank you, Mr. McGuire. Oh. Lisa French. Lisa French. Julie Trevino. Is Julie Trevino? Yes? Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Mayor Guajardo and City Council members. My name is Julie Trevino, here from Corpus Christi. My comment is on the rezoning of the street I live on, Viola Avenue. My husband and I have lived at 2400 block of Viola Avenue. I was born and raised at this residence from 1956 to 1986 when I got married. In 2008, we moved back in after my father had passed away. My father bought the lot with a small block house on it. Throughout the years, he built a big, beautiful home for our family. My husband and I are planning remodeling as soon to keep it up to date. Commercial use, industrial, like car repair, will greatly reduce the value of our home. Viola Avenue is not equipped for additional traffic. It's very narrow with ditches on each side and barely allows 2 cars to pass through side by side. The car repair and sales business on the corner of Viola and Ayer Street is blight and has been for decades. We don't want that type of business in the neighborhood and especially across the street. I respectfully ask that you vote no to this matter. Thank you for listening to my concerns. God bless you all.
Thank you, Ms. Trevino. Sandra Garcia? Sandra Garcia? Fatima Guerra Rashidi?
Fatima Rashidi, District 1. I don't know what else to say. All of the things I have said about oceans and microbes and oxygen and climate are being repeated in different ways by different people. So what I'm saying now sounds quite redundant. Like everyone here, I just want you to listen to our voices. Yet, even if you do listen, and some of you have been listening, you don't even have the power to do the right thing anyway. It seems like big industry in DSA will win because greed causes people to simply not care about what they're doing to our delicate ecosystem, to water, to trees, to animals, and to the people of Corpus Christi. There already has been so much damage caused by human greed, getting our wants, even when it means the end. We don't really need this artificial convenient world. But the power-hungry want and want and want, so we continue to pay the price. Do we really want to end what is left of Corpus Christi's precious bay? Just because people in other places want more fuel for more planes, more cars, and using like 10 lights at once and so much more and more and more, we're all guilty. It would take a miracle to save and protect our bays because humans, especially those at the top, demand more. It will take a miracle, so I'm praying for a miracle. Thank you, and God bless you and your families.
Thank you, Ms. Rashidi. Miriam Rashidi?
Miriam Guerra Rashidi, District 1. Again, thank you for all you do. I'd like to begin with a short anecdote to help you understand how I feel about trusting our experts concerning our environment. Well over a decade ago, when fracking was a new, innovative means of extracting oil, I visited a museum in Dallas, Texas, where I attended an exhibition that simulated this new fracking method. We entered an elevator and felt the experience of going deep down into the earth. Soon I felt the continuous shaking of the elevator as a representative explained how the shaking aids in extracting oil. At that moment, I remember thinking, I'm no expert, but it seems that all this shaking will cause earthquakes. But who am I? I'm no expert. I'll trust the experts. It turns out that now in Texas, well over 200 earthquakes greater than a 3.0 magnitude have occurred due to injection of wastewater into wells, and especially due to fracking. So what does this have to do with us? You are considering desalination proposals. I'm no expert, but it seems to me like interfering with our delicate ecosystems would be detrimental to our bays, to our wildlife, to us citizens of Corpus Christi. It may not happen overnight, but it is inevitable. The temperatures of our oceans are increasing every year. Meanwhile, big industry is increasing throughout Texas, drinking up all of our water supply. Not all, but a lot, especially here in our once upon a time sparkling city by the sea. Those who defend desalination are not aware of the catastrophic effects it will have on all of us. I've come to understand that we, the residents of Corpus Christi, simply don't matter. As Rachel Caballero said earlier today, we are the body of Christ. So I continue to defend us, the body of Christ. May God, the creator of our beautiful earth and our beautiful city and our beautiful bays, our beautiful ecosystems, help us all. May God have mercy on us all. Thank you, and God bless you and your families.
Thank you, Ms. Rashidi. David Heasley? David Heasley? Alejandro Chavera?
Mayor, council people, members, and the people around. I've been here a few times, and I've talked about other methods that we could use, but I know that the
Can you state your name and city, sir? Excuse me, I'm sorry.
Alejandro Chavera.
Thank you.
Is that okay?
Yes, and then your city. You're in Corpus?
You live in Corpus Christi?
Corpus.
Thank you.
There's my district here, 3. I've been here a few times, like I said, and I've talked about other things that we should be doing. But I know that the council is already in a tight schedule. It's already been made up. You're going to do desal. I know that everybody here is concerned about the things that desal brings, especially the brine. But I think that the perfect place to do the desal plant would be on Padre Island, along the canal, maybe on Chaplain Ranch, buy some land from them. Then you're going to have to go about a mile into the ocean to get that brine out so it can mix again with the waters in the ocean. Why are you guys going all the way from inside over here? Over there is calm water. That's what you need for desal. Why the bay where you can have problems? Because with desal comes, the degradation of the equipment. You're going to have to use expensive equipment for that desal. So when it comes to desal, I'd say that would be the perfect place. You can make another reservoir. The city is growing that way anyway. Use that reservoir to pump water towards the lake also. Another thing, drilling. I know that's an emergency thing, and they are correct. We are doing the wrong thing because when we remove water, something else is going to have to take its place. And along here, it's going to be salt water. So that's going to destroy more than just the water table. It's going to destroy crops and all that kind of stuff. If you're going to drill along the creeks, even the dry creeks. Those things have been there for centuries. They've had water going through them. They might be dry now, but they do have an underground system. The water does go into the ground. Use those same creeks that go right into the river. You don't have to put no pipeline. Simple. Another thing is we can harvest the clouds for water. Technology does exist to do this. It just takes money to put it together. UT is doing this. They're working on a material that in less fog than you can barely see still collects water. These could be all put along the river and the lake, which has high ground on it all the way around. And it would fill the lake when there was fog events, when there was rain events. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chavez. Kelly Harlan? Kelly Harlan? Amanda Guerra? Amanda Guerra? Scott Barraza?
Good afternoon, Scott Barraza, Nueces County. I want to say congratulations with the governor giving you all that temporary exemption to pump in the river from the western well fields. Causes us great concern. Y'all been pumping on the eastern well field, not at the 10 y'all been saying, but 3 million gallons a day on average. 6 months time period, it's dropped another residence out there, his well 15 feet over there on the eastern side. And that's only 3 million gallons. It's not the like 26 you're going to do at the western well field. So that's got us concerned. Your Good Neighbor program, y'all said y'all have that. Y'all been pumping on the eastern field for 9 months now. There's no Good Neighbor program that y'all say y'all been working on. We haven't seen anything in writing. I have seen nothing, no assurances that we will be taken care of in the country. So when y'all start on the western well field and draw down our wells and cause them to go dry, what are we going to do? How do we seek to get remedied? I bought a 3,200 gallon water tank just in case my wells go dry. Can I come to the city and fill that water tank for free? Or are you gonna take my water from the ground and sell it back to me? These are answers that need to happen. We need to know. Y'all have wrecked the river. WCID 3 with the arsenic and the TDS, y'all did an interconnect for them for free, or reimbursed them after they did it. Peter Zanoni came out to the Rock and Cave Farms at our town hall and offered to do an interconnect for all of us out in the country to turn on a spigot to give us water. Your infrastructure does not come to my house at all. That is, you can't do it. That's just an asinine statement. But you can give us water for free to haul out. It's going to be costly. But that's what's going to happen when our wells go dry. We are going to have to haul water, and we're going to have to get that somewhere. The city's going to be the first place people are going to come to. So whenever I come to you to get my tank filled and go to my house twice a month for that 6,000 average household use, that doesn't include livestock, what is that going to do to CCW's water system and your demand? Your demand is going to shoot up. Your drillings is going to be a drop in the bucket considered for the rural county. And it's not just Nueces County. We're talking San Pat and Jim Wells and nearby county. They're going to be affected too because the water does not stop at county lines, doesn't stop at GCD lines. What you're doing affects everybody in the country. So we need to know what's going to happen. I have had no reassurances through that Good Neighbor program on what's going to happen. How are you going to remedy us? What requirements are you going to ask us to prove that our wells went dry because of your pumping? Or are you just simply going to say it wasn't our wells, tough luck, and then here I am looking for water? So that's just something to think about before y'all proceed with the western well pumping that is soon to start up now that you've been given that temporary exemption to do whatever with the river. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barraza. Mark Munster. Councilman,
thank you, Mayor. As a point of fact, Peter, it was about a month ago where I asked if we could have in writing our Good Neighbor program so that we can present it to our neighbors along the wells, the river. We were just reported they haven't seen anything. It was a month ago.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to look into it, Councilwoman. I know we have one for San Patricio County, but I need to see where we are with the one for Nueces County. We do what we do right now without getting the written policy is we do free water testing, and so there's a number that is available if individuals want their wells tested for water quality. We also do water depth testing in the wells, but I'm not aware of any interconnect program that we have in Nueces County. So we'll have to meet with you and we'll get Nick to make sure we understand what the difference is in the two different well areas.
So help me understand. When we had a group of individuals come to our public comment, they were concerned that they had nothing concrete as an assurance from us that we intended to be good neighbors. I asked for clarification on that because as a decision maker, I'm being told we have a program in place. I was told that it's listed on the website, that we have a status quo, that we tell people that this is what is entailed in our Good Neighbor program. And I said, well, if we already have it, let's get it written down and let's give them something that they can go off of.
Okay.
That was a month ago.
Yeah, we can do that. We do have the website that does have all that information that I just mentioned.
Wasn't good enough a month ago.
Okay, no problem. We can get it.
ETA? At what point? Maybe by the end of the week?
I hate to commit right now, but we'll get it soon. It's all written down already, so it's a matter of just taking it from the website and putting it up on a document.
Well, perhaps you can understand that having this concern raised a month ago and being told right now that you'll need to look into it, that's my concern. So it needs to be a priority, please.
No problem.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Mark Minster, Corpus Christi. A small part of me feels bad for y'all. The decisions and votes y'all are going to make are going to impact hundreds of thousands of more people, and it concentrates it very small, where like they only have to flip one or two of y'all to flip things. Right behind y'all is the big influence of industry, large corporations, and they're the big player above. We should not allow decisions that impact everyone to be made by entities and people that it's their job to maximize profits. It's unintelligent to allow our society and our government to be run and driven by them because that's what they're doing. It's their job to maximize profits and not be primarily concerned with the impact on socially and on ecologically and environmentally. The wells, groundwater projects, all these projects have concerns that impact residents. So you have to think about those same concerns of all the people that have opposition to Inner Harbor. All these projects are unsustainable because the industrial water usage is unsustainable. Through my experience here at City Council and what I've learned and people I met through DSA for the greater good, I believe it is possible that we could have a system that works for the people. And I believe that we can get to that one day. And that's what we are going to work towards, regardless of what happens in the vote April 9th. We're working towards that, to raise the contradictions, to work towards a system that does not allow our resources to be hoarded up by corporations and our natural land and resources be exploited and extracted for profits. Where money isn't your God. Where jobs or economic impact is put ahead of people, the environmental impact, and the bay and the animals. We don't want workers to be laid off. These corporations and the prior city leaders and the people that made the decisions should have thought of that ahead of time or put that ahead of them using just resources. The Farfield Model meeting I was watching when people were saying, someone at the meeting this past week was asking if there's sea creatures at the bottom of the Inner Harbor Ship Channel right now, at this stage where we're at. Put yourselves in the shoes of the Northside and the Hillcrest residents. Y'all are in a position of privilege up here. Imagine you had to go through what those people were going through, the people that are struggling to pay their water bills. I'm speaking here, and people come here over and over again. April TCEQ last meeting, all the times where so many people have come up here. There's so many other people that can't come, that are teaching, that are working to pay their water bills, that don't have the billions of dollars that Valero has for lawyers to contest their industrial district property tax agreements, or Gulf Coast Growth Venture has. People use water for life, not for profits like these people. Our economy should not dominate society. It should just be a part of it. And the concerns of people and like the place we live in, the earth, the one earth we have, should be considered. And it's very clear at this point that who you're working for, that you're not working towards the regular people. And I'll cede the rest of my time.
Karina Libretto. Chris Cuellar.
Good afternoon, Council, Mayor, staff. I've got my badge of honor upside down today. Just a little symbolic gesture of the state of distress that we're in. Indecision has led the governor.
Can you state your name and city? I'm sorry to interrupt.
I'm sorry, Chris Cuellar, New Essex County. Indecision has led the governor of Texas to remove the basic guardrails of public safety to allow you, the council, and the staff more time, additional time. In doing those, he basically puts communities of Robstown, Cal Allen, and all the others that take from the river as senior water right users, takes away their God-given right to have safe, quality drinking water. It's taken a win by this council. I'm sure you're congratulating yourself today for that action by the governor, but it is truly shameful for the city, the community, the county, and the entire state. I'm not a paid consultant of the city, and I certainly will never get the accolades that your consultants do get by this council. But the NDCD has continued to provide real data and warning to the very things that you are experiencing right now off the eastern well field and the lower Nueces River. We've been saying it for months. Your and I'll just finish it out. By the way, Nick, we did over 150 water testing samples last Saturday in a 6-hour period. I've tested probably more static levels than your group has. I'd love to have that number publicized. I previously reported between July of last year and February 2nd or 4th of this year, my well had dropped 15 feet. I checked it 32 days later and it's dropped an additional 1.5 feet. So I'm looking at 16.5 feet. If you take that over a year, that's 18 feet. That's at only 3 million gallons a day. If you produce more than that on the eastern well field, if that's a 1/3 of what you're permitted to do. So I'm looking at a 54-foot drop per year at 10 million gallons a day. That's not what my hydrogeologist told me. That's what I'm measuring. And I'm measuring it on multiple points. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cuellar. Beatriz Alvarado. Beatriz Alvarado. And then we have anonymous.
Well, let's see how far we get today. It's 10 seconds usually, right? Good.
You have 3 minutes.
All right, thank you. So there was a citizen that came up here and said that
the speaker has failed to identify himself in accordance with the rules of decorum.
That is hindering the public meeting. Will you please take care of him?
Ms. Huerta, would you please ask for, like you do with everyone else?
Sure, I got it. I will introduce myself. I identify as we the people.
Okay,
Can
go
I
ahead.
continue?
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Mayor, the speaker is required by the rules of decorum to state his name and city.
I identify as we the people, and my city is America. Can you restart my time now since this guy keeps interrupting an official meeting? And please stop my clock. I haven't even got to talk yet.
Rebecca.
I'd like to speak. I went with your illegal rules, that's all.
Go ahead.
What you want.
I can't hear you.
The microphone is off, Mayor.
You can't silence somebody's microphone if you did, I'm gonna sue you personally. So please let me start over and have my speech. And you know exactly what I'm talking about, so may I talk?
Mayor, the rules of decorum require that the speaker identify his name and his city.
Okay, America, Texas, city, none of your business. Fine, Aransas passed, there you go.
Okay. Go ahead.
Mayor, the rules of decorum require that the speaker identify his name.
I did identify name, we the people. Would you like to see my ID? Ooh, see
All right.
that? That's right. Can I speak now?
Speak, Mr. Followell.
I would like my time back. Y'all took it all away from me because y'all were talking.
Go ahead.
No, I don't want. I want my time back.
Okay, just let's start.
Start my time, and I will.
Mr. Followell, please
You keep
start.
taking my time. Please do what's right and let me talk. Can I have my time? Can I have my time since she's looking at you the whole time? Do I get 3 minutes, or are you going to break my 3 minutes? I will take your 50 seconds, and I guess I get 2 minutes after that? Fine. Okay, you had a citizen come out here and said, you said fraud. These guys aren't going to do anything, of course. But before my speech is over, these guys are going to surround me and illegally throw me out of this building. Okay. I come up here each time to talk about decorum. That's the line we use when you don't want an answer. Example, when y'all laugh and she's okay with it, it's okay. When the citizens clap against her, that's illegal. Decorum is not a right, it's not even a law. The Constitution, First Amendment, is the law of the land, and you know that. One protects feelings, the other protects truth, and truth is rarely polite. Decorum is not the First Amendment. The First Amendment doesn't exist to protect polite speech. It exists to protect uncomfortable speech, speech that calls out your corruption. Do I get my other 2 minutes?
Thank you, Mr. Followell.
You're only giving me 1 minute.
Mr. Followell, thank you.
Oh, you're a fucking cunt bitch.
Thank you. Please leave. You're done. No, you're done. I need you to leave decorum.
Come get it, buddy. What did I tell y'all? They're going to surround you.
Ridiculous.
The issue is none of these men in here will stand up with me.
You're out of order, sir. Please leave.
Under threat of arrest. Thank you, sir. Piece of shit.
Marilena Garza. Miss Garza.
I want men. If men would stay with me, this shit wouldn't happen. You're not even a man.
Miss Garza.
Marilena Garza, District 1. I want to first off by say thank you for the generator at La Retama. Squeaky wheel does get the oil, and I am closely watching when we get that generator at Ben Garza. I want to be well versed in the type of generators that we have at our buildings. Do you mind pausing that? That is interrupting.
Yeah, we need to shut that door. Officer. Can we keep that door closed, please, so we can not hear everything going on there? Go ahead, Ms. Garza, I'm sorry.
That's no problem. So 2 things that I really don't like are threats and liars. And that's exactly what our Governor Gregory Abbott is doing to the elected officials here. And I don't do well with threats. I don't like it when people threaten other elected people. It's like saying that the voters got it wrong. And a lot of you guys up here are re-elects. So I guess Greg Abbott is saying that we don't know what we're doing as voters. And I don't appreciate liars. You know, Greg Abbott lied during Winter Storm Uri, and people died. People died. I was out there on the streets helping people while he was making excuses for his buddies on ERCOT. And that's just wrong. You know, seeing leadership who's saying that you guys squandered the money when I've been here since you guys were debating on taking that SWIFT loan. I was one of the people who was like, I don't think we should take this SWIFT loan. There's a lot of fine print in here on how you can spend it, when you can send it, the penalties if you don't spend it. And I was like, I think we should pump our brakes. But we made a decision out of fear. And we got buyer's remorse bad. And there he is throwing you guys under the bus saying you squandered it when I know the money hasn't been squandered. Some of it has been spent if people were paying attention to everything that's been going on for the past couple of years. Some of the money is still there, some of the money isn't. So to have leadership, so-called leadership, undermining local leadership, that's gross. That's gross. And then people coming up here and saying, gee, thanks for the permit so that you guys can keep stealing water from the wells. That's terrible. Those are my neighbors. I'm worried about the water too. I don't think that we should be making decisions out of fear, okay? So I think there is a quorum of leaders up here that can do this. It's the 4th quarter with 2 minutes left on the clock. This isn't the time that we start pulling our quarterback and firing the coach. Forget what Jerry Jones is saying upstairs. Ignore the dude. He's used to losing, okay? Don't be a loser like Greg Abbott.
Henry Williams. Pastor Henry Williams, yeah.
Henry Williams, District 1. Let me begin by saying that you all are public servants, and you're due the respect that your position requires. You know, and scriptures tell us that we do not disrespect our servants. And so let me say to all of you that we appreciate your service to our city. And thank you very much. There is a scripture which speaks to solving problems among Christians. And it says, if my people, which are called by my name, shall humble themselves and pray, and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then will I hear from heaven, will forgive their sin and will heal their land. Our land and our community is very much in need of being healed. Prayer is a spiritual point toward bringing that healing to our land and to our city. You know, the manner of desalination, the manner of our water problem, and we as Corpus Christians, we as Christians should not have a problem that does not have a solution. Some 20 years ago, we had a problem of crime, violence, and lawlessness in the city, and we began to pray. Over the years, we have seen that problem decrease tremendously. Working with our police department, working with our first responders, and we can do the same where our water problem is concerned. We need to walk by faith to solve this problem. Okay. And there's a spiritual aspect and there's a technical aspect. And I was speaking with Mr. David Ainsworth. Okay. If you all would give him time on next week's agenda, indeed, to speak to you concerning this probable solution to our problem. And he's already working with one of the refineries, you know, concerning presenting what Preonyx can do for them. If you would, but let us work together and we can solve the problems that are currently weighing so heavily in our city. And may God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor Williams. Etienne Rosas.
And Mayor, do you mind if I just give a couple of comments here, Councilwoman Paxson? So Nick informed me, and he'll brief us more at the water briefing later today, but there is a Good Neighbor program that is written out, and it's been submitted for review to the Aquifer Storage and Recovery District for their review and feedback. It was a requirement as part of the drilling permits. So it's written, and they're reviewing it, and that's a quick update. Nick will give more information later today.
I understand.
You can see it. I'll have
written.
him bring copies today when he gives a presentation. It's been submitted for their review, so it'll be draft.
A
Subject.
timeline at least to when it's going to get in the hands of the community?
What was that?
A timeline of when it...
We'll get Nick will get a set today when he comes in.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. But we'll hand out copies
Mr.
to you
Rosas.
later today. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Peter.
Hi, everyone. My name is Dr. Etienne Rosas. I'm from Brownsville, Texas. I'm a PhD in public policy analysis and your former future congressman for Texas 34th District. So now that I'm back to my academic form, allow me to dive a little bit into the concepts of power disparities, which is really at the base of it what the water crisis in Corpus is all about. So since 2015, Corpus Christi city leaders have aggressively recruited petrochemical plants, steel mills, and liquefied natural gas export facilities, selling key resources like land and water that were never really theirs to sell. Just a few days ago, my hometown of Brownsville was notified that we would be the lucky new home to a new oil refinery, the first in 50 years in the U.S. So they've locked Corpus Christi and Brownsville in the mirage of development, and I say mirage because true development, the one that is based on community advancement and prosperity, always seems to elude us, even as profits are secured and expanded year after year. If refineries, desalination, and LNG plants were the key to fair and sustainable development for our people, Texas would have human development indices on par with that of Scandinavian countries. Governor Greg Abbott has stated Corpus Christi is a victim not because of a lack of water, but because of a lack of ability to make a decision. But Abbott, as usual, is wrong. As someone who has been kicked out of Abbott's event by police for asking him questions, I know he has little tolerance for pushback and a flawed understanding of democracy, but I would never have run for office as a grassroots candidate against the corporate establishment if I cared about its distaste for dissent. The people of Corpus have already made their decision. He just doesn't like what it is, and faithful to his industry backers, he's here to force it upon our people. Greg Abbott is using the old strictly authoritarian book to use crisis, even one that his backers created, to justify power grabs. But a crisis that has materialized because of a suppression of democracy should not be addressed through further suppression of democracy. And that's exactly what Abbott expects all of you to do. He wants you to accept the manufactured scarcity that continues to deprive our people from essential life resources in order to deliver unlimited power to those who empower him in a pyramid scheme of patronage. We have enough to satisfy all people's needs, but we will never have enough to satisfy a few people's greed. In the richest country in the world and most abundant period in history, we find ourselves in a constant state of crisis. The crisis mindset that aims to keep us all in a perpetual fight or flight mode. But the first suggestion we get to identify a scam is a sense of urgency to rush a hasty decision that otherwise would require planning, forethought, and community input. If Hillcrest desalination plant were in the interests of people here, there would be no need to ram it through repeatedly after it was opposed by the people of Corpus. Every major injustice, from corrupt bank bailouts to imperial wars of aggression, has been justified as necessary. Every bad deal has been rushed through in the name of crisis. And every time it is the elites who end up better off than they did before, because it is they who determine the rules of recovery.
Thank you, Mr. Rosas.
Sure. I'll end just by saying, remember that there was life here before industry, but there may not be life after it if we do not stand up for our communities over corporations and people over profits. Fuerza, Corpitos.
Michael Miller.
Good afternoon. Michael Miller, District 2. I, like everybody in this room, heard the governor's comments, and they were harsh. And I appreciate your response to that by attempting to call for an emergency meeting, which, kind of turned into a special meeting. And I know the reasons why, and, I'm sorry that you're taking a lot of heat for calling it a little bit early. But, it's kind of like your dad telling you a long time to clean your room, clean your room, clean your room. And then finally he's like, clean your room, but you need to tell him, Dad, the house is on fire right now, because nothing that we do with regards to Inner Harbor is going to solve the problem that we're in right now. So I think it's important to slow down a little bit, let the Farfield study, committee go through its machinations, figure out what the findings are, ask the right questions, get the right answers, get comfortable about it. Also, I don't want to rush the contracts with Corpus Christi Desal Partners. I think we didn't pay very close attention to the contracts that we had with Kiewit, which was made evident whenever Brett Van Hazel revealed that any savings that were realized during the construction of that project goes back to the contractor and not the city. I think that was irresponsible, so we don't need to rush this. Nothing that we could do, even if we started this project 3 years ago, it would likely not be online right now and saving our butts. So we need to slow down. I think if we really want to have an emergency meeting, I think the emergency meeting needs to be with all 9 of you, plus all 5 of the county commissioners, plus all of the port commissioners, plus members of the school boards, plus the city councils of Rockport and Beeville and Mathis and all those cities that we supply water to, and create a united front and go to the governor, go to the president, and ask for not loans, but cash. Because we are in a very unique situation here in the city of Corpus Christi. We are, city of San Antonio's gallon per capita per day is under 82 gallons per citizen, right? Here, we're at 233. It's a whole lot of water that we're supplying for industry, and we need industry. We need them to survive, but we have to ask for help because we cannot fund this with 450 to 500,000 people, right? So I think it's very important, Councilmember Scott was with me, sitting right next to me while the president was giving his remarks. the president was saying, I'm going to bring you millions of barrels of oil, additional crude to refine down here to Corpus Christi. Eggs are cheaper, milk's cheaper, everything's going on, and I'm sitting next to Mark, and I'm nudging him in the ribs, and then I scream out, but water is $1 billion, you know? Like, thank you for all the things that you've done, but, you know, and appreciate all the additional, you know, barrels of crude that you're going to bring to our town, but we need help with the water. So call an emergency meeting, get everybody together, go ask for some cash. Thank you.
Trey Cranford.
Ready? Good afternoon, Council and Mayor. My name is Trey Cranford, and I live outside the city. We've been standing in front of you since at least last September, warning you exactly what would happen, and now it has. Let's start with water quality. Based on your own published data, total dissolved solids at the O.N. Stevens intake has increased from 361 milligrams per liter to 1,512 milligrams per liter in just 1 year. That is not a fluctuation, that is a system failure. And we told you this would happen when you started pumping groundwater directly into the Nueces River. Peter, I want to thank you for finally admitting that production from the Eastern Wellfield is being limited by TDS. Now let's talk about volume, because the numbers keep changing. For months, this council and the public were told that the wellfield would produce 10 to 11 million gallons a day. Then it became 8. And now, with actual transparency, we're seeing it's closer to 2 to 3 million gallons per day. That's not a rounding error, that's a massive overstatement. If you calculate the lost opportunity since full pumping began in July, the city is short over 2 billion gallons of water. That's roughly 20 days of supply that should already be in your system. That matters. How many of you would still have a job if you overstated your budget forecast for almost a year? But that doesn't line up with your own, we are now being told that arsenic is coming from the lake, but that doesn't line up with your own data. Only 9% of your supply is coming from the lake and about 17% from the river. Yet arsenic levels are rising at the O.N. Stevens intake in direct correlation with increased groundwater production. Just in the first 14 days of the month, you've increased groundwater production from 40 million gallons last month to 60 million gallons this month. Does anyone up there want to make a bet with me that we don't see an arsenic violation next month with WCID 3? While all this is happening, the city continues to push expansion, more wells, more production, more discharge into the river. At the same time, you're asking regulators to relax water quality standards. You don't lower standards to match a failing system, you fix the system. Overstated production, declining water quality, shifting expectations, no accountability. You are being bailed out at the state level now, while the cost is being pushed onto the river, onto rural landowners, and onto future water quality. When leadership starts making excuses, they're admitting failure. If an organization tells you that they have 76 million gallons per day available, but in reality they're producing 2 to 3, you demand accountability. Because right now the people paying the price are downstream, rural, and watching their water be put at risk. In true transparency to y'all, because we've always been transparent, we have had significant financial support step up, and we are now installing monitoring equipment in all directions around your Western and Ed Rochelle well fields. We will soon have real-time data, cloud-based data that shows exactly what is happening in the aquifer. Any extreme drawdown or any water quality changes will be fully transparent and available to the public.
Thank you, Mr. Cranford. Peter Davidson, Councilwoman.
Mr. Sinoni, you know, I've not voted for any of those drilling at the river.
Right.
But, you know, we've had a lot of comments come up here from a couple of the guys. Can you, because what happens is sometimes we get misrepresented on the things that are said. So can you come up, you heard all those questions talking about where they monitor the wells, all of those things. Is there any way that our staff can check out some of those things? I'm not saying they're lying, I'm just saying I think you need to hear both sides and see if that's true. And if it is true, there's a problem. But can we do something where you can bring that back to us and tell us what is and what isn't?
Yeah, we can do that, Councilwoman. So Nick is scheduled to do a water briefing today, and he's listening to this council meeting, so we'll have him respond to those common
Yes.
common statements, which we can, we have a counterpoint for every one of them.
Okay.
To include TDS, that's an important one. That's not fair to misuse that. Not TDS, arsenic. The river water comes from the reservoirs that have higher arsenic. So,
And it's important for us to know.
Right.
Either way.
We've tested all the wells that we have in production, and they're all, except for one, all seven of them are non-detect. One has elevation in arsenic, but it's not contributing to the situation. So Nick can explain it today, and if we have to do a separate presentation, next council meeting, we can do that as well.
It's important for the public to know.
I agree.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you for bringing that up.
Councilman Roy.
Peter, I want to make sure just to even further clarify that when he comes up today and he speaks, some of the questions and some of the things that they said, for example, about the 2 to 3 MGD a day, and that's what we're down to, can he specifically say, I am answering one of the things that was brought up during public comment? Because sometimes what happens is he's going from A to Z, and I want to specifically hear him say, this is a response to what was mentioned in today's public comment.
Okay, we can do that. And just for the record, there's no 2 number, so it's 3 to 4 and 4 to 5 are the numbers. Right.
Okay.
There's 2. We're not doing 2.
Mr. Davidson.
Good afternoon. Honorable Mayor, Council Members, City Manager, and staff. Peter Davidson, 1525 North Shoreline Boulevard, District 1. For the past 4.5 years, the American Bank Center, now known as the Hilliard Center, has been consistently closing the 200 block of Resaca Street. The parking lot of our building located on 1525 North Shoreline is only accessible from the 200 block of Resaca Street. The closing of a public road without approval of the adjacent owners is not appropriate. Attached as Exhibit A, Ms. Huerta handed out, is a list of closures from February to March 26 supplied by the operators of the Hilliard Center. 1/3 of the days in March are listed as closed. The actions of the management of the Hilliard Center and the City of Corpus Christi have rendered our property unusable and unsaleable. Although the building has been for sale or lease since August 21, it has remained empty. Often when realtors show the building, the road is closed, which prompts the prospective buyer to inquire as to how they would access the property. We have lost a lot of prospects. During meetings with Daniel Melise over the past 4.5 years, we are told numerous times that there was an MOU. He clearly stated it was not executed. Each time we would request a copy, but Mr. Melise never produced a copy. The attached MOU was released in response to our open records request for all MOUs dated 1/1/2020. Only one MOU was produced, which was dated 1/22/26, is attached as Exhibit D. However, no MOUs seem to exist for the time period 8/1/21 to 1/21/26. However, the road was closed whenever OVG pleased. The MOU produced is dated 2 days after our last meeting with Melise, during which he again stated the MOU was not executed. 2 days later, abracadabra, one was finally executed after 4.5 years of asking for a copy. Interesting, don't you think? We have paid taxes, insurance, utilities, maintenance, and other various fees for 4.5 years, totaling close to $100,000. We have a 77-year-old housekeeper visit the property weekly. Recently, she was unable to leave and panicked when OVG closed the road while she was inside cleaning. Unacceptable. We are asking 24/7, 365 access to our property, just as other property owners are afforded. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davidson. Peter, would you be able to address the issues?
Yeah, I spoke to Mr. Davidson earlier this morning, and I'm aware of the situation, and he and I are going to talk.
Okay.
So I'll set up a separate meeting with Mr. Davidson and some of our staff, as I told him this morning.
Thank you, City.
Yes, sir. We'll see you soon.
Thank you, Peter.
Yes, sir.
Gloria Mounger? Gloria, yes.
I'm here about the water. I'm about the water because I've been watching the news, and in the news, I saw that you people said, well, I know there's around 3 or 4 of the.
Excuse me, ma'am, can you please state your name and your city for the record?
I'm a concerned citizen, a tax-paying concerned citizen. Anyway, I know there's 3 or 4 of you that
Miss Mounger, you want to pull this down a little bit? There you go. If you'll just, your name and if you live in Corpus Christi.
I'm a concerned citizen, a tax-paying concerned citizen.
Yes, ma'am, but we've got to, that's part of the.
I already put my name up there in the thing.
You live in Corpus
I don't want to
Christi,
be
ma'am?
harassed, yes.
Okay.
Anyway, I saw on the news where you people have put contracts out.
Mayor.
I know there's 3 or 4 good councilmen here that really care about Corpus Christi and want to take out the people that really can't make decisions here. But also, I also want to say that I heard on the news that you had contracts already made out with wastewater.
I'm sorry,
and I
Ms.
asked my friend, I go, what is wastewater?
Ma'am.
From the sewer?
You'll hold on one
We're
second,
like third country. I mean, that's ridiculous. You wonder why there, I heard on the news also
Ms.
that,
Mounger, I need you to hold on a second, please.
I heard on the news also that the children are missing so much school.
Yes.
Do you understand that it's
1G
because
of
they're
the
drinking
rules
from
of
the water
decorum.
fountain?
Sure, we need you to hold on a second, please.
Mayor, Section 1G of the Rules of Decorum require that the name and city be stated by the person making the comment.
I already wrote my name down over there. I don't want to be harassed by anybody.
We understand that. We need you like everyone else that has gone before you and after.
Not everybody did. I see a few people didn't have to do that.
They asked for.
No, not few people didn't.
No. If you'll just state your name, please. You already told us the city. If you'll just state your name.
I'm an American citizen. I'm not a wetback. I can talk if I want to. I mean, you made it quite clear that you had wetbacks in here.
I'm sorry, Miss Mounger. That's breaking decorum, and we have to treat everyone equally, please.
What? And also.
Yeah. Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, your comment period is over, ma'am. Thank you.
Allow them to pay for the connection of the sewer line.
Ms. Mounger, thank you. Ma'am, your public comment is over, please. Okay, your public comment is over. Thank you. Yes, please leave the podium. Oh. Okay, thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, there are rules. Jason Hale. Is Jason Hale here? Yes. Come on down.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, council members. Jason Hale, Corpus Christi. Going to make it quick. I just wanted to respond to Governor's comments. I think this council and city staff is doing everything they can to secure as much water as possible to meet the upcoming possible deficit of 50 million gallons a day. And I don't think y'all get enough credit for that. I also wanted to clear the record that the city has moved forward with seawater desalination. They've moved forward with the Harbor Island project, and that's going to be offshore, which, most people are in support of. It's a great project, and yeah, it's just, it's really difficult to shore up water right now, and y'all are doing everything you can. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. Dale Switala.
Dale Swatella, District 1. I want to share how Barney Davis would be a better place for desal this time. Barney Davis has been proposed for desal for many years and has pipes to the Gulf already. And their pipes, intake and discharge, are located in the green zone, which you can see by that paper I'm passing out. That was studied and recommended for expedited permitting by the General Land Office and Texas Parks and Wildlife and the 84th Texas Legislature, page 40, if you get that printout. Barney Davis's location can produce more than Inner Harbor and at a cheaper price. Why should CC taxpayers pay $1 billion for one company, Exxon, to have water that leaders promised back then with little thought given to residents having to pay for it? We have several lies about Inner Harbor desal circulating from officials interviewed on local news and talk shows, and I'll just give you one. Inner Harbor desal can be expanded to 50 million gallons a day. That's definitely a lie. Studies done by Texas A&M CC show that the CC Bay water movement takes 12 to 18 months to make a complete circulation. Freeze and Nichols, under city contract, commissioned 2 A&M CC scientists in 2019 to investigate how the Inner Harbor plant could affect local waterways. Because many marine animals in their earliest stages of life depend on estuaries, where ocean waters mix with fresh water from a river, as in Corpus Christi or Nueces Bay. The researchers determined that releasing the discharge into the Gulf of Mexico, more turbulent water, is the best option. And quote, releasing into the bay presents many potential environmental concerns that may not be easily minimized or mitigated. A confined area like a canal or ship channel where dilution or mixing is limited could create a water quality issue. And I say when Inner Harbor desal is built, it'll just be like when Choke Canyon Lake and the 2 Mary Roads pipelines were built. City leaders are going to start inviting more big water users here again because they do the same thing over and over expecting a different result. Reminds me of the definition of insanity. Like a councilman told CCW in April of 2021 about desal, I can assure you that within the next 5 years, you're going to have many more Exxons here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Switala. Robin Cox.
Robin Cox, District 1. I'm going to start off with, I'm first going to do something y'all are going to be shocked at. I'm going to actually thank the mayor. I found in 2022, the city of Corpus Christi and Mayor Paulette Guajardo took the time to address teen dating and violence. Then I fast forward in 2023, the mayor wanted the city council and Everett Roy to read a proclamation recognizing April 23rd to 29th National Crime Victims Week. I take this very personally. I'm going to share something with y'all that normally don't. I was in a relationship with domestic violence. And my father, though, didn't let any sheriff or anyone come and ask for a favor. At that time, this city police chief did come to my dad and say, listen, the person that did this to your daughter, we have a favor. But my dad came with him from another favor. He said, no, tell this man to get away because in 2 seconds, we can turn him from a rooster to a chicken. And that's the way my dad handled things. They were going to use the city council back then to bully me, and my dad didn't allow it. We have a large amount of domestic violence going around, and I know families aren't responsible for the actions of their children, like I wasn't responsible for the actions of some of my family members. But it is a crime if you help cover. How is this related
to city business?
It is, if you let me finish. I don't interrupt you when you're talking.
Let's get to it, because this is not city business.
Okay, I don't interrupt you, and I just thanked you. I just thanked you. So don't take that, don't let that be part of my time. That was her talking.
Yeah.
So don't let that be part of her time. We in this city are letting certain individuals, there are crimes for 2 classes of citizens, crimes for everyday citizens. I've seen kids get arrested here or been threatened to be arrested. When you help cover up a crime, there have even been laws against that. B.F. Skinner said disciplining children is a part of life. It is
Are you
part of.
almost there?
Yeah, I'm almost there.
Let's get
Take
there,
that time
or
away.
we're
Can
gonna-
you able to
no,
stop
we're
that
not.
time away? Because
This
she's
is
making
not
this personal.
City business.
This is city business.
Let's get to it,
Crime
or
in the
we're gonna
city is
move
city
on.
business.
Or we're gonna move
Crime-
on.
Then take note for that. Everybody's
Take
seeing this.
note.
She
Take
thinks it's
note.
personal. It's
Yes,
not.
take note.
The city business, we've had 3 women in the last year. Inria Reese, Karina Castillo, and my own friend Felicia Franco, all murdered by their boyfriends, all died at the hands. Now, if we can't even shed a tear for that or think about that, there's a serious problem here, because these women all went to law enforcement at one point. They had boyfriends threaten them. We've got to nip city violence we've got to nip domestic violence before it gets any worse. So that is city business. My dad had a plaque in his office till the day he died, and later had it by his bed. It said, you won't remember me by the car I drove or my tax returns. I'll interject something else, or the purse I carried, but I will remember you by the difference you made in a child.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, too.
Jim Klein. Disgusting. Jim Klein. Disgusting.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Jim Klein. I live in District 2 here in Corpus Christi. I wanted to just make a couple of comments about an agenda item today. This is agenda item, I believe it's 18, if I got my information correct, regarding the selection of a contractor to conduct the far-field modeling for the Inner Harbor desal plant. I have some concerns about this. I think, as I recall, according to the paperwork that I've seen, 2 contractors submitted bids for this. I may mispronounce these, so forgive me. Spheros and Hazen Sawyer. Spheros on the one hand, Hazen Sawyer on the other. Spheros scored higher than Hazen Sawyer, and yet the recommendation, I think, coming from staff to you folks is that the city hire both of them. Hazen Sawyer has not conducted a modeling previously, but rather merely consulted in modeling done back in 2023. And so I have some concerns about that as well. I just ask you keep that in mind when this agenda item comes up later this afternoon or this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Klein. Andrew Gonzalez.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, little boss. Marine, we improvise, we'll come with that. My idea is to run stainless steel pipeline, 5 foot.
Sir, can you state your name and city, please?
Oh, Andrew Gonzalez, Corpus Christi, retired Marine. My great idea is to run 5 foot stainless steel pipe down the first lake, all the way down to Lake Texarkana, or all the way down in the valley. How we're gonna pay for it, there's billionaires that are here in Texas, billionaires in Oklahoma, all the way up to the Great Lakes. The refinery should pay most of it, because they waste most of it. The water towers, my idea is to put a water tower that will catch water, and then put solar panels on top, and below the water tower, make it into an apartment, so the people that are working on the pipeline are living there on that towers. Other ideas of mine is mellow, yellow, if it's yellow, let it mellow your urine. We shouldn't have to flush the toilet every time you use number 1. But of course, if it's brown, we flush it down, right? Also, if we could afford it, we need to put hot water loops in every home, so then we're not wasting water, waiting for the water to get hot. Perfect plumber. Rain gutter, if you could afford it, put rain gutters and put the rain so it's collecting at the corners. Those 2, part of the bridge of the Old Harbor Bridge, so still concrete piers are in front of the what do you call it? The water park. I think we should leave those piers up and leave that part of the bridge, because it's a great piece of history. Turn that bridge, and so we could rappel it off of it like Marines do. We could make stairs on the way up, so the fire department could go do exercise and rescue on the way up. Have elevators and other piers so they could put those up. Put a roof so we're collecting all that water. And therefore, we don't have to move those dolphins that got to be removed if we ever have to take down that bridge. Other ideas, a solar panel. When I shave, I pull up my bowl. Instead of running water like I used to, we should all do this, man. Fill up a bowl, hot water, and shave with that bowl of hot water. My son, he's a pinhead. He takes a shower twice a day. If you don't have to take a shower twice a day, none of us should be taking a shower twice a day. What else? But also, we start with one 5-foot pipe, and then we stretch to the other Great Lakes. So when if one gets contaminated, we could go to the other Great Lake pipeline. The pipe should be resting on concrete piers above ground, so when there's an earthquake, instead of being below ground, like we used to back 30 years ago, when we laid our pipe, our water lines, would pack it with sand, and the inspector would have to inspect it. Then we put our dirt on top. That's why the mayoral pipeline, when it's in the ground shifts, and that's why we're having these leaks. Perfect plumber, I agree with you, and watch your back.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. That concludes our in-person. Rebecca, do we have people online?
Yes, ma'am. There's a few individuals. I understand Sean Merritt. Mr. Merritt?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Sean Merritt, District 5. And I feel like I'm in the Hunger Games every week saying that. The truth is, if we don't solve this water crisis, our city could end up competing over limited water like it's a survival resource. During Friday's water briefing, several important facts were confirmed. Corpus Christi is no longer just a municipal water system. It now serves roughly 500,000 people across multiple counties and regional systems. This city now operates a regional water provider. Officials also confirmed that large industrial users consume 55 to 60% of the water supply, with roughly a dozen major industrial customers in that category. Simple math, you all know I love doing that. Roughly 12 industrial users consuming 60% of our 100 MGD, 60 MGD, that's an average of 5 MGD each. To put it bluntly, the city approved water commitments to industry and surrounding municipalities before the infrastructure existed to reliably support that demand. Historically, Lake Corpus Christi and Choke Canyon provided about 70 MGD to the system. Today, that number is closer to 60. The city is now trying to replace that lost supply through groundwater projects, reuse agreements, and desal. City officials have stated that upcoming projects could eventually provide up to 76 MGD of additional supply, but internal planning documents show only about 32 MGD actually arriving in 2026, with the rest spread over several years depending on permits, aquifer performance, construction timelines, and legal approvals. And listen carefully to the language around those. They could produce if permits get approved. They are projected to produce if construction is completed. They may produce if everything goes according to plan. That's a whole lot of ifs. Residents don't fill their bathtub with models, they don't water their lawns with projections, and they certainly can't drink ifs or could be's. We need water that actually exists in the system. Even if every one of those projects works exactly as planned, the system would land at roughly 96 to 104 MGD. That's after more than 2 years and $2 billion already invested in water infrastructure. And even then, it only barely matches the roughly 100 MGD the system already uses today, leaving almost no margin for growth or drought protection. For example, Evangeline is projected to produce 24 MGD. It still requires permits and is currently facing protests from the city of Sinton. Sinton has stated the groundwater modeling and pumping data should be reviewed before permits are issued and has raised concerns about potential long-term impacts to the aquifer. You see, unlike us, Sinton takes care of their citizens and the environment first. At the same time, the proposed Inner Harbor desal project carries a cost of $979 million. Earlier city estimates projected residential water bills increasing $11.38 per month, or about $9.92 per month.
Thank you, Mr. Merritt. Your time's up.
Thank you for my time.
Thank you. So we have Herbert Garcia. I believe he's not online, but just in case. Mariana Alatorre. Isabel Araiza. Emily Barrera. Okay. Robert Harvey.
I'm here.
All right. Go ahead.
Harvey Freeberg, Houston, Texas. I'm here to speak about how the mayor is abusing her authority. At the February 17th meeting, Jason Followell was interrupted during his public comment. 3 council members tried to correct the issue and respect Mr. Followell's constitutional rights. but the mayor blatantly violated them and doubled down at the next meeting on February 24th. Leadership is not forcing people to agree with you because of your title. That's a dictator. People follow a good leader because they want to, not because they're forced to because of your title. And it seems like that's what's going on here with the mayor. His microphone was cut off for saying the word ass. We all hear words like that everywhere. And now the city attorney, Miles Risley, is acting like a tyrant too, enforcing decorum rules over constitutional rights. And you got a bar license? That's ridiculous, man. You're a clown. This isn't about decorum or order. This is about control and silencing citizens. Like Jason said.
Thank you, Mr. Harvey. Next is James Perkins. Mr. Perkins?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. James Perkins, District 2, thank you. Calling in to talk about, what everybody else is talking about, the water issue, right? The governor's going to throw his weight around, but he doesn't live here in Corpus. We do. We all do. And y'all are going to throw people who have lived their entire lives where they're at under the bus, destroying the neighborhood for something that may not work for the next 2 to 10 years, is what everybody else is saying. You want an immediate solution, that's going to be that you take away these drought exemptions from the industry. One, they pay more in their water bill. That's more money in Corpus Christi's pocket. And I don't know if y'all ever fix that deficit issue that y'all said we may be dealing with our budget. And then if y'all can just kind of if they can get their water use under control, if they can work with like us residents who can't water our lawns, we can't wash our cars, we got all these restrictions on us, but they don't. If they could just rein in their water use, I believe the word the others have been throwing around is curtailment. If they could curtail their water use, we wouldn't be in this mess in the first place. People are going on and on about the economy, on and on about jobs, on and on about all this. They drink up all the water, there ain't going to be no Corpus Christi to be at. And it ain't going to matter about no jobs if there's no city. And then where are they going to go and what are they going to do and what are we going to do? Not everybody here has the money to move. Y'all need to think about the people of Corpus before y'all think about the businesses that are putting money in other people's pockets. I don't know who y'all is with and who y'all is lined up with and none of that other extra stuff that they're throwing around, because I work too much to be able to pay attention to all this stuff. But I do know that my water bill keeps going up, but I ain't making nothing with it. I'm just trying to take care of myself, and I can't take care of myself, and I can't contribute to the city as far as work and all this goes if my water bill keeps going up too. And that's for everybody there. Y'all are going to throw so many people down just so that they can get what they need to do what they want to do, and it's not for us. It's not for the residents. The little amounts of water that all these projects are going to add up to is not going to be enough to take care of the city of Corpus Christi. It's only going to be enough for that refinery row. A refinery row, might I add you, that I've lived across from for several years when I was younger, and I had a severe asthma problem because of it. And that's what these people are going to be dealing with in their backyard too. Think about the city and but demand that these industries curtail their water usage so that the city can continue. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Alberto Zertuche.
Hello?
Okay, we can hear you, sir. Go ahead.
My name is Albert Zertuche, District 3, veteran-owned of Hard Life Bait and Tackle, Team Hard Life YouTube. I want to thank all those who listened to us and voted against the Inner Harbor desal plant and stood against those who tried to levy their weight against you in our city. All the information that is being brought to you, that those that continue to sell out our city to big industry, truly shows you they don't have our city taxpayers as their priority. So on that note, I will repeat the request. We have been asking where the fraud is being approved over and over and over again. Getting the taxpayers to pay the city manager is crazy, the amount he's being paid. He must go, as well as the mayor. I encourage everybody to sign the petition to remove the mayor from office, because this has gotten us nowhere but further in debt. taking a second to collect my thoughts here because this is outrageous, the amount that has been going on with it. We've already spent $1 billion trying to secure water, and you want us to spend another $1 billion for a Inner Harbor desal plant that is not proven to work. It's an experimental project. Most importantly, the price tag still doesn't show the taxpayers what the actual cost is to run and maintain this desal plant. What is the cost to remove the sludge and or other hazardous materials? What are the costs for the trucking, drivers, fuel, and everything included? What are they? We've been asking these questions and have yet to be answered. Today, now, we want to know these answers before any further monies are even asked for from us or y'all vote on. Is the 3 million gallons of sludge still going to be dumped into the Inner Harbor with this permit? How much water will that pollute per day? How far will the sludge spread? And what kind of hazards will it create? Who will be affected by it? How much is it going to cost us? We still haven't had these answers, these questions answered. And we are all paying attention. There's going to be a lot of names that are being called that are against the Inner Harbor desal plant. And we encourage everybody who's on the YouTube channel watching and commenting to stop being lazy. Get out here, get to these public comments and share your thoughts. Because right now, we are going to end up having higher water bills, higher light bills, higher taxes, all because these guys want to front their friends' businesses. And what happens if this experimental project fails? We are still on the hook for $1 billion. Stand up, stand united, vote these guys out of office, and encourage that the mayor be removed immediately while the rest of us try to recoup and fix our city. This is Corpus Christi, the body of Christ. We can do it.
Thank you, Mr. Zartuche. Thank you. All right, Mayor, that concludes the public comment period.
Thank you, Rebecca. Our public comment is closed now, and we're going to go to board and committee appointments. We have quite a few, and I'll hand it back to you, Ms. Huerta.
Yes, ma'am. So the first board is the animal care. Hold on just one second. Let me let my staff. All right, the first board is the Animal Care Advisory Committee. It has one vacancy representing the preferred but not required category of community at large.
I'm going to open nomination. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and open nominations for the one spot that is open.
I'm sorry, you said, Ms. Paxson?
Karen Christie.
Okay, thank you. Karen
Okay, but are there any nomination? I mean, would anybody like to nominate?
She nominated Karen Christie.
Right, but she.
So I nominate Laura Estrada.
Laura Estrada, okay.
Okay. Okay, any other nominations? Okay, we'll close nominations, and I'll start with Councilwoman Vaughn. It's just one. So we have two. Stephanie, is that correct?
There's one
Nominations?
position.
No. Councilman Cantu.
Oh, two nominations,
Laura.
but one. Yeah, there's just one vacancy.
One seat, but we have two nominations.
Right.
Estrada okay, we couldn't see them earlier. Maybe they can zoom in there. Alrighty. Christopher, okay.
Estrada?
Estrada.
Christopher?
Christopher.
Mm-hmm.
Christopher.
All right, Ms. Christopher is appointed. Next, we have the Building Standards Board. There are 3 vacancies, and they represent the categories, the preferred but not required categories of 1 at-large, 1 engineer, and 1 alternate. So Lindsay Clark, who's the alternate, Chick Henderson, is at large, and Carlos Martinez is the engineer. They're seeking reappointment, and their attendance rates are in your packets.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. Motion carries on 3 reappointments.
Okay, next we have the Construction Trade Advisory and Appeals Board. There are 9 vacancies representing the following categories: 1 master plumber, 1 HVAC technician, 1 plumber contractor, 1 general contractor, 1 HVAC contractor, 1 Texas professional land surveyor, 1 master electrician, 1 electrical contractor, and 1 engineer architect. So at this time, staff recommends postponing the master electrician, electrical contractor, and Texas professional land surveyor positions for further recruitment. So that leaves us with 6 positions to fill today. So Saul Esquivel, Ty Gentry, Brandon Harper, and Tommy A. Lee, they're seeking reappointment, and their attendance rates are in your packet.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to reappoint. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no.
Okay, so then we have 2 positions to fill today, the master plumber and the engineer architect.
I move to appoint I'd like to nominate John Hanslick. For what?
General contractor.
I'd like to nominate Brandon Harper and Nathan Smart.
Okay, but the categories we have open are master plumber and engineer architect. Yeah. Yes, so yeah.
What's your question, Councilman?
As I understand, it's for an architect and a master plumber. And the only 2 that are here are Gary Adams and Nathan Smart. Gary Adams being the architect and Nathan Smart being the master plumber.
So you nominate them?
So Nathan Smart has been nominated. I'll nominate Gary Adams for the architect position.
Okay, perfect. Yes, and Mr. Hins is not eligible.
I understand. I'll withdraw my nomination.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay. So we have the nomination. Who would like to make the motion?
Move to appoint Gary and Nathan.
Okay. Second. We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries.
Okay. So then we have the Corpus Christi Aquifer Storage and Recovery Conservation District. Section 88.1.024 of the Texas Special District Local Laws Code requires the City Council to confirm the election of officers annually. The board has elected the following officers and are seeking council confirmation: the President is Dan McGinn, the Vice President Bill Mahaffey, and the Secretary Jeff Edmonds.
Okay. Do we have a motion to?
I move for approval.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries.
Okay, last we have the Landmark Commission. There's 1 vacancy for the preferred but not required category of Realtor.
I'd like to nominate Sandra Meyer.
I'd like to nominate Karen Garza.
Any other nominations? Okay, we'll close nominations, and I'll start with Councilman Cantu.
Me? Okay. Sandra. Give me?
Yep.
Yes, Ms. Paxson, you're next.
She said Meyer.
Sandra Meyer.
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 Okay, Ms. Myers appointed. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Rebecca. And that concludes our board and committee appointments. We'll move on to consent. We'll move on to consent agenda. Are there any requests from council to pull an item for discussion, items 3 through 12? Do you want to look at 8 and 11? Number 7, 8, 11. Okay. With that, I'm going to go ahead and ask the public, is there any request from the public to make public comment on at this time? Okay, we'll close that public comment. 7, 8, and 11. I'm going to entertain a motion to approve consent agenda with the exception of items 7, 8, and 11.
I'll make a motion.
Okay.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. The motion carries. Item number 7 is a motion awarding a construction contract to KJM Commercial DBA as Victory Building Team of Corpus Christi for the Whitecap wastewater treatment plant operations. And who pulled that one? Councilman Hernandez, your question or comment?
Okay, I don't have a problem with who's selected or the process that's it, but I do have a question about some of the costs with this little over 5,000 square foot building that's going to be $700 a square foot, and the only thing that's in there is a lab. And then I went and looked at some of the cost associated with it, and there was $85,000 for paint, $400,000 for looks like for the HVAC system, $35,000 for ceramic tile. Help me kind of understand, why 5,000 square foot building costs $3.5 million or over $3.5 million.
Well, let me start with this, then I'm going to let Wes explain what we do in this building. This is consistent with what we've been seeing on our commercial construction projects. For example, the Fire Station 10 had a square foot cost of $746. Fire Station 8 was $732.
What was the square footage on those?
Those were in the order of 12,000, so a little over twice the size of this. Far South Police Substation was $808 a square foot, and Northwest Police Substation was $823 a square foat. So this was.
And you don't see anything wrong with us paying over $700 a square foot for essentially a building with no real mechanical, complex machinery associated with it?
Well, so if you're asking my opinion, so if you're asking what I want to pay, I'd rather pay $0. But what we do is we follow a procurement process that's full and open, and we had 5 bidders on this. They grouped fairly closely. All the bids came in below the engineer's estimate or architect's estimate, and so I feel like we've got competitive pricing on this. I don't see anything that is gold-plated here. It looks like it's very functional. We do have it in the IBC Risk 4 category, so it's designed to be survivable and operable and, like storm events. That probably has a little bit of a delta on the cost.
I understand commercial construction is higher than residential construction, but there are homes on Ocean Drive that cost less than this. And so this is where and this is going to go to the point I was making with trust funds versus impact fees. And we'll talk about that later, but I'd rather have a private sector solution than a government solution, because we always pay 3 times as much as what the building's actually going to be worth. And it is honestly embarrassing sitting here as voting on these things, that this is so expensive for a 5,000 square foot building. And I would expect to pay somewhere about $1.5 million for this thing, but wow, this is really expensive. Like I said, I don't know if there's gold flaking in this paint that we're using, but it seems like it. I don't know what we can do. Peter, is there anything we can do to try and help reduce some of this cost? Because, this is going to our wastewater expenditure, and we're borrowing money for this, and we have a consent decree that we have to pay for, and we're paying $700 a square foot.
Yes, Councilman. So as Jeff said, the city engineer, the probable cost estimate from an engineer was $4 million, and it's coming in about $350,000 less than the probable cost estimate. You can see, as Jeff said, there were 5 bidders, and really it comes down to the market. And the cost proposals for the 5 were pretty close, which means there's general agreement that this is what it takes to build a building like this. It is, I would admit, or would highlight, I don't know if we could show a picture, but it's on the water. It's right on the edge of a peninsula down there on the island. The current building, because of those conditions and probably less robust building, design is falling apart, literally. It's splitting at the seams and the corners, tiles are falling off the building. So these buildings, 50-year plus life cycle buildings, and it's not a home on Ocean Drive. It's a very different type of building, so it's the market. If we don't like the bid pricing, we can reject it and just not do the project.
And I've got a couple of clarifications.
Choice.
So the building it's replacing was actually built by Padre Island Investment Corporation back in 1974. So there's definite need to replace that facility. There are some additional things that when you just take the total cost of the project and you divide by the square footage, you're buying more than just the building itself. So there's site development here, there's paved parking, access driveways, there's parking there for, I believe, 19 vehicles. There's water line extension, fire hydrant, there's a sewer line extension. So there's site development costs that are, you normally pay in the cost of a lot if you're buying a house. So if you're just comparing it to like the construction cost of a house, you're missing the cost of
No, I'm fully aware that this is commercial construction, right? And you'd expect to pay twice as much or as you would for a house of similar size, right? Because you have to have all the conduit, your electrical run through conduit as opposed to just be open and exposed. There's lots of things in commercial construction. I'm assuming this is a concrete building too, right? Concrete structure. So there's an expectation that it's more expensive. It's just not, this expensive, right? I expect it to be half of this in terms of the per square foot cost, in line with a lot of some other commercial construction, but heck, this doesn't even include the cost of the property, right?
Correct.
So makes it worse. And just for the record, I did talk to Wes Nepkin here prior to this discussion, and we were kind of stating what some of these costs associated with it.
Yes, sir. Wesley Nebgen, Director of Water Systems Infrastructure. And as Jeff said, this project, we don't take these costs lightly. We don't take these CIP projects lightly, especially when it relates to the consent decree. This building, however, is in such a condition that it's starting to pose a safety issue to some of the staff that work in that building. If you look at the presentation, you can see the cracks in the wall. You can actually see daylight through the cinder block walls before we patched them at the facility. So this is something that's very badly needed on the island. Expectation of this building, as Jeff said, was functionality over really the cost. It's very simple, very straightforward. We did go with concrete walls to try to increase the life expectancy of this building, considering where it is. So all in all, I do believe it's a good design, simple design, but very functional.
Now, who is the designer?
Turner Ramirez.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
How much was the design? What did it cost us?
The design was, I have the CIP page.
I can get that for you. I don't have that.
You know, something you said was...
It's $290,000.
$290,000. Something y'all said was it's consistent in what we are doing. And I know this isn't y'all's fault. I know that. And it's hard to come up here and ask for this kind of money, and I get it. And I understand that you need the building. But it is very frustrating to see that a 5,000 square foot building is going to cost this. No more than is in it. And I know it's commercial too. This is ridiculous. All of these bidders, were they from Corpus? Did we have any from out of town?
Yes. Yes.
One was
four out of five, sorry.
Right.
4 out of 5 are from Corpus.
Yes.
That should tell us something too, because it's been accepted. We just do it. Whatever it is, we just say, okay, it's okay. And it's not okay. At some point, we're going to have to start looking at the prices, because our citizens can't afford this. Who in the world in their right mind spends this much money for 5,000 square foot? Only a government entity would do that.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm not ridiculing you or getting on to you. I'm frustrated because I think it's ridiculous. I just think it's ridiculous. What kind of roof is it?
The roof on the building is going to be it is a tile roof, I believe.
It's not actual tile.
It's to match the decor of the existing buildings in the area, but you want to speak to that real quick, Jeff?
When you tell me tile on a roof, that worries
Tile,
me.
but it's metal. It'll have the look of tile, which matches the other.
And you're sure it's not tile?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, how much is that roof about? I'm just curious, since you said tile, so that concerns me.
I'm sorry, I didn't have that on the tip of my.
Okay.
$141,000.
$141,000 for.
And what we were saying, this is the itemized breakdown that the contractor put on his bid, so.
It's $141,000 for the roof.
Yes.
Whoa, that's an expensive roof, isn't it? Okay, let me ask you one more question. I seem to see the same names over and over and over that get these bids. Victory's done a lot. They did a lot for the police station. I don't know how.
They've got both of those police substations.
Yeah, I don't know how good they are. Let me ask you, are they, do they do a lot of change orders?
So far, we haven't had any significant change order requests on either of the substations.
But as a group, do they do a lot of change orders?
In the past, they haven't done a lot of work with the city, so those are the two most recent projects that they're working on, and they're both underway, and we're satisfied with their performance on those.
Okay. Just want to know, because that's always a flag for me. If you do a lot of change orders, that means they're going to make way more money than what they bid it. So I'm hoping this is all this is.
Yeah, well, over our whole portfolio, we average about a little over 2% of contract value in change orders.
Okay.
Now, our target is try and stay under 3%, but that gives you an idea of what these are. And a lot of times they're negative, so that's when you average them all together. It's plus a little bit over 2%. And we send you all a quarterly report with all of those change orders.
And Jeff, I know it has to be frustrating for you too, because I know that if you were in the private sector, you wouldn't do that. If you owned a business, you wouldn't be paying this kind of money. So that's got to be very frustrating. And I know you can't get up here and say things, but it's got to be frustrating because I feel like the city is just getting fleeced.
I'm not sure I can agree with the premise there.
Oh, come on. You do agree it's too high. Will you admit that? Do you think that's too high for a 5,000 square foot building?
I've got to assume that it's a competitive price for the work that is included in the project. In fact, we've got 5 bidders. It's under the architect's estimate.
But I think it's something they get used to in this city is what I'm trying to say. But I appreciate your comments.
I would say if you're comparing apples to apples, I do not think that we're paying a significant delta. Now, there are things that we have to get like performance and payment bonds. Now, and private, you might not need to get that. We manage the construction very closely. So if a contractor is doing something for a private citizen, they might think, hey, we can cut corners on this. We can, cheapen what we deliver because they won't know the difference. They won't figure it out right away. But we're going to catch it. They know they're going to get held to complying with the letter of the contract and providing everything, the materials and workmanship that are called out for in the bid documents.
And we're in a position that we know we need to replace the building as well. And I'm sure they know that too. But I would be curious that we could check in some other cities and just to see, that would be a simple thing to do, see if some of the cities the same size we are in different areas, are they paying this kind of money for what they're building? Thank you.
Councilman Cantu.
Thank you, Mayor. What's inside this building? Just workers? Is there anything special inside?
Well, there's cubes for workers. There's a control room for the SCADA. There's a laboratory water quality laboratory, and that's got some chemical-resistant finishes and ventilation associated with it. And then there's restroom, locker room area.
You know, $400,000 for HVAC is pretty high for a 5,000 square foot building. I get that a lot of companies, y'all bid it out, five bids, whatever the case is, because they're so used to charging so much money to the city because we pay for it. I know there's a lot of small businesses out there who would love to build a building for us half the cost. But because we have so much red tape to get those people in here, you know, they get discouraged, you know? I talked to one contractor and he's like, I want to do work for the city, but man, they give us all this stuff to fill out and they want this and they want that. All we want to do is build a 5,000 square foot building. I mean, it just $3.6 million, it's a lot of money. And I know for sure they're going to have change orders. They always do. And it's going to end up being over $4 million for a 5,000 square foot building, like office space. I mean, blows my mind is just go put some damn trailers out there and nice trailers, office trailers, and call it a day. I mean, that's a lot of money. I support you guys. I support, the water department. I understand, I support the employees. They want to be in a nice building. I get it. But paying $3.6 million plus is ridiculous. And I will vote no on this project today because I'm not going to, how am I going to explain to the public that we just spent $3.6 million?
The SCADA controls had the technology installed to be able to control the plant and optimize its efficiency throughout. However, the building wasn't included in those upgrades. Now that we're moving forward, that's one of the things this building will have in it is those the controls and the I&E tech to be able to control that. In addition, the laboratory is crucial for any wastewater treatment facility. Wastewater treatment is considered by many to be much more difficult than water treatment, simply because it's both chemical and biological. So you have to do continuous testing on the water, not only coming in, but going out as well, to ensure that we're meeting our permit requirements. And that's why the laboratory is also so important in these buildings. But sorry.
Big words, Wes, big words. Hey, I just want to say thank you for letting me take a tour of the building. Mayor, I'll tell you, it's not going to make it through a hurricane. I mean, it was really interesting. By the way, the folks that gave me the tour, great employees. They do a great job. So please pass on that I appreciated their time when they probably should have been, doing what they do. So that's all. My sense is, I got a couple things. One, it's below the engineer's estimate. I know several of the bidders. I don't know all of them, but I think they're wonderful people. So the fact that they were close together, I don't want to spend a lot of money, but I was alarmed at the condition of the building and believe it needs to be replaced. So I'll vote yes.
Councilman Barrera.
Thank you, Mayor. First off, I think it's overly simplistic and not responsible just to imply that it's a 5,000 square foot building. It's more than a 5,000 square foot building. It's not a warehouse. It's not. It's not a warehouse. It's not a house on Ocean Drive. It's not. It's comparing apples to oranges. Not even apples to oranges. Maybe apples to blueberries. I mean, it's just so far off the thing. Or maybe apples to a hot dog. Is just way so far off. I mean, if you look at the bid tabulations, there's thermal and moisture protection, masonry, the structural concrete is about $2 million. That's correct?
Yes, sir.
So right then and there, and that's a requirement that we have because of the location that is designed for a risk category 4. That this building is essential in the event because this is where we do all our testing. The challenges that we've had before with all the TCEQ requirements, all the requirements that we have to remain compliant as for wastewater is essential of what we need. And how long was the service life? You said since 1974, a building that we acquired?
Yes, sir. That's
So
correct.
we went through a process basically where we've tightened our belt for 52 years. For 52 years. So I want to commend you, nobody's been here 52 years, right? You're 54, right? 54 or 55?
More than that, but I haven't.
You wear it well. You wear it well.
Thank you.
So my point is that now we're going to reward our staff who's extended the service life of a facility. And when this is very important, because this is required by the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality to maintain a certain standard for our citizens. And now, because we don't understand how it works, and the 9 laymen want to suggest how we should go around our processes. I know that I saw all the bidders, all the ones that are local, I know are highly qualified, and they come up with the same price. I mean, the thing is that it's not marble countertops. It's not marble countertops. It's not all the luxuries that somebody would want to have in their home. These are requirements that we need to have so that way we can be compliant and we can ensure the safety and the well-being of the citizens that we serve. So it's just a political punchline to be able to say we can't afford this. So the thing is that we have professional engineers, we have professional architects that we employ, so that way they can put us in this position, and we have well-qualified the insurance and bonding and so on is about $250,000. I would think that we wouldn't, hey, I'm a small business owner, and I understand the challenges of the small business owner. My employees made more money than I did last year. So I understand those challenges. But the thing is that we have a responsibility to our citizens to do things, to be prudent, to do it right, and to understand that there's certain requirements. Unfortunately, we're required to do that. So obviously I support this, and I thank you for all this. One other quick question, and I got a minute and a half left, and I promise I won't use it all. Is this in the capital budget?
Yes, it is, Councilman.
Yes.
So once again, I want to remind my colleagues, if you have an issue with regard to when we're going through the capital improvement program, to review that information, because that's the time. This money has already been budgeted, and we've already gone through the extensive process of procurement, of designing. We've already spent the money to design it. We've gone through the procurement process. We've had staff put all this together so that way they could bring it to us. And all of a sudden, we're questioning and comparing it to a house on Ocean Drive. I'm sorry. That's just political posturing. Campaign season's here already. All right. So once again, I support this.
Councilwoman Paxson.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, it's an expensive property. No, nobody's really happy to spend that much. I mean, maybe Roland might be happy about it, but I don't think genuinely happy about it. I think the premise is it's expensive. I'll couple that statement with my opinion that's a system that I know I've talked at length with our engineering department about, and it's going to take more than one meeting and one item to fix that system. There's issues when we go out for qualifications. There's issues in our procurement processes. It's a bigger process that we need to fix in order to get these price drivings down. I am curious, this is something that the island needs, of course, and that's my district. I mean, the building, everybody who has been there knows that it's basically falling apart. We take severe weather and environmental challenges out there, and so it does need repaired. When we issued the project documents for this, were the materials consistent with what we detailed, or were these areas that we could perhaps say maybe there's some cost savings in some of those, if that makes sense?
Let me see if I understand the question. Are you looking for some kind of post-award looking for some savings on this, or?
I presume when we were to bid it out that we had certain specifications that we needed, whether that was by space, whether that was by number of rooms, whether that went down to the details on which type of material we would like it to be spec'd out.
Oh, no, this is full-blown construction drawings. You know, every aspect of this is called out in excruciating detail, and the plans and the specifications.
Okay, so it's we asked for this material and they bid that out?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. That helps me make sure that all of our bidders are on the same.
They are all bidding on the same set of documents.
Okay, thank you so much. Then my next concerns is actually with this whole property. Last year, we had an issue out there where I had constituents reaching out because it is on the tip of Whitecap. And I had to reach out to several team members because the landscaping, we've got trees out there, we've got different things out there, and they were fading. No one was maintaining them. So the upkeep of the property was not being maintained to a good standard. They went out, they fixed it that one time that I reached out last year, and I was told by the constituents, you know, thank you, they took care of it. But it doesn't seem like it was kept up. And unfortunately, recently, those same individuals have reached out and now have had to say they took care of it once and let it all go back down. So something that's consistent with our packet is we were maintaining the property to the bare standard. There wasn't any measures in place, of course, because we assumed an old property, but there wasn't those ongoing maintenance mechanisms in there. So to me, I'm interested in hearing that we have a plan for the building and the property, because my experience so far has been very difficult in finding a home for who's maintaining the property. If I reach out to Parks and Recs, they say that's water. If I reach out to water, they say we don't have the budget for maintaining the grounds. So now we're going to put a big building in there and invest a lot in it. It needs done, but I'm concerned because so far in a year, this has been a problem to me.
Sure, great question. It's actually, the property at the end of Whitecap is not just the wastewater plant itself. It's actually 4 separate properties that are maintained by 4 separate entities, and the Padre Island Yacht Club.
But everything in the fence is CCW.
Inside the fence of the wastewater treatment plant, yes, it's CCW. So if it is inside the fence, but we are also, I'm curious to know what wasn't being maintained. I would like to know the issues.
Specifically, when boaters are passing, they can see the shrubs and the bushes and the trees, the landscaping that are on that side, because there's a yacht club and then the dog park and then the treatment plant. They went out, they cleaned all that up, and it was allowed to all deteriorate again. And now what their eyes were was now we invested in fixing it, so we put new landscaping. That was a cost. And then it all deteriorated again.
I'm out there quite a bit. I'll have to look at it more closely and I'll report back to you. But the last time I was there, the shrubs, the oleanders that were planted along the fence are still there, still growing. It's a great drought-resistant plant that works well on the island. They do require every couple of years to go back and just kind of prune them to keep them from taking over the fence where our fence is.
I would check on the water side for boating pass.
Yes.
And those are details, but to me, it's important that the details are thought of because we want to maintain a big investment, especially if this is something we need and we're going to commit to.
Right.
The second item was we have that dog park there, and there was an invasive plant species that I got a hold of Parks and Recs. They're super responsive. They came out and cleared it out, but it had jumped through the fence to W. Couldn't get any help on that. Nobody had a budget. Nobody had a place. Yeah, it was in CCW's
Yeah,
property.
That's a legacy project. So there's an interlocal agreement, a group of
I don't mean the dog part. I'm sorry to interrupt. So
Okay.
that was cleaned up by Parks and Recs and the dog parks.
Right.
Where we hit problem was what I'm trying to articulate is there's a gap in this maintenance standard once we hit the fence and cross over. Somebody needs to be responsible.
We are, and Wes will check it out, as he said, and we'll see if there's an issue.
I can resend you the emails that say we don't have a team or a budget for that. So we need to put something in place so that we're maintaining all of it.
Let us have Wes check it out, and like he said, he's there quite frequently. We'll get current conditions, and then we'll report back.
That to me is going to be super important, especially with the location and the care of this property.
We agree. Councilwoman.
Councilman Hernandez.
Is the SCADA build-out part of this construction cost?
The SCADA controls room is, yes, sir.
So no,
The server room.
all the SCADA infrastructure associated with it, or is that a separate expense?
So I want to make sure I understand that you and I.
Well, yeah, I mean, you have.
Because the PLCs, you have controls that are actually at the treatment processes themselves. So at the headworks.
So
at
yeah, I mean,
Sandy
like all
Grid.
the servers and stuff like that you would have in the building.
We would have that in the building, plus the computer systems that control it, and then the background programming as well inside.
That's separate from this construction.
No, that's part of this.
So
That will be.
They're going to install all the servers
Yes.
and computer equipment. And
Yes, and the fiber needed to go to those systems to be able to control it. And in-house staff, of course, we have our own I&E technicians where this is where it's great. Once you get this built out, we can actually expand our I&E capabilities using in-house staff, install new technologies, be able to do more at the plant.
Okay, so, I don't fault the contractors because they're going on a set of plans, but if the plans are so expensive on what they're bidding, because they're all pretty close, consistent in terms of what they were bidding on, did we review the plans to make sure they weren't, why the metal tiles on the roof? As opposed to?
It's a formed metal roof is what it is.
So it's a formed metal roof? It's not individual metal tiles?
No, sir. It's hard to explain. It's like a formed metal roof that's been coated, has a not a weather-resistant, corrosion-resistant coating on it. Because of the location. So
I just,
sorry.
Just looking at it from a perspective of, construction and buildings and stuff where, there's similar structures built by other organizations, it doesn't amount to these kind of expenses. And,
Yes.
Far to be my fellow council member to trust everything that comes in front of him.
Yeah.
It's hard. This is very difficult. And
I
don't know, have you done value engineering or
We
design?
eliminated during the process, of course, we're using low-grade tile. You'll see areas that are actually just coated concrete instead of actually putting any sort of flooring down. We eliminated the flooring, just going to coat the concrete. In addition, like I said, there's only one office in the building. We pretty much left it open so that we saved on electrical. We saved on that. It's mostly cubicles throughout the building that staff will use to be able to record, input data, areas like that. The one area that is you do have to plan for on the island is the corrosive nature, like I brought up a minute ago. I know the AC system and the mechanical system. After our conversation, I reached out, talked to some folks. One of the reasons on the mechanical system, they said it's going to have a lot of stainless steel parts on the intake, places like that you wouldn't see necessarily inland more, but because of the location, you're going to see much more stainless steel out there.
Well, and I understand when contractors bid on stuff, sometimes they put costs in different areas that were different from other bidders. Like you had one bidder put $236 million for the HVAC system. Another one put 400. Another one put 209. And honestly, you put stuff, in different places.
Yeah, I would like to make a comment on that. So we are in the process of changing a little bit the way that we bid that. So in my opinion, we had too much detail on that. And we're going to compress that and just start bidding it by the category rather than have that breakdown. So what you saw, a lot of the items that were called out, they put $0 in there because they asked a sub to give them a quote on the mechanical. And they get
No, I get that.
Subs wait till the last minute, they give them a price, and it's all of those items, so they have to say, okay, which item do I put it in?
I made that assumption. I made the assumption that it was kind of bundled together.
Yeah, and we want to, this is too much detail, so we're looking at basically condensing that down, and I'm thinking, like a dozen pay items feels about right. If it's going to 3 pages, that's too much detail.
Well, it does give us some visibility to how these bids look at.
It does, but it can also skew it because one contractor might spread it across all the items or another would put it all in one item under that category.
Man, you have to make it difficult for us, Jeff, man, I tell you. All right, thank you.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
Real quick, Mayor. Did we have to purchase land for this building, or did we have it? We did it, and we had it?
No, this is on the existing
Okay, so-
wastewater treatment plant site.
So are y'all tearing it down? I mean, the other building, you're tearing it down. Do we have a cost on that? You don't have to give it to me, just an estimate off the top of your head. $15,000? I know that's wrong.
Probably $3 million.
You can tell me later. It's okay. It doesn't matter. I'm just curious. But I will just say this to Roland. Please don't preach to us. I don't care if it's a CIP project. If we want to come back and check it before we even bid on, when we bid on stuff, we get to do that. That's being proactive. So don't tell us we can or can't. This is the way it should be doing. And don't you start telling us about political posturing, sir. Thank you.
Councilman Roy.
Thank you. I want to ask a question. As far as, I think what was indicated before, is this a turnkey project? In other words, there were some questions about all the things. Does this price include everything that needs to go into it so that the day that it's completed, you open the door, you walk in, and everything's there?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. I wanted to make sure that, number one, the public understood that, and that I understood that. Another question is, if the cost of the build is less, let's just say, because it does happen, I think it's happened in a couple projects recently, if the cost of the build is less, do they automatically get the amount that they bid on, or is it basically you're going to look at receipts and you're going to look at everything and you're going to reimburse based on what was spent, right?
Well, this is what we call a hard bid job.
So it is a hard.
So there are typically some allowances that we put in. If those are not used, those return to us. There are also the potential for substitutions. You know, if the contractor comes and says, look, I'd rather use these carpet tiles instead of the ones you call out, and if it's for contractor convenience, typically we're saying, okay, and what kind of credit do we get for that change? And if we view this favorably, we'll do a deductive change order and allow that substitution. Sometimes it's no value change. Sometimes it's an increase, but there's reconciliation as you go. If you're doing something for contractor convenience, you're typically looking for consideration as well.
Okay, so this is a hard cost. The other thing what I looked at, and I wanted to kind of share, is that I took a look at what commercial buildings as a whole cost. And I didn't look at just the coastal bend area. I looked nationwide and what the cost per square foot was. And, you know, it's interesting that you had 5 bidders on this. And based on the 5,000 square feet, they are actually within at least what was provided, what is the actual cost right now. But one of the things I wanted to make sure I understand is that you're tearing down the old building. What are you doing for the infrastructure? So in other words, I'm assuming you're going to put a new building in. What are you doing as far as from the street in? I know that you said you had to do the parking lot. It has 19 stalls, right? What are you doing though? I'm sure are you changing new pipe, or I mean, you're not going to just hook into the old stuff, right?
Well, it's in a different location. So
it's in a different location. So that means you're going to have to put all new plumbing, all new, basically, to that new.
Yes.
I'm just trying to understand, because I heard somebody earlier talk about apples to apples, apples to oranges. I want to just make sure I understand the scope of this project.
Yes, sir.
I mean, I can read it, but it's easier for you to, and I did read it, but I want you to summarize that, especially for the public.
Right, and essentially, the existing building is going to stay in place and continue to be used. We can't demo the existing building until the next building is in place. So that's why the new location will have, like Jeff was saying, all new all new sewer, all new water, the fire hydrant, the parking lot, and when the existing, and then when that's finished, the old building will be demoed, the water lines removed, the sewer line removed.
Yeah. I think that's important for everybody to understand, because I was thinking about a couple of projects that we had in the past. One of them was when we were talking about animal control, and we were talking about, remember building that parking lot over on the side and what the cost of that was going to be, and we were kind of in sticker shock on that. So now we're basically, I mean, this is going to have new everything. It's going to have new infrastructure, brand new parking lot, brand new building. It's going to be basically set up so that it is turnkey, so that the computers, everything needed to operate is controlled in this cost. Because I know part of it as a commercial banker, when we build a building, 9 times out of 10, we build the building and the cost is the shell. And then whoever, like if we do a retail center and that, like, you know, I have the 46,000 square foot building that I financed on Cimarron and Airline, when you take a look at that building, then the tenants are the ones that came after that and spent the money to build it out.
Right.
And most of the time, we don't see the cost of that, because depending on who the tenant is, they can get really elaborate or it can be really cheap, you know. And it was interesting because one of the things I saw, that nail salons and how they're set up, it was actually, that build was a lot more expensive than a physician's office that went into the same retail center. I say all that because I just want to make sure that I'm comfortable. So I see that basically it's within the national average. We're getting new infrastructure. It is turnkey. Do I wish locally that we had more companies that could bid? You know what I mean? I mean, how many, for the most part, how many architects do we have typically in this city?
I'm going to say about half a dozen that are doing work for the city.
And the same thing when it goes to contractors too. I mean, local contractors.
Yeah, I'd say there's more that do the civil stuff, roadways.
Yeah, and everybody has a specialty
stuff.
Yeah, so, okay.
But 4 of the 5 were local.
So it's, you know, it's interesting because a lot of times the public ask us and they say, okay, you want to make sure you use local, right? In this case, you said you had 4 out of 5 that bid local, right?
Yeah, now I can't take any credit for that. I mean, we publicly advertise this. People can bid on it from wherever.
No, but I'm just saying right now in this project, it was bid, and for the majority of it was local, right?
Yes, sir.
I think that's important because, I mean, a lot of times we're sitting up here and I'm going to say darn, because that's not a swear word, but we're darned if we do, if we darned if we don't, because we're using local contractors like people want us to. And if we don't, if we would have bid this out to Dallas and Houston, California, whatever the case is, and we came in, people would have been saying, oh, okay, what are you doing there? So that's all I had.
Make a motion.
Perfect time. A motion and a second. I'm going to go ahead and open public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on item number 7?
That makes sense.
Rachel Caballero, D1. This is the part why the community does not have any faith in our local government. We're rewarding people who have done business with other people who have admitted to forging federal documents to get an additional $2 million in their projects. We are accepting the same contractors who always put in change orders, who have the same ties to the same groups of politicians. This is a repeated record that we continuously go through. This is why when out-of-towners come here and they say, man, this looks like a third world country. This Corpus Christi has so much potential. All of our money is going into corruption. This is too much. The council's being put in a very precarious situation because they know it's too much, but they need the solution for their area. And community, we wake up. We have to vote these people out and get better representation, better city staff. Why isn't the developer here pleading his case? Why is the city staffer doing it? This is insanity.
Anyone else? Okay, we're closing public comment on item number 7. We have motion and a second. Everyone, please submit your vote. Oh. The motion carries unanimously. Okay, we are going to break, if it's 2:50, we're going to break for 30 minutes. We're really taking 30 minutes for lunch, and then we're going to come right back and start on item number 8, which was pulled, and number 11 that was pulled, and then we'll go into public hearings. So we will return in 30 minutes. Hello, Mr. Bass. Okay, we're going to go ahead and resume our meeting. We are on item number 8 was pulled, and I think that was Councilman Hernandez. This is a motion authorizing change order number 2 for SR Trident, Inc. of Gregory for the People's Boardwalk Project. Oh, it was not you. Who was that? It was you. Okay, Councilwoman Vaughn, not Gill. Put your light on. Yeah.
We had a lot of change orders. Is this the only one?
Well, this is the second one.
Okay.
It's several items that were rolled into this change order.
Okay.
So here's the story. So there's 3 main items that are part of this change order. 2 of the items were discovered when they started demolition. They found out that the structure down at Harrison's Landing was not as anticipated, and that Harrison's Landing was supported by some of the piles that were scheduled to be demolished and replaced. So we had to make some changes to the design to separate the boardwalk from Harrison's Landing. Also during demolition, they noticed that there were some bulkhead failures, and it was mining soil out from under the bulkheads, and our construction manager directed them to go ahead and correct that. At that time, it made sense to do that. That was additional work. The third thing, when they started driving piles, they were hitting debris that was causing the piles to deflect, and they'd have to pull the pile out and restart it. And they put us on notice early on that this was a differing site condition claim. We agreed that there was entitlement, and then there was after they got through it and they were able to ask for a certain dollar amount, there was negotiation over that. We've reached the point where our owner's authorized representative is in agreement with pricing. We feel like there's entitlement, but of course the amount is above what we have staff authorization to approve, so that's why we're here, to get council approval. So this is a little bit worse than we typically do. Like I said in the last item, we target to be under 3% on change orders. This one will take this project to just above 13% of contract value. If there's any good news, the good news is that this is still about $1.2 million below what was programmed in the CIP for construction.
Okay, good. Okay, thank you. Motion to approve.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. Would anyone, I'm going to open public comment. Would anyone in the audience like to make comment on item number 8? Okay, there being no one, we're closing public comment. Please submit your vote. The motion carries. And the last item pulled was item 11, and this is an ordinance accepting a payment of $75,000 from the Corpus Christi Housing Authority to support procurement of professional services to develop a housing needs assessment. And I believe that is, did you want to say a word? Or
no?
Okay, so I'd just like to bring up Mr. Ren Bass to make comment. Yeah, Jennifer, you're good.
Nope, that's.
Yes.
Mr. Ren Bass is the new CEO of the Housing Authority. He has been the Chief Financial Officer at the Housing Authority for several years. We're very excited to be working with Mr. Bass and starting a new partnership on the housing study. So thank you for coming.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, City Council members, City Manager. Ren Bass, District 5, Corpus Christi. I am the new CEO and President of the Corpus Christi Housing Authority, and I stand before you humbled and honored that our board has entrusted me with the responsibility of leading one of the most essential organizations that is at a such critical time involving affordable housing and homelessness. And you know, the Corpus Christi Housing Authority exists to provide one of the most essential public services in this city: safe, decent, affordable housing for families and seniors and veterans and individuals who depend on us for stability and support. Behind every unit and every voucher and every program, there are residents who simply want the same thing: a safe place to call home and to build a better future. My primary reason before you today is to thank you for the city's contribution to supporting the housing, to support the procurement of professional services for the developing a housing needs assessment and toolkit. Each organization has provided $75,000. This housing needs assessment and toolkit is the first step in helping this community understand the housing need and find data-driven solutions. Additionally, I would like to thank the Housing Authority for the $1.4 million in tenant-based rental assistance funding to support housing vouchers that will help more families. That investment alone will make a real and meaningful difference in the lives of our residents and our community. Today, the Housing Authority waiting list exceeds 30,000 applicants, a clear reminder of the significant demand of affordable housing in the city. The study that you are considering will help us provide additional information and a strategic insight for the necessary bringing together the leadership, housing providers, community partners to work together to effectively come up with solutions. I am committed to working collaboratively with the city, with the county, school district, nonprofits, and community organizations to develop meaningful and thoughtful, sustainable solutions and to expand affordable housing and reduce homelessness. So on behalf of the Corpus Christi Housing Authority, I want to thank you, City Council, you, Mayor, you, City Manager, for your leadership, partnership, and continued commitment to help the residents of this great city. So together we can build a stronger communities and ensure that everyone can live within the sparkling city by the sea in safe, affordable, and stable housing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bass. We appreciate that very much. We really do. We appreciate you being here as well. And this is a great item, so thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Motion to approve.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Would anyone in the audience like to make public comment on item number 11? Okay, the motion, public comment is closed. Please submit your vote. Okay, the motion carries. Moving on to section K, public hearings, items 13 through 15. Item number 13 is zoning case number ZN 8771, Jason Luby, District 2.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Yvette Wallace, Interim Director of Development Services. Today we'll be presenting a zoning case ZN 8771 submitted by applicant Jason Luby. So this request involves a property located at 2409 Biola Avenue, which is within District Number 2. The applicant is requesting to rezone the property from RS6 Single Family Residential to CN1, which is Neighborhood Commercial, with a special permit. This request is intended to allow the limited commercial activities that have been ongoing at this property and aligns with the neighborhood scale development. And just before I go on to the next slide, just a little bit of background between the CN1 and the general commercial and why we went with the special permit. So for a CN, a neighborhood commercial, it allows lower intensity uses such as multifamily hotels, offices, medical uses, and restaurants up to 5,000 square feet. A general commercial is going to have a more intensive use and could allow a bar, a nightclub, or a lounge. And the automotive portion that Mr. Luby has been operating there since 1953 is technically considered general commercial. So as a compromise and to keep the integrity of the neighborhood, we thought a special permit allowing those specific units, but having the neighborhood commercial as a buffer would be best approach. So the subject property is 0.76 acres in area and consists of multiple lots. The current zoning is RS6 with established date of 1951 annexation. The applicant's proposed use includes indoor and outdoor storage and light vehicle service. The property is within the Bayside Area Development Plan, which was adopted December the 10th of 2024. The future land use designation is medium density residential, which does not specifically recommend commercial zoning. The current rezoning is RS6, a single family district that was duplicate. Although the flume does not call for commercial, the applicant is requesting a low intensity commercial designation that is more compatible with nearby development than other commercial options. As part of the required notification process, 34 notices were mailed within the 200 feet of the subject property. No notices were mailed outside of the 200-foot buffer zone. We did receive 2 opposition notices, which represents 6.48% of the weighted land area. The neighborhood opposition cites traffic, existing conditions of Biola Avenue, homeless, and crime as factors. We received 0 notices of support. The overall opposition remains well below the 20% threshold that would require supermajority vote. Our staff analysis finds the following. The request is inconsistent with the flume. However, the CN district is among the lowest intensity commercial districts and is often used to provide neighborhood serving uses in areas transitioning or adjacent to residential neighborhoods. Although the plan does not designate commercial uses here, the applicant's request is less intensive than what is allowed in the CG districts, and the special permit allows us to tailor conditions to protect nearby residents. The request is compatible with existing surrounding zoning patterns, which include a mix of residential and commercial uses along Biola Avenue. For these reasons, staff recommends approval of the rezoning to CN1 with a special permit. We did work with the applicant, Mr. Luby, to come up with the special permit conditions. So there are use limitations. Only indoor storage warehouse, indoor and outdoor vehicle storage, vehicle sales, and light vehicle service would be allowed beyond what the CN allows by right. The hours of operation would be 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. daily, and then a 10-foot buffer yard would be required where the property is adjacent to residential uses. This buffer yard exists today. A 1-year time limit applies for securing permits or a certificate of occupancy. Otherwise, the special permit would expire, and staff will be assisting in granting a CO for the existing building that was constructed in 1953. These conditions will help ensure the use remains orderly and compatible with neighboring homes. I just want to show the site images here that date back to 2004. The images prior to 2004 are very grainy and hard to see, but this building has been in place since 1951. And as you can see, it has remained in place every year since then. And the imagery show 2004, 2011, and 2022 most currently. This concludes the presentation. I stand by to address any questions, and the applicant is present today.
Thank you. Councilwoman Paxson.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you very much for helping between the last time we discussed this and now to come up with a solution that works for everybody. If my understanding is correct, essentially what has been taking place at that property is not changing. We're just updating the zoning
Correct. So
And there's some
the uses-
parameters.
The uses were already existing since 1953. There has been automotive repair on that site. It could be equipment repair, and there's been an occasional sale of a vehicle that was in the ownership of the Loopies. So they've been maintaining that use consistently since it was annexed and since the property was constructed in 1953.
Okay, okay. I know we had one resident come up and say some concern with putting business in that area. But I do think that this was something pre-existing. That's not the intentions of this zoning.
Correct, and I don't want to speak for Mr. Levy, but I did have multiple conversations with him, and he intends to keep this property in the family with no additional arrangements or selling of the property to develop it in this time. And again, not wanting to speak for Mr. Luby, but Mr. Luby has made it very clear that this property is in his family to use for their own recreational purposes of restoring vehicles, restoring equipment, and then the occasional sale of those vehicles and or equipment.
Okay, perfect. I appreciate that. My only other comment would be whoever built that building, I wish they were still around, because we just spent almost 45 minutes talking about $4 million on another building, and this one's been here for a while, and it's still holding. See, you have a phone number.
I would agree. Since 1953, the building is in great condition.
Yes, well, it's a good testament to taking care of things in the right way and they last. So thank you for your patience, Mr. Luby, and thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, thank you for getting this kind of fixed. I understand that there's residences around this property, but you can't, I think what we did, unfortunately, is downzone a property that was being utilized, and it wasn't us, happened a long time ago, but I don't think they were ever aware of that. Do we have any records of any official notices that were sent to the Lubies for the zoning way back when?
Unfortunately, the information wasn't readily available, and in discussion with Mr. Luby, they weren't aware that it wasn't zoned
Okay, and I understand that things were done differently back then.
Yeah.
We're not going to try and fix what happened in the past, but by downgrading somebody's property, you basically change the value of that property. So that we can't do that. We're not supposed to do that, right? You guys are well aware of this. So I appreciate you taking the time to figure this out, to make it commercial neighborhood, which doesn't allow, heavy intense commercial usage like on the frontage on Ayers. There's concerns about the width of that road, right? That might be, it's basically a county road. It's not really a city street the way we classify them. So all that being said, he's not going to change the usage of the property. It's been like that for forever and a day, I guess, since the 50s. And so I think if we can make sure those buffers are in place so it doesn't affect the local neighborhood, and he continues to use it as the property as it has been for the last 70 years. So I make a motion to approve.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
Just a quick one. I had a couple emails on this, so two people do matter. Their opinion matters, and they were concerned about the traffic. So has the traffic increased? I'm sure it's not because of his business, but Viola Road's not really a county road, right? Gil, you just said that. It's a city road, correct? Yes. Okay, so do y'all foresee anything there with the traffic?
So has Mr. Luby's use contributed to the excessive traffic? No. And that's in discussion with Mr. Luby. It's very minimal that they bring vehicles in or equipment in or have somebody visit their site. Could the traffic on Viola be used extensively now because of the reconstruction of Ayers or people finding different routes? Absolutely.
And that's my question. So that is just something that we have done because of Ayers and all of that. It has nothing to do with his business.
It could have easily been that Ayers was under construction for quite some time, and Mr. Luby will attest to that, and even using his property as a laydown yard for that construction.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second on the item?
There was no second.
A second.
Thank you.
There is a second now. And we're going to go ahead and open public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on item number 13?
Again, thank you for,
Ms. Trevino, right, are you Julie? You spoke at during public comment.
Yes.
So we have a rule in place that if you speak, you can speak during public comment or when the item comes up, but not both times.
oh, I did not know that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Just want to make you aware.
thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Trevino. Okay, so we have a motion and a sec. Oh, anyone else? Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Valentin Garcia, from Corpus Christi. And I'm here to speak on behalf of a lot of the residents that are adjacent to the property being questioned. We are against it, I guess, but if I've understood it correctly, Mr. Luby plans to keep the property the way it is. We're understanding that, who's to say that once he gets his yes to his rezoning, that will change, even though there are, from what I hear, specifications of what he can or cannot do. Most of our residents there are, I guess you call it old school. There's some seniors there. Like my mother lives right across the street from me. My property is right adjacent to his. If that were to change, if he was to change his way of what he's doing now, of course that would increase, traffic through our thing. And as the gentleman said, our street looks like a county road. Yes, it's paved, but we have no sidewalks, no curbs, there's ditches. If somebody would, take the time or somebody visit somebody there close to his property, I mean, they park at the edge of the road, that bit nearly blocks the whole street. Now, business being open there with more traffic coming in, I mean, that's unsafe. Okay? And two, who knows how much of traffic it would create through our street. As it is, we already have it bad that people go from Ayers through our street to get to Galahar. I mean, children live, and we have children that live on the street. I mean, I know it's not right, but sometimes they'll get out there playing ball in the middle of the street, traffic just going by. Bad thing is there's no speed limit signs on there. Traffic they just zoom through there. Okay, there's no control of that. Our worry is, like I said, just like other residents, is that if a business does open up, big or small, it will create more traffic. Okay, it will be unsafe. It'll cause safety issues, and that's what we're looking at. And depending also what business may be open, if he decides to let someone open a business. I mean, businesses, at some point in time, and it does draw criminal element. Kids, teenagers, others will break in. Okay, to go that. Like I said, property is right adjacent to him. Who's to say that somebody comes in to break in, jump the fence, come into my yard? Okay, I don't want that. And that would be a fear of mine, as long as my fear that, like I said, my mother lives right across the street from me. She's alone. Who said they won't go from yard to yard or whatever it is, or, see, okay, well, you know what, I like that house, let me see what's over there, I'll break in there at night. Okay, that is our concern of that being changed. We would like for it to stay a resident zoning. I mean, there's new houses being built on our street. Our street is, as far as residents, it is growing. Okay, he made a comment that if he didn't get zoned, he would do what a Section 8. But he said that would be bad for us. What is that saying? That what, low-income individuals are bad? No. Okay. I guess status-wise, I'm considered a low-income individual. I'm not bad. I'm not a criminal.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else?
Am I allowed to speak?
Yes. Right after. Well, yeah. Hang on, Mr.
Evening. My name is Adna Munoz, and I also live in the neighborhood. I live with my dad, and we're a third-generation family, and I don't agree with the rezoning. If we get it done, who's going to say that the traffic isn't going to be worse than it already is? And like my neighbor said, we do have family there. We do have kids that play. And another issue is the construction, if to get done, it's hard to get into our houses. As it is, when they do work on the roads there to patch up holes, we can't even get in. We got to park further down. So I'm voting no on the rezoning. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, sir.
The traffic that goes through there, most of that fast traffic is people avoiding the light at Ayers and Galahar, and they turn and go down Viola Street and go back in.
Sir, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to interrupt. Can you state your name for the record, sir?
Jason Luby.
Thank you.
And I've noticed that myself, but I don't know what the remedy is. We thought it was dangerous for us, but and the only area there, Mr. Garcia said that they don't have any curbs and gutters. Well, we have a drain pipe that runs right along our property. Mr. Garcia parks his car there, and that's the only improved part of that street. There's no ditch. It has a pipe in it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Luby. Is there anyone else that would like to make comment on item number 13? Okay, we'll close public comment. Councilwoman Paxson.
Thank you. Is there something we can, it sounds to me like this, that makes perfect sense for people to be avoiding the traffic light. And by all accounts, this property is not going to really change in nature from what it's been for over 50 years. So if this property is not going to change in its nature, and in effect, we're having him updated. It's not that he's pursued and updated zoning to us. We need him to update it. So if the traffic light is causing unsafe traffic in that area, and again, that's potential. Of course, we haven't done a traffic study or something. That's something I'm glad is being brought up right now because it needs its own set of attention.
Yeah, Councilwoman, I was trying to see if there was a map here in the attachments, but we'll have Ernesto Delgado, our Public Works Director, assess the situation, and we can see what we can do.
Because we have similar roads out throughout our district. There's no sidewalks.
Right.
There's nothing. And so any kind of pedestrians, when there's traffic going through at high speeds, it becomes incredibly unsafe. And so I sympathize with that area, but I don't want to slight the property that we are telling needs to be in compliance.
Right. Well, we can, I'm not sure if the department worked with Public Works or not, but we can look at it. Mm-hmm.
And then quick question. I know that the applicant, Mr. Luby, he said he's not intending to do any kind of development or anything at this time, so we're not changing the nature of the property. But should the property change hands in the future? Is there a protection over this to where we'd reevaluate this for those residents to protect their interests, to keep that traffic low in this residential area?
So it's a great question. So the special permit it has restrictions in it. So at any time, if the use that's currently granted in the special permit discontinues for greater than 6 months, then it reverts back to the base zoning of the neighborhood commercial.
Okay.
So it's not going to allow those general commercial uses.
Okay, so that is the first mechanism, but that's the first of several to protect the residents.
Correct. And as any new commercial development were to come in, of course, they have to address certain infrastructure improvements as part of development process.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Miles pulled up the street map, so it does appear to be a little more unusual in terms of a cut-through street. So we can, I'm not the engineer, but I'm noticing you could probably put a couple of mid-block stop signs. But we'll have Ernie, as I said, look into it and see what we can do to mitigate. If this is true, that there's high volume traffic at high speeds, there's ways we can mitigate that.
Right.
Mm-hmm. What's that?
I was agreeing with you.
Yeah.
But I'm just wondering, and I don't want to delay, but that's something that should probably happen as we're looking at this, not because of our direction, I think. When there's an issue, and not you, maybe staff, when.
I mean, unless they called the city and told us, we might, it's a big city, we get.
No, but like Mr. Luby has been working with staff.
Oh, I'm not sure.
It wasn't brought up before?
Did you tell us, Mr. Luby, before that there was an issue with traffic on there? No, see, he never told us before, so we didn't know. We don't know everything that's going on.
No, I wouldn't assume he would, but I just assumed he did, so I take that back, Mr. Luby.
But we can look at it, we know now, and I just looked at the map, and I'm not the engineer, but Ernie is. And so there's several ways to mitigate volume and speed in a street. So we'll look at it, not saying we can, but we'll look at it.
Right, absolutely. Yes, Councilwoman.
Thank you. Just to add one thing. Could we have staff grab contact information for the residents who are in the audience today? And when we ascertain the cause and the solution, we could just follow up.
We can do that. I think they emailed us a correspondence. I think we have most of them already, but our development services staff will manage their names, and we'll get those.
Thank you. I'd like to also be included to just track. Thank you.
Okay, we can do that.
Okay, thank you, Yvette. I think do we have a motion? Oh, Councilman, you're on.
Okay, I wanted to kind of talk about CN1. And this is the lowest use of commercial ability that we have as a zoning. And it's very limited to basically what it can be used for. You can't put a bar there. You can't put, high intensity commercial stuff. It's basically for neighborhood offices and maybe some minor retail. That's it. And the special permit allows him to continue to do what he's doing, which has been doing for a long time. But if he ever leaves and sells it, it goes back to the CN1 permitting, which is almost nothing. Is limited use. And if you can kind of expound on that.
Sure.
And kind of describe, because there's some concerns that the residents have next to it about what can be actually done there. So if you could just kind of describe
Absolutely.
it.
So the CN1 is intended to be that buffer between residential uses or multifamily uses and that more intensive commercial district, or as we call general commercial. So for the CN1 that we're going with, which is the least intensive, it allows multifamily, which would allow for additional housing units on that lot. It allows for hotels, offices, medical uses, and restaurants up to 5,000 square feet. And it could allow for a neighborhood scale retail. The property is small. It's under an acre. It's 0.76 acres. So that also limits what can be done on that specific property. If we would have went with the general commercial that was initially requested, that would have allowed for more intensive uses such as smoking lounges, bars, nightclubs, mini storage, and auto dealerships, which is something that you'll see along Ayers because Ayers is zoned as that general commercial unit. So the CN1 or CN2 or any of the neighborhood commercials act as that buffer that we don't have that very intensive use right next to residential uses.
Okay, so I want to just make clear that there is some protections in place if he sells the property. So it won't be utilized for those kind of high intensity activities like a car lot or anything like that, or any future repair places. So I just wanted to make sure that was clear, that we're not, we're trying to balance property rights and usage of the property within the zoning and the neighborhood around it. So I just want to say that. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Yvette. Do we have a motion and a second on this one? We did. Okay, please submit your vote. Okay, the motion carries. Next item is item number 14. It's an ordinance amending the Unified Development Code 8.5 to revise water and wastewater trust fund administration fees and reimbursement procedures. 8.4 UDC to revise participation agreements.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Yvette Wallace, Interim Director, Development Services. If I can, this presentation is going to cover items 14 and 15 because they are items that work together and move forward together.
And Yvette, let me go ahead and read 15 then. So item 15 is a resolution setting a public hearing on May the 12th of 2026 to consider the possible adoption of water, wastewater, stormwater, and roadway impact fees for the city of Corpus Christi and its extraterritorial jurisdiction. Thank you.
So the overview that we'll be going over today provides the recommendations from the Capital Improvement Advisory Committee following several years of study, master planning, and review. I'd also like to mention that Moses Mastagashi, who is the chair of the Capital Improvement Advisory Committee, as well as other committee members, are present today. And at the end of this presentation, if you have any specific questions for the committee chair, he will be available to answer those. So just a brief background, and I'll try to make it as brief as possible. It's been going on for 7 years, so it's a pretty long background. But we started this in 2019. City Council directed staff to re-examine the trust fund system and explore alternative funding options for growth-related infrastructure. That direction set in motion a comprehensive review of how we plan, fund, and deliver water, wastewater, roadway, and stormwater improvements. So in 2020, the city issued the RFQ for a full master planning and impact fee study. The contract for the work was just over $3.48 million, and the planning effort concluded in 2023. As the master plans were being completed, SEAC reviewed each plan and its associated capital improvement program. In July 2023, SEAC recommended the wastewater master plan and CIP, followed by roadway, stormwater, and wastewater in September. Council adopted all 4 master plans and their associated CIPs in January 2024. At the same time and shortly after we brought the master plans forward, we did bring the resolution to set the public hearing for impact fees back then in 2024. And at that time, we were directed to take a step back and go revisit the trust fund fees again and bring 2 recommendations forward to council. So that's why I say the 2 items kind of go together, because there's 2 recommendations that are being brought forward to you today. So out of all of our capital improvement advisory meetings, which Moses, I think, says is 78 now, we quit counting, but it's pretty much up to about 78 to 80. There are 2 recommendations that came out of that committee. So the first recommendation is the adoption of impact fees under Chapter 395 of state law. Impact fees are designed so that new development pays its proportional share of the system expansion. They are tied directly to our adopted water, wastewater, roadway, and stormwater master plans, and to our 10-year CIP. That means the fees are based on actual growth-related improvements identified in those plans, not on acreage, frontage, or surcharges like the current trust fund system. SEAC recommended that impact fees become effective October 1st, 2028, and that the existing trust fund lot acreage and pro rata fees sunset at the same time to avoid duplicative charges. It's important to note that even if council chooses to move forward with setting the resolution for the impact fee hearing, we still need to look at amending the UDC, because we have to live in the UDC if that's the direction until October 1st of 2028. That's why the items are moving forward together. So that brings me to the second item and why there is an and/or. So the second recommendation is to amend the existing trust fund policy. Trust funds have been in place since 1982 and have reimbursed more than $41.5 million between 1982 and 2024 in water and wastewater infrastructure. But over time, several structural issues have emerged that limit their sustainability. SEAC recommends modernizing the policy by consolidating the current buckets, water and wastewater, into 2 versus 4, clarifying the reimbursement rules, and removing lift stations from trust fund eligibility. These changes will improve transparency, consistency, and long-term solvency. Just a little history. We're going to give a history on impact fees and give you the recommendation, give you history on trust fund, and give you the recommendation as well. So impact fees were legislatively created in 1989 under Chapter 395 of the Texas Local Government Code. Chapter 395 defines an impact fee as a charge imposed on new development to fund or recoup the cost of capital improvements or facility expansions that are necessitated by and attributed to that new development. Water, wastewater, stormwater, and roadway impact fees are all governed by Chapter 395, and they must be tied directly to the city's adopted master plans and the 10-year CIPs. Impact fees are legally allowed to fund. Impact fees can only be used for capital improvement costs associated with expanding our systems to serve new development. So we can't just use it for operation and maintenance. It has to be for that new development infrastructure. In our discussions with SEAC, the recommendation that came out of SEAC is that we have a maxed allowed fee, and I'll clarify the difference between maxed allowed and adopted, because it took us some time to wrap our heads around this 395 policy as well. But basically, the max amount is the city legally authorized amount that you can charge under 395. However, SEAC recommended an adopted rate that they felt was an appropriate rate to move forward as the impact fee. So the first column is going to show you the maxed allowed fee that represents the full cost of growth, the amount of each home or new business would need to pay to completely cover its proportional share of the infrastructure identified in our adopted master plans and associated CIPs. The second column shows the adopted fee. That's the actual rate the city chose to charge or could choose to charge after applying local decisions. The adopted rate must still comply with 395, but it gives us the flexibility to not price a lot out, right? To not make that fee so astronomically high that we are pricing out affordability of homes. So trust funds, again, since 1982, the trust funds have been in existence. And over that time, they've reimbursed a lot of infrastructure in the city, water and wastewater and lift stations. It's important to go over the history a bit because the system has been effective. It has been. But in 2003, we added lift stations to the trust fund, reimbursable items. And when we did that, we saw a significant decrease in available reimbursement dollars. Lift stations are very costly, whereas our water and wastewater extensions were 100,000, 200,000, 500,000. Lift stations were easily 1 million, 4 million, 5 million, depending on the size. So it took a greater draw on those trust fund dollars that are available. So I want to also clarify before we go to the next that trust funds now, because we do have adopted master plans, still have to adhere to the master plan. So if you are going to ask for a reimbursement, you do have to qualify. It needs to be what we've said we are going to build in our master plans. If you don't want to build that, you have to go through the master plan amendment process that's in place today. So what are the recommendations for the trust funds? Again, high level, these are the major shifts that we feel would help make this bucket more solvent if that's council's direction is to stay on trust fund fees. So the trust fund amendments that SEAC recommended would be to streamline the trust fund structure from 4 buckets to 1. It's an accounting nightmare right now, moving money around all of the buckets, so that really does help us manage that money for the trust funds. The second is the largest one, and that is to remove lift stations from the trust fund. I will tell you, since 2020 to 2025, lift stations alone was $6.5 million paid out in lift stations alone. That was for 3 lift stations. 3 lift stations, that's not a lot of lift stations for 6.5. And in 2020 to 2025, if we would have excluded lift stations, we would have only paid out $18.6 million in trust fund fees versus the $26.5 million that we did pay out. So it's a huge difference with these amendments. And I have a slide for that if y'all want to look at that later too. One of the next amendments is the pro rata fee collection, and some of our developers can attest to this, that it was never really applied fairly across the board. So we strengthened that language to make sure that there was no loopholes in interpretation and that we're all playing on the same field, right? We all understand what should be charged and how it should be collected. The other biggest draw for us is design memorandums. For anybody who's in the construction business, that's taking a dart and throwing it at a dartboard and giving it your best guess on what you think the project would be. What that causes is a lot of addendums to the projects and more draws on the trust fund. So now we're asking for a full approved public improvement plan that has actual cost estimates with plans that have been approved by the city. And the last one, which is probably one of the biggest ones, is to limit the time extensions. So right now we have several projects that started, maybe cut a road, and they consider that starting and have asked for extensions. Those funds are tied up because those projects are sitting because they started. They were able to ask for multiple extensions. So now we're proposing to limit it to 1 12-month extension. And then outside of that extension, you have to come to council to explain the reason why you're asking for more time for that development. That helps free up those encumbered dollars for the next person who is ready, right? So if you're ready to start developing and you can get it done in 12 months, you're gonna get your reimbursement quicker than somebody who may have been sitting on it for 5 years or 6 years, holding that money in line. So that's a big one for us. And with the recommendation, the last one would be, and I know this may not be frowned, or this may be frowned on, is no fee adjustment at this time. And the reason why is because we'd like to see what the amendments would do if trust funds is the chosen path forward. We feel that the amendments could help us get us closer to solvency with a minor fee increase in fiscal year 2028, but we would like to see that before we just blanket fee recommendations now and increase that dollar, because the trust funds are made to remain solvent. They're not supposed to be a piggy bank with, absorbent amount of money, and they're not supposed to be in a deficit. So just a quick comparison of where we are right now. So our current trust fund fees versus the impact fee. So currently for water, it's about $1,800 per residential unit. And we speak residential more often because commercial, it's not as big of an impact as it is for residential to keep homes affordable. For wastewater, it's about $1,200. The impact fee for water is $950 is what they recommended for adoption, and then $612 for wastewater. In totality, it's right around the same amount by a couple of $100s. The trust fund actually collects a bit more than what we're proposing as the adopted rate with the impact fees. And it's also important to note that adopted rate and maxed allowed rate was something we developed with SEAC 2.5 years ago. So that data in our mind is already old data. So we would probably have to look at revisiting that fee sooner rather than later to bring that up to a current cost of construction or participation in the impact fees. So what are the key differences between impact fees and trust funds? Impact fees blend developer contributions with city participation as required by state statute. They're governed by state law and subject to changes at the state level. Impact fees are directly connected to master plan improvements, ensuring changes correlate to needed capacity expansions, which create a more standardized and predictable framework. Trust funds are fully local, funded solely by developers through lot, acreage, and pro rata fees, with maximum local control but limited scalability. Master plans still are utilized to determine the infrastructure need and does not allow the developer to build what they want. Again, if they want to deviate from the master plan, they'd have to do a master plan amendment. So again, there's two items. They work together and they also work apart. So for consideration here today is two options. Option one. So option one is approve the resolution to set the public hearing for impact fees and amend the existing trust fund language until it sunsets on October 1st, 2028. Option number two is approve the trust fund amendments only. So if you choose option number one, we do two actions today. If we decide to move forward with trust funds as a council, we do one action and the resolution does not move forward. And I know it was kind of hard to piece that together, but we wanted to bring them together because they are the two recommendations that this committee was tasked with looking at and providing recommendations on. And so I stand by for question and any additional background information that you need.
Okay. Thank you, Yvette, for a very good presentation. First off, I want to say thank you to the committee who has been working a very long time and a lot of time and effort put into this work. I mean, it's been up and down for years. And gosh, this has been ongoing for a long time. So thank you and your team as well. I want to get I want to hear from Peter, your insight. I want to hear from Mr. Mastagasi, who's here as the chair, I think, of the SEAC. And I want to just for clarity and transparency, staff is, are you recommending one way or the other? And I know we'll hear a little bit more from from Moses in terms of the group, but what is staff's, does staff have a specific recommendation?
So after looking at everything, and I'm going to go to this slide I have here, one of the things that we really looked at is what was the previous 5 years, what was 2020 to 25, what did that look like? So we collected $20.5 million in, you can't call it revenue, it's not revenue, but money that went into the trust fund bucket. Out of that 20.5, without the UDC amendments, we would have encumbered $26.0 million. If we would have had these amendments back in 2020, or if these amendments would have never been added, if lift stations were never added in 2003, we feel that the trust funds could have been solvent because we know that we would have only spent or encumbered $18.5 million, and that would have left $2 million. I think it's 2.2 million in the buckets, whereas today, right now, we are in a deficit. We're at $1.3 million. And again, that changes every month. Every day we're collecting trust fund dollars, and every day people are submitting their reimbursements for projects that were approved. If you're asking for a staff recommendation, we can manage either one. For the impact fees, that's a very hard one for us to build out, which is why we did almost an 18-month leeway to doing it, because it's going to have several IT integrations with, the CIP projects, with finance, with our operating system. The trust funds for us, we understand it. We have a very good understanding of the trust funds now that we've been through several audits, and we feel that we could manage this project and make it more solvent now that we understand with the developers what is actually needed to maintain this
Which
fund.
are the amendments? Because we were pretty adamant, Peter, weren't we, for years, that we need to go to impact fees, we need to go to impact fees, but these amendments are what make it workable.
I'm trying to remember the deficit, so it was close to 10 million at one point?
It was close to 10.
So I recommended in two budgets that basically the city fix the deficit with water and wastewater fee adjustments to the average ratepayer. So for that reason, something has to be done. We continue to have to subsidize it from all accounts, and that's not right. But as a way to get it out of debt, we did recommend that, and council approved it. So the adjustments that are being made that the committee recommended, almost a near unanimous approval, right, of these amendments?
So the amendments, both amendments moving forward were that the SEAC was not tasked with figuring the path forward. The task was
on the
to bring
amendments,
both forward.
the amendments to the trust fund.
Unanimous, yes.
Yeah, so the committee members whose job wasn't to do this but did it anyway, unanimously approved the amendments to the trust fund that are being recommended today. So that'll fix, we think that'll fix the financial condition of the trust fund.
And you're supporting that?
We're gonna, what did you say?
You're supporting that?
Yeah, we need something because we can't keep having the average ratepayer
Right.
bail out this development.
Right.
That's unfortunately what's happened. So
Right.
if we can make if council doesn't want to do the impact fees, we have got to change the rules of the trust funds like that are being recommended that were unanimously approved by the committee to keep it solvent. So
Right.
the average ratepayer doesn't have to pay for new construction in new subdivisions.
Okay. Thank you, Peter.
Okay.
And can I ask Mr. Mustegossi to come down and give us your 2 cents? Since you've been there for how many years?
Waiting for this day for a long time. I forgot every binder that I have. So yeah, as a part of the impact fee committee, Moses Mustegossi, District 5, by the way, we looked at the impact fees. Ultimately, the rates were discussed with y'all. That was a vote of 13-2 that ultimately gave a rate for your sewer, water, and your drainage, excluding roadways. Then what we were tasked to do as a committee was look at how we could adjust the trust fund, because the trust fund is an impact fee. So ultimately, this city has had an impact fee. It's called a trust fund. A lot of cities don't have any impact fees, so development is 100% on a developer, whereas cities that do have impact fees share a certain amount of the cost with the city. So what y'all are deciding on basically is if you want to move to impact fees, which are governed by a certain type of rules, which is 395, or if you want to stick with trust funds, which is by the UDC. So what we've done is looked at the UDC and said, okay, if you eliminate this, this, and this, you basically take some of the language that's in Article 395 that guides impact fees and then update it with the trust fund language. So giving you 2 different options. The committee did not look at again which one we should go with. We believe both could be a path forward. Ultimately, the good thing that's come out of all this is that the city of Corpus Christi did not have what were called master plans. And that's really what the development community pushed for and what the city invested the dollars into. The committee looks at what the rules are and aren't for impact fees, but what the city invested dollars in is creating master plans, so it tells you where a pipeline goes, what size it is, so tomorrow you don't have 4 of the same pipelines going to 4 different properties. It gives you a more efficient system, a less costly maintenance system, and that system is now we have those documents for the whole city. So as far as when it comes to development, whether you go with impact fees or trust funds, I think the committee, and I don't want to speak because we didn't take an exact vote, but based on the votes, everybody unanimously supported the trust fund changes because they have to happen today regardless. That's a separate vote you're taking. It's going to increase the rates, it's going to decrease any of the issues, and it's going to take away from the notion that the account is insolvent because something is encumbered. It might receive credits for reimbursed oversized lines that it's doing for the city, but what it's also doing is it's creating dollars going back into the same bucket. So this is a developer-driven bucket that ultimately creates growth. Going to an impact fee, you're going to be looking at still a fee put on the development, but it's going to be put on the permitting side, not on the developing side. So that is one big factor to look at. When you have a trust fund, the developer pays the fee, the tap and acreage fees, whereas on an impact fee, it's going to be the person pulling the permit. So it won't be the developer, it'll be the end user who takes it vertical. And again, those are the differences between what the UDC requires, which is the developer to pay the trust fund fees before the plat's recorded, whereas the Chapter 395 requires the end user to pay for the fee when after the plat's recorded, but before the permit to go vertical comes up. So again, the fees are very similar. That's the good part about it. If this community goes to an impact fee, we know it won't become a weapon where some communities raise the fees so high, it discourages growth or a certain type of growth. And that's also different cases that the Supreme Court's looking at. So in the 18 months that we've taken to get to this point from where we were, we looked at updating the UDC, which I would do anyways, because if we move to impact fees, it'll still take you 18 months to get to impact fees either way. So, and you might want to look at state law that's changed and just Supreme Court cases that are challenging some of the impact fee mechanisms or how they're implemented by different councils, again, to make sure they're not weaponized. So we could go either way is really the answer. There's no recommendation from the actual committee. One recommendation was impact fees 13.2. The other recommendation is 15.0, that we make the adjustments to the trust funds because they're needed, and they could, at the end of the day, stay in place with the amendments. That'll still allow more amendments to happen. We just put kind of a time frame of 2028 because that aligns with anything that potentially happens if we move to impact fees. But with trust funds, you still use the same master plans. They still relate to that. Everything that's credited is still related to those same master plans that got approved in January of 24 that tell us how to build a city not redundantly or incorrectly or undersized to where we just have better drainage, better water pressure, better sewer, and better roads. So.
All right, well, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Moses.
Any other questions? I can sit here.
Yeah, I'll sit there. Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. You know, I have not been a supporter of impact fees, and for a very specific reason. When you create the impact fees, that means they pay the permanent fee, and that becomes city money. The trust funds are developer money that the city manages. Those are two different things. Once it becomes city money, you have to go through the procurement process of the city in order to spend it. Okay, so if that's the case, we'll end up with the situation we had just recently with a $700 a square foot building because we have to use city procurement processes, where under the developer, under the trust fund, developers don't have to use that process. It can use their own methods for developing and building their development. So it costs us 3 times as much to build something under our processes because you have to have all these rigmarole and processes associated with it that are just cumbersome to the development of the city. Plus, also, he mentioned it earlier, some communities have weaponized impact fees in order to limit growth or to direct growth in a certain area, where they assign impact fee costs differently for different areas. You know, it might not be the intent for this particular staff or council to do it, but that's not to say that that won't be abused in the future. So I'd rather utilize and maximize the private sector for development and know what's best for that particular development and infrastructure with guidance from the city via the master plans, which we paid for, which was phenomenal. So they know exactly, they have the blueprint to know exactly what they need to build. So I think if we make the improvements to the trust fund, and I'm going to make the motion to go with option 2 and eliminate going forward with impact fees, because that's going to create a whole bureaucracy within development services for you guys to manage. And I'd rather continue on, improve the trust funds so we can maximize the use of the private sector and not create a lot of additional burden on us as a city or on the developers or builders going forward. So the improvements, we need to make it solvent. We need to make it ability to pay for itself. I think we also need to include at some point stormwater and some roads because I think developers are required for C1, but once you go beyond C1, that comes back to us. There has to be some, skin in the game there. It doesn't have to be all of it, but you can include something along those lines in the future. So I'll make the motion for option 2. Thank you.
Okay, good. Councilwoman Vaughn.
Just curious. I know the impact fees are used by other cities. Do you know of any that are used the trust fund?
So the trust funds are exclusive to the city of Corpus Christi, and that's why most communities went to an impact fee because they didn't have something established like the trust fund system.
Okay, well, kudos for us, right? Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Paxson.
Thank you. I seconded that motion because I concur. I've felt for a long time that the trust fund tends to put the strength or a little bit more favorable circumstances with working with local businesses with the vision of business sector. And so that's my comments on it. I applaud the way that the committee and your presentation has been able to identify how we can make those improvements so that a system that for a long time worked really well can go back to that. So I really appreciate that work and your presentation. Thank you.
Councilman Roy.
I just have to say this, which doesn't really have anything to do with impact fees, and then I'll talk about it. What's the square footage on a pump station?
It depends
on the building.
Depends on the size of the development, but it's typically not just one building. It's usually a development, whether it's large-scale commercial or residential. I do actually have a couple of the lift stations here. They're broken down, and they vary by the number of units that can actually, the capacity can meet.
Yeah, you may not have been privileged to our other conversation, but the reason why I brought this up is that you're saying on average it's costing about how much to do a pump station right now?
Michael Dice weighed in at 150 per square feet. 150 square feet.
Yeah, 150 square feet at the tune of $3 to $4 million. Just remember that. We've always got to compare apples to apples. But as a former member of the SEAC and being part of the entire process early on, it's interesting where we've evolved. And I do think probably, a lot of good has come out of this. And one of them is the fact that when you take a look at the workflow as far as developing the master plans, because if you remember, I know that you guys have lived this, and I don't want to call it a nightmare, but it's a little bit of a nightmare. Because when things would come back, if you think about the times in the past where we had the IGA situation and the pipeline up there in terms of what to build and how much to build, it gives us consistency. And I thought that in terms of trust funds, I thought there was another city. I thought there were only 2 cities in the United States that had trust funds. I might be wrong, but if there's one, kudos to us. I also like the fact that the path forward, if you choose to modify the trust fund, it's a lot simpler. It really is, than trying to adjudicate the impact fees. But the other thing that does concern me is the increased litigation around impact fees. So there are a lot of cities that are out there. There's a lot of communities that are out there. There's a lot of builders out there that are challenging impact fees because, unfortunately, sometimes they're used as a deterrent. And they're used for certain groups to be able to promote certain things and limit others. So I know which way that I'm a trust fund guy, and I think there's a lot of merit to that. So, but great job overall, and I'm glad we finally got to this day when we can get a vote on this. So thank you very much.
Councilman Barrera.
Yvette, can you comment, or perhaps Moses, on, I guess that's one thing. One of the reasons I supported, I was a trust fund guy, but then I wanted us to be, I wanted us to move to a system that was comparable to other communities, so that way there's a benchmark. So that way, because of this other system that we have, if a developer wants to come from another community, and I've shared this with you, I'm just saying this publicly, or actually for Peter too, is that as a community, if someone comes in and says, okay, like say for example, I know the trust fund fees in Portland are somewhat more, are quite a bit more expensive. And so what it is that it encourages an individual to come to Corpus Christi because we're easier to do business with. And we've got a system in place that way they can compare. If Frost Bank wants to develop another project in Victoria and they see, well, the administrative cost to be able to build that facility is much less in Corpus than if we have a better market so we can do so. But I'm curious about Councilman Hernandez's comment with regard to us facilitating the infrastructure improvements.
So just for clarification, the master plans was the catalyst that we needed either direction, right? Whether we go impact fees or we go trust funds. The master plans give us more certainty when we're taking reimbursements forward. Prior to that is kind of what you were stating, is that it was subject to council approval and anyone can bring a recommendation forward. We allowed for so many differing reimbursements. So that's number one to the first point, just to kind of clarify that. So the master plans is really opened our eyes, because even as we started as the department, we were 100% the only way we should move forward is an impact fee. And as we went through this process, once we had the master plans in place, we saw the reimbursements come in the order in which they should. We saw projects that were ready, that met the intent of the master plan, and they moved forward. The projects that weren't paid their own way to do the infrastructure, or if it was oversizing or participation, they went that route if they wanted to do that route. So for us, yes, at the very beginning, we were for impact fees or transitioning to impact fees too. And again, we'll do either one. Is it going to take a lot more for us to manage the impact fees? Absolutely. It's a lot of integration. We're going to have to work closely with the CIP projects. If there's alterations in a CIP project, I mean, it can affect ours. We will have to keep the committee around, which is great. We love their input. That's how we got here today. They will have to run through all of those CIP projects every 10 years. Anytime we want to do a fee assessment, it would have to go through them as well. So there are some complexities on going to the impact fees. Again, we'll go either way. But there is also uncertainty with anything that's governed by state law. So every year since we started this process, we've seen legislative items taken forward for 395. As Moses said, part of it is to de-weaponize 395, because there are jurisdictions that make it so unaffordable to build a lot, where we've seen impact fee rates at like $40,000 for a single family lot. That is not affordable, because the developer, or the builder in this case, because impact fees collected with the builder, they're just going to put that on the cost of the home. And as the city moves more to that affordable development and the smaller lot, so we can get more affordable development, that fee that we do by lot is going to be key to keep affordability.
Okay, I agree with that, and I think that's the thing. The idea, my perspective is one. And I've said this over and over again. Peter says that it's about it as saying a predictable regulatory environment. And that's all that, number one, I want to make sure that we have a predictable regulatory environment, so that way we're saying Corpus Christi is open for business. You know, and that's the perspective with which, and I think with the master plans that we have that drive that, then it basically, it has that roadmap. But the thing is that, you know, and Moses, this is me. That's why I'm asking for comment from you. You've obviously developed in other communities. Yeah. Which is the most developer friendly?
Well, developer friendly, actually, impact fee is more developer friendly, right? But trust fund is actually more end user friendly, right? So when you ask the question, somebody wants to come from out of town where they're used to paying in San Antonio $10,000, San Marcos $20,000. They come to Corpus and they're like, oh, we just pull a permit. there's no impact fee. It's actually more friendly to them, to where they go to Portland, for example, they go, okay, we have a $10,500 impact fee. So in this case, it's a developer cost, where an impact fee would ultimately be a end user cost, meaning whoever takes it vertical. Now, obviously, we can say as a developer, I hand that cost to them, they hand the next cost over, and it's really the public's fee when they have the total cost of what their end project is. But again, in this case, it's nobody has ever called the city of Corpus Christi and said, darn, there's no impact fee, I'm not going to build there. It's actually, for them, they have a cost savings probably built in their model, or something that gives them a savings because in their model they have an impact fee, where in this case it's really a trust fund fee, but that's paid by the developer who's taken the raw land and platting it into whether it's one commercial lot or 1,000 individual lots. So.
And then, okay, one commercial lot. Okay, so I see. So it just moves to the developer, not necessarily the end user.
Yeah, an impact fee is going to be on the end user, where a trust fund fee still stays on the developer. And that's why I can stand up here and say, as a developer, not the end user, you know, trust fund has its advantages, impact fee has its advantages, and if the city goes either way, I think obviously there's an adjustment period going through the impact fee process, but the changes that have made to the trust fund process will make, or hopefully make, that process to where it stays solvent to the point where it moves consistently. The biggest thing that changed is that money's not going to sit there encumbered, not producing money. So you want development producing development, and you're not going to get those agenda items where it says something is a negative account, because that bank account can't ever be negative. It doesn't write a check and go negative. It's encumbered based on the projects in order to be paid out, but a lot of those projects don't end up happening or sit in order, where now they get pushed to the bottom of the list or reapply. And it'll keep that thing going, and especially going back to, there's developers that have probably done a project paid in but haven't been paid out. And this is for oversized lines, things that ultimately, every one of these lines is a city asset. So ultimately, every development that's done, every pipeline, every water, sewer, drainage, and roadway becomes a city asset that then becomes an ad valorem tax or a ratepayer. So. Okay,
and then speak to on Councilmember Hernandez's commentary that the inflated cost.
Well, at the end of the day, I mean, as a developer, you know, who you guys hire, what you have to go through, y'all pay more for putting in roads or sidewalks, curves, gutters, compared to private development. I mean, that's just, you know.
I know it's not 3 times, but it is.
I don't know what it is, and that's something y'all deal with through your procurement process. I mean, at the end of the day, private development tends to be more affordable just because, you know, we are going to beat down every contractor, where you guys eventually have to pick one, and that's the lowest bidder. So.
All right, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thanks for all your work and the work of your team.
Councilman Scott.
Mayor, I'll be quick. Moses, thank you for sticking with us. Any and everyone involved in the master plans, I think that was the key. So thank you for that, and thank you past council members that, you know, pushed that along, because we wouldn't be here had you not done that. Thank you for everyone that's made these recommended changes to the trust fund. And I think with all the trauma that is being injected in the marketplace today, some of which is not on us, but some of which is on us, like water, I am against major changes to the way we fund these projects, and so support the trust fund with the changes as opposed to going to this new whole system that we have to educate our development community on, when at the same time, people are here saying we need to limit permits for them. So yeah, I'm okay. I'm okay with trust fund. Appreciate your work, and I'm ready to go.
Great. Okay. Yvette, thank you. I'm going to go ahead and open public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on item 14 or 15, 14 or 15? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public hearing. And I believe we have a motion and a second, and that would be to keep the trust funds with the amendments. No, actually, this is just for 14. Yeah, we're only voting on 14, which is trust funds with amendments. Please submit your vote. Okay, the motion carries. So we don't need item 15 then, and that moves us over to section L, individual consideration items. Number 16 is a one reading ordinance amending certain terms in ordinance 033784, authorizing execution of a groundwater rights purchase and sale agreement with Evangeline Laguna LP.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Happy St. Patrick's Day. I do have a short presentation. I'd like to go through it.
Okay.
So the background is this is a one reading ordinance authorizing the execution of the groundwater rights purchase agreement with Evangeline Laguna. The amount is $169,491,700. In October 2025, City Council authorized the purchase agreement, which included 22,789 acres of real property. As part of our due diligence effort, the city hired a surveyor and surveyed the property. The survey shows 21,483 acres. Due to that change, we are bringing this contract back for approval. A couple other items that are changes to the contract is the updates to the surface use agreements. Those are typically referred to as SUAs. You'll hear us refer to that pretty frequently. The changes, summary of the changes to the surface use agreements were actually, then they are actually part of this water right purchase contract, is it reserves the groundwater above a depth of 175 feet to the surface owner. It adds prohibition of entering the property on subject properties during deer season, except for Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. There's a payment of 2 times the fair market value of any animal lost due to the city's failure to close a gate or secure the site. The roads were, in the agreements, were updated from caliche roads to gravel roads. And then additionally, the surface damages for the landowners have increased. The original estimate with the contract as presented had the surface damages totaling approximately $450,000. That was based on the build out and the design of the Evangeline property. The changes are resulting in surface damages totaling approximately $12 million. And the detail of the substantial changes are shown on the slide. Staff does recommend the execution of this agreement and the purchase of the groundwater rights and the changes as described within this presentation and within your packets. I'll stand by for questions.
Okay. Thank you for the presentation, Nick. Let's see, Councilwoman Vaughn.
One thing that stood out, you're prohibited from entering the property during deer season, except for Monday through Friday. What happens if something happens on the weekend?
Yeah, so there are emergency provisions where staff, and that is a definite possibility, where staff will have to enter those parcels. It might be to check on an operating well. It might need to check on a failure, a pump failure, things like that. Notifications will have to be given. One of the reasons is the security and the safety of staff, because if it is hunting season, we need to make sure our CCW employees are safe.
And I understand that, but just making sure that they can go in, because you never know when there's going to be one. So that's in the contract.
That's correct. Yeah, that's absolutely correct. And one thing we know is anytime operating equipment, it requires access, and there will be times when we're going to have to access it at odd times of the year.
Okay, thanks.
Councilwoman Paxson.
Thank you, Mayor. And so my understanding with this item is we're hoping to approve this at single reading.
This is a one read, yeah. And it was approved previously, just that there's the changes that we detailed earlier.
Okay, got it. Got it. I had a little deja vu there.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I think that's all the questions. I'm going to go ahead and,
And Mayor, can I just add one more thing, just for, we would tell you in writing, but since we're all here, with these final changes now and with working with the families on the ranches, you know, that we will be able to execute now the water right agreement. We hadn't executed it until now. It hasn't been executed, even though it was approved months ago. So these final actions that have taken us a few months to get through will allow me and the sellers of the water right to execute the contract either tonight or tomorrow morning. Okay, so
you'll be
that,
able,
so
okay,
in
you'll
term,
be able to execute.
we'll be able to execute the contract that says we will be buying the water rights from the event.
Tomorrow.
Yeah, probably tomorrow is what it would be. So up to this point, we haven't been able to because the sellers, the families still had
Right.
some discrepancies that they were
But
working
this
through.
irons that out.
With the LP, those have all been ironed out now, and we even got involved and worked through Christmas with many of the family members
Right.
on some of these surface use agreement adjustments.
Okay.
So now everything is in order, and both the seller, the LP group from San Antonio, the locals in San Patricio County, the Welder family and heirs, and now the city will all be in agreement, and we can execute the water right agreement. And of course, it's subject next to closing on obtaining the permits.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you, Peter.
Okay.
Councilman Scott?
Yeah, I want you, because when you started that conversation, it looks like we're buying the rights. It's up to us to get the permit. So say that again for the.
Right, yeah. So the contract that was already originally approved, remember, this is just an amendment today. The original contract that council approved requires the seller to obtain drilling permits and transfer permits, and that's what we've been working on. But until those permits are in hand, the agreement doesn't go through. So,
Which means no money is paid out.
correct. There is some earnest money, there's
Yeah.
some small money
That's
has-
correct,
yeah,
but it doesn't close and
Right.
the funds transferred until permits are in hand.
Correct.
Okay.
Is there a timeline on permits? I mean, does this go on in perpetuity? Are we locked into this contract if the sellers can't get the permits? I think they can instantly, but.
I think do we have a time?
There was a time limit in there, and I'm gonna look to Miles. I believe it was 6 months from the
I think you're right,
execution of the
yeah.
contract.
You're right, yeah.
I'll get that to you.
Would you please? Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
I think they'll get the permits, but I think the public needs to know if, you know, we're.
That's a good point.
Writing a
It's
big
not
check. We're expecting to get the permits. If we don't get the permits, we might have to go on, although we're about to spend a ton of money, which is frankly odd to me. But I get it. All right.
Yes, sir.
And
Okay.
if I could add to that, so that timeline doesn't start until the contract's executed, but the parties have been working in earnest until now to obtain those permits.
Right.
Yeah. Did you have?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't do this very often. I don't like speaking public. No, I want to thank you all for the work you've done in helping the development team get the permits. I mean, I think you all have done extraordinary work and doing everything you can to help them get the permits so we can acquire the rights and, you know, and develop the water. So I just wanted, you know, we do that enough, you know, but you guys, I mean, it would be one thing to say, hey, yeah, man, we're going to write you a massive check. Go make it happen. But you guys just said, what can I do today? What can I do today? And in fact, you were in Aransas Pass. Or,
We were in Aransas Pass last night, Nick and I presenting to that city council for the second time.
yeah.
But we've been up in Sinton many times still, and the permits, we don't have the permits yet, but we're working towards that.
Well, what needs to happen is, if we don't get the permits, we want to feel like we did everything we could to get the permits. And it's my sense that you all are doing everything you can to help them get the permits. And for that, thank you.
That's correct. Thank you.
Councilman Barrera?
Here, just one more time. The surface use agreements went from 500,000 to how much?
To approximately 12 million.
To $12 million?
Correct.
So, you know, I just want to reiterate, that's another thing. I wanted to just, I was going to say what Mark already did. He took it from me, but oh well. But I guess that's the other thing, that I want the public to know that, you know, this is $182 million without the next step of what we're going to do. So it's $182 million just to purchase the rights and to I've got, it's a bitter pill to swallow with the surface use agreements for another, for the addition of what we've added on, of what we've already agreed upon.
Right, and recall on the positive side that initially it was 25 million. That would have been the cost for the surface right SUA adjustments, but working with the families, they conceded, recognizing this is a public project and
well,
brought
it's
it
not
down
as bad
to
as a
half.
5,000 square foot building that's $700 a square foot. So it's, you get better news, and then hopefully we get some water out of this. So,
and you'll see
the 3.6 million.
Not going into a level 1 water emergency. It's the only thing right now that'll keep us out of a level 1 water emergency. You're going to see that. So yes, it's expensive, but it's the only thing right now that'll keep us out. So and the council's known that. We've been working on this for over a year on this iteration, and it was worked on before under a different proposal, but you'll see it. You'll see it in the presentation coming up.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Look forward to that. Councilman Hernandez.
Just want to say thank you, and see Ed Cross back there and Lyle Larson, and I remember Hamlet Newsom. I don't know where he's at, but they've been trying to work something out with us for a long time, ever since I've been on council, and so I'm glad we finally come to fruition. I just want to remind you, it's still less expensive than seawater desal. Thank you.
Councilman Vaughn.
Well, I also want to thank you too, but Bruce Hill was awesome. And I want to thank you, Mr. Sinoni, because you really pushed this through when it looked like we were going to have trouble. And you took it upon yourself, and Nick, you as well. And thanks for that work, because it could have fallen really quick, but you just kept plowing. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and open public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on item number 16? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public comment, and I will entertain a motion to approve item number 16. No. I don't think we did. Who made the motion? You did. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please submit your vote.
Aye button isn't working.
Okay, the motion carries. Item number 17 is a one reading ordinance authorizing amendment number 2 to the Construction Management at Risk, or CMAR, contract with Garney Companies, Inc. of Kansas City, Missouri, for construction services in the amount of $187,876,831 for a total contract amount of $373,266,623,000. Surface use agreements for a total amount of, up to $11,947,397, and a contribution in aid of construction agreement with American Electric Power Texas, AEP, for $8,953,223 for the Evangeline San Patricio Company groundwater program.
Thank you, Mayor. And I didn't say my name last item, so Nick Winkleman, Chief Operating Officer, Corpus Christi Water. And I do have a short presentation here as well, and I absolutely want to thank the sellers, Ed Cross and Lyle Larson, for being here today on the previous item. So this is a one reading ordinance. It primarily consists of Amendment 2, that's to Garney Companies. They are our construction manager at risk. It is, the amendment is in the amount of $187,876,831. It also includes that before mentioned cost for the surface use agreements. That's at approximate $12 million. And to be exact, it's $11,947,397. It also includes a contribution in aid construction agreement. That's with AEP, so that is infrastructure required to bring permanent power to our wells, 24 well sites, plus our pump station. And then there's also the reimbursement agreement and the adjustment to the capital improvement plan. So again, this project is 22 additional wells, 24 total. There's 2 wells existing. There's approximately 30 to 35 miles of water lines within the well field. Includes the connection to the Mary Roads pipeline, that electrical infrastructure that I just talked about, a ground storage tank, and a 24 million gallon a day pump station at the site, which will pump and deliver the water to the Mary Roads pipeline and eventually find its way to the Owen Stevens treatment plant. The actions taken to date by this council is in September, a master service agreement was issued to Pape Dawson engineers. They have been working nonstop since then. They'll have the project at 60% design by the end of this month, and there's tremendous progress on the design side. In October was the first authorization of the water rights agreement, which you just renewed previously. And then in December was amendment number 1 to Pape Dawson and Garney contractors. So amendment 1 consisted of the purchase of long lead items, and it included the contracts with the 2 drilling firms who will be doing the drilling on the project. The long lead items substantially consisted of electrical equipment, controls, and of course, some of that 30 to 35 miles of waterline piping. Today is execution of Amendment 2 for Garney. So with this approval, it'll include the transmission main installation, the connections to all the wells, the connection to the Mary Roads pipeline, which is very detailed and very, it's a difficult process to say the least. Includes the construction of a temporary pump station, which will allow us to bring water, deliver water in a more expedient time frame. And then additionally, there is the on-site work for the electrical contractors, site clearing, site construction. Roads are being built and these water lines would be installed under this amendment. And we, of course, we have the contribution in aid of construction, which is also CAC, not to be confused with the previous development services item. But that item is important with AEP because that allows us to bring the power infrastructure into that well field. And then, of course, we just talked about the surface use agreements. This provides for the payment of the surface use. And lastly, it's the reimbursement resolution for the city to reimburse itself for this project and to draw the bonds to fund the project. Staff recommends approval of this item to move forward. What it will allow, and this is significant because with the agreement is signed, the surface use agreement's in place, we can proceed with the installation of access roads, the installation of water lines, the construction of pump stations. All that can be done ahead of the time of drilling so that we can continue to move forward with our goal of delivering some water into the Mary Roads pipeline by November or by the end of the calendar year. We're going to have to work closely with Pape Dawson to make sure that can happen, but the intent is to move forward with the installation of this infrastructure so that we are advanced and ready when the well permits are approved by the Groundwater Conservation District. The last slide is the estimated delivery of water from this project. Working with Pape Dawson and Garney, we are still working fast with the goal of delivering 4 million gallons a day into the Mary Roads pipeline in November. But you can see the schedule, how the water is delivered when wells come online. Now, depending upon the actions of the Groundwater Conservation District, the preliminary hearing, this schedule may need to be adjusted. But with the path identified so far and moving forward with the installation of water lines, roads, and power, we are still working towards this goal and this schedule. With that, I'll stand by for questions. Oh, and I do want to, and I apologize, I do want to recognize and thank Chris Noe and Andy from Pape Dawson, who's here today, and Andy Hawthorne from Garney Companies, who's also here today.
Thank you. Okay, Councilman Scott.
Man, I hate to go first. All right, I'm jumping to your infamous 6-scenario presentation that you're going to, at this point, sometime after midnight. You're telling me the way we avoid curtailment is no projected level 1 water emergency is for water to start coming on Evangeline in November of 26. I thought, Peter, that you've been saying all along that if we didn't have a hearing and get good news in that meeting in February, that we couldn't make November. Am I using the wrong words?
No, that was correct, but we came up with a new plan, which is the one that Nick just talked to you about, which is we're taking and this is with council support, it's just not me and Nick doing something. We're taking a calculated risk and continuing the design, and we're going to start building the project in about 5 weeks without the permits, without the drilling permits. So the alternative is to not do anything, maybe lose Garney and lose the engineer of record and wait and just continue to wait to get the permits. We're not recommending that. We're recommending we take a calculated strategic direction, which is one of finishing the design and beginning the construction in about 5 weeks. And that's what this item on the agenda allows us to continue to do. You may recall, just in round numbers, the last approval of the project was about $200 million for continued design work and early ordering of pump material and electrical equipment. This second phase, valued at about another $200 million, is more for Garney to actually do the work in the field, to lay down the pipe, to bring in roads, to bring in power. It also would allow us to build pump stations, holding tanks on the property.
So that's different than what you were articulating in, I don't know, early February when we were saying,
yeah, it is.
Sinton friends, either get on board or you're going to,
Right. Well, Sinton, our friends in Sinton didn't get on board,
Right.
and so we had two choices at that point. We could have stopped the whole project and said, okay, we're just going to stop this and hope for the best. We didn't recommend that. We said, let's strategically, and we talked to council about this, let's strategically continue to move forward with the project, knowing that the permits that are required are kind of secondary to the one that they already have, which is the production permit. 6 years ago, the sellers of the water rights obtained the production permit, which is kind of the overarching permit.
Yeah.
That's the most important one. The drilling permits and the transportation or transfer permits are generally not as difficult to get, and you really have to show standing to protest those or have standing in the protesting of those by all accounts. So we just have to go through the steps now with trying to get Sinton to the table with an administrative law judge, and up to this point, they've dismissed about 6 opportunities to do that.
So just so we're all on the same page, my heartburn is that I thought it was a no-brainer to get these permits and they would happen very quickly. So that's my heartburn here. And so now I'm walking the plank about to spend, and I'm just 9 votes, but about to spend how much money based on the assumption that we're going to get those permits, right?
Right.
How much you want me to? But that's in addition to what we purchased, the purchase agreement, and then what we agreed to. So what's my total? What's my checkbook? How much am I committed to give Nick?
Well, you're not giving it to me.
I know. I would trust you with it, though, buddy. I trust you.
But and I want to give you the
You're going to give it to Camille, right? Yeah.
So the total project amount, including water rights, is currently estimated at $665.2 million. Now, that estimate was, we developed that about a month or so ago, a month or more ago. One thing that I can say is as design is completed, numbers are going to shift and change. The second amendment that this item is for is the $187 million for Garney. It's the $11.9 million for the surface use agreements. It's the $8.9 million for the construction and aid with AEP. So all of those are additive. That's what this agenda item is.
How much AEP? I was daydreaming. Tell me again. And it's in my,
AEP is 8.9 million.
Yeah, I got that.
Yeah.
Good to be AEP. Yeah.
And that's power for the pump station and each of the 24 wells. We have to bring power to the existing 2 wells.
And that's based on the assumption that we're going to get our permits, like, what do I need to look at before I, blow a gasket that we committed $665 million and, our permits are delayed? I guess.
Right. So there's 3 protestants, and the process is the Groundwater Conservation District retains an administrative law judge, which they have, and then to select what's called a preliminary hearing. The date of the preliminary hearing is not yet confirmed. Once that hearing is had, then the administrative law judge determines who has full or partial standing. So one thing that could happen is the judge could say, okay, protestant A, you have no standing. Protestant B, you have standing for 6 wells, right? But no standing on the other. I mean, that's an option. Or there's the judge could say everyone has standing or no one has standing. We just don't know. We've got to work through that process. Then it could go to what's called a contested case hearing, which is more like a trial. It's a litigious event. And if it goes to a contested case hearing, what the experts have told us, the lawyers, is it could be 2 years.
Is that a locked in stone process? I mean, is that a TCEQ process, or is that just a state regulated process? And can someone somewhere say, hey, they need water in Corpus, let's cut to the chase here and do this contested case hearing in 6 months? I mean, I don't know. I've never been in one. Do we know how that works?
We do, yeah. So, you want me to answer that? So it's regulated by the San Patricio Groundwater Conservation District and other state law that applies to groundwater conservation districts. So that's the issue. Each groundwater district might have slightly different rule-making capabilities. So
But there's not is there a way to expedite that process?
There is a way. Yeah, there is a way. So we know the governor is helping us. Our state, our 4 legislative delegation members are bending over backwards to help us, and we appreciate the work. There are opportunities based on the lawyers if we're in an emergency to have officials higher up declare emergencies and request waiving of certain rules. And so that's something we're looking at.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just going to say the process is managed by the Groundwater Conservation District.
Interesting. But, okay, I had an argument with someone, and my point was, I thought that, hey, that's locked in stone. It's 30 days to respond, and you get 30, and then I get 60, and then we have, but somebody said, no. Somebody somewhere can say, no, we're going to cut this in half, and you guys, you can deliberate, but get to the answer quickly. That's fine. I'd just like to understand that process at some point, because what I want to know is, what am I looking for to have a good day or bad day, right? So you get the date, that's one thing. They have the hearing. I don't know, is it 30 days afterwards the judge has to decide?
It's usually that day or the next day.
Okay, all right. And if it comes back no standing, then we're geniuses, right? Let's make it happen. If it comes back, say, you got standing on all of them, then, we're spending $665 million waiting 2 years. Now, I get that we have a water problem, right? But I'm just saying that it puts stress on the body that we've spent all this money and have to wait.
Yeah, so Councilman, the original plan was that the then selected administrative law judge was to hold a hearing on March
2nd.
So the plan prior was that we would have been able to advise the council on the outcome of that March 2nd hearing,
right?
Whether or not to proceed quickly, proceed at all, or keep, or just go normal pace. Unfortunately, the judge that was selected had a conflict with one of the protestants, or the whole hearing, and so recused themselves. It's taken time for the district to select the next administrative law judge. One has been selected, and they have provided 6 to 8 dates of when the next hearing could be.
Yep.
We, of course, picked the first date. The protestants picked the last possible date, which is 30 days from now.
Yes, sir.
So essentially, they're delaying the process by 60 days is what's going on.
60 days?
Yeah.
But the theory is that even if it's delayed 60 days, if we pay Garver to get it going, we can still bring 4 MGD on in November? If they don't have standing, right?
Right, yeah, if there's no standing, or like Nick said, if there's standing, but at just some of the wells. Yeah. So the business plan is, let's see what happens at the hearing when that takes place. Let's see what the administrative law judge says, and we're going to come back to this council and advise you again to say, do we continue? Because if it goes into if it goes into a contested case hearing, it's at least 2 years. So a couple options then include slowing the project down, not paying premium prices for expedited work. It could include pausing the project, putting everything on hold, returning equipment, terminating contracts. We're not sure we're going to recommend that, but so there's many options that we have. We don't have the facts to make the recommendations because the hearing hasn't happened. Yeah. And sentence slow moving.
Okay, but you're open to coming back to us. Well, it's bad news.
That's what we've been saying all along, is that administrative hearing will be an important decision point for the council on how to proceed forward.
And if there's a deal to be made with the protestants,
right?
Yeah. Half the water, does it require a redesign of all this work?
We wouldn't recommend that.
I know that.
Yeah, because it'd be the price for water would be like $30 a.
It would be, I think Camille ran the numbers like 15, right? It's $15 per 1,000 gallons if we got half.
Well, that's based on the sales price too, right? So
of course,
would our friends at on the developers, but we have an agreement that number, whether it's 24 or 12. Is that
correct.
What you're telling me?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Okay. I appreciate that. I just need to know what I'm getting into. Thank you,
sir.
Councilman Barrera.
Okay, so.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, so thank you, Mayor. Could just expand upon that. So right now we're authorizing $187 million spend, and then obviously all the other components. So, if we have to come back and reassess in 60 days, I mean that's really the thing I'm concerned with, is that we're going to proceed to construct, and then worst case scenario it takes 2 years. So what moving with that, I know you gave us some options, but just give me the next option.
Well, let me just make sure we're clear. So the 60 days was if the hearing had been in March 2nd. So 30 days have lapsed. So the next hearing date could be 30 days or so from now, 30, 35. So it's not 60 from now. But
so if it's not favorable.
So if the outcome,
how much, I mean, it's like, I mean, the thing that I worry about with all the expenditures that we've been made on, would that include risk? Because there's no certainty.
Right.
You know, we haven't got the permits, even though we were told it was going to be very easy. Of course, that was the developer telling us, you know, they've got some, what is it? They've got a reason to want to do that, you know. So, but that's my thing. I mean, I know it's just like, I'm not, I think the example of Harbor Island is way ambitious, and I think it was way premature for us to spend $2.7 million. And so my thing is that we've already expended how much on this project?
So the first amendment with Garney was I think it was $196 million plus or minus.
Yeah, but how much have we spent so far?
Oh, you know, to date we've only spent a couple of $1 million to date. So in my weekly water supply memo, I'm including the expenditures.
Yeah, and I saw that on Friday. So I think that's the thing. You know, I'm just, you know, pretty soon we're going to be pricing ourselves out of what is it, speculation. You know, and that's the thing I'm worried about, is all of a sudden the cost of speculation on moving forward with a project that may not be available for 2 years, then there's a cost associated to that ratepayer, you know, to the ratepayer, because of the fact that we've expended money to either design and then put it on the shelf. So at what point, I guess that's the thing I would ask. Maybe perhaps, and you know, you don't have to provide it for the whole council. If you want to provide it for me, or if you want to provide it for everybody, I just want to see what's the speculative loss if it doesn't work. Because we're obviously not going to build, we're not going to spend $187 million in pipeline and pump stations and electrical deal if in 30 days we're told that, you know, there's going to be another additional process and we're not going to obtain the permits. But I know that we're expending dollars, so to speak, and then what's the speculative loss? That's really what I'm worried about, because now we're worried about water. We're worried about the cost of the ratepayer. Well, we're adding additional costs and we still don't have water.
Yeah, that's true.
You know,
nobody's arguing that.
So that's really been my frustration. And I understand. I mean, you know, going back to desal, I mean, yeah, it's about a $250 million difference. But we had permits. We had, the only thing speculative was the difference in the funding that we already had, of which we'd already baked that into the rate. So right now we've got this additional funding. I mean, I'm going to say ad nauseum, we're complaining about a 5,000 square foot building, you know, and yet, you know, what is it? Here we are spending funds on a speculative investment that we don't know where it's going to go because there's no certainty. And I just want the public, I just want to know for my own fact, for my own, is that how much money, how much speculative funds are we spending on the fact that we don't have a project that's certain?
Yeah, Councilman, we're going to get you that answer, but you would have to define speculative. I think this is more calculated strategic engineering work. You know,
No.
It's not a, this has a lot of information behind the decisions and the recommendations, but.
Well, any prospectus is going to provide that for you because there's risk. And that's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
You said you agree with the fact that we're spending funds on a project I mean, this project, I think it's going to make. I really do. I'm not so bullish that I think it'll happen by November, by next year.
Yeah, well, it really needs to. You're going to see why it needs to here momentarily. But let me just add a couple things on the speculative nature that I don't think is speculative. So in the water plan, the state water plan, this project has been in there for 4 decades. So the Evangeline project has been in the state's water plan, developed locally, and then, you know, submitted to the water
and there's a reason it hasn't been developed.
Well, it's been
in the plan. It's in the plan. That's part of the administrative process.
Well, a lot of the other facilities, the same thing, you know.
Yeah. I mean, I agree with you, but I just think that there's still there is small component. I may be more bearish and you're more bullish. So
no, we're together on this because we're recommending and council has to approve it. Every step.
I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm not trying to. I don't want to get into a power struggle with you. I'm not trying to do that. I'm just saying that there's a cost associated.
That's correct.
And that's all. And I just think the public should know what that is. So that and I appreciate you putting that information out there that this is a cost that's spent to date. Now and then if permits aren't obtained. Or, you know, that's the whole thing. If we only get, let's say, for example, like you said, you know, 6 permits have 6 wells, you know, these permits have standing, or these applications standing, and then these don't. Well, then, once again, we're still going to spend almost $700 million and still go through all this process.
Yeah, we may make we may have to work with this. If that happens, we might want to renegotiate the sales contract. We're not going to spend, if all we can get is 6 wells, you know, and there's more time in the future to get the others, we may have to put a minor amendment in the contract term. So I think the key thing is this.
That's great news.
What's that?
That's good news.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I think the key thing is we have to see what the administrative law judge rules.
I agree with that.
And we've been saying this is not the first time we're saying this. Once that decision comes out, we're going to give the council a series of choices or recommendations, and we're going to give you a series of options with a recommendation. Because if it turns into a contested case hearing, it's at least a 2-year delay.
Yeah.
Based on all the lawyers that are talking to us.
And I want to commend you and your team for the sense of urgency, just like we did before, because I think you've worked almost harder than the developers. And I think because you know that I would say that you have worked harder than developers. And the thing is I don't know of any other organization, private sector or otherwise, that would put so much urgency into making somebody else some money. And what is it? But that shows your commitment to the city of Corpus Christi, you know, and they were quite bullish, and it hasn't come to fruition. So I just want to say that, yeah, I have my concerns. I've said my piece. I'm saying that for the record. Some of it's theater, but keep up the good work. You're doing a great job. You're what's keeping us alive.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
Okay, thank you, Councilman.
Councilman Hernandez.
I don't even know what to say to those comments. I appreciate that we're trying everything we can to get this water, following every rule that is required by the San Patricio Groundwater Conservation District.
That's right.
Normally, it's a right of capture unless you have a groundwater conservation district. So Sinton is protesting our permitting or the permitting obtained for following the rules set forth by the Groundwater Conservation District.
That's correct.
Which is very minimal with, when you look at it, 1.25 acre feet of water per acre of land. So, my anticipation would be very hard for them to have standing. And if they have standing on some wells, I don't think we have to eliminate those wells. I think we could just move them or make some accommodation for where their wells are.
Sorry, Councilman. I was just going to say, we've already submitted as part of the permits reductions in pumping at the 5 wells closest to Sinton wells. So by about a 40%, we'd only pump 40% of what we could from those 5 wells that are closest to the Sinton wells.
Right, but we haven't drilled them yet.
No, we haven't, yeah.
Okay, so there's always the opportunity to move them.
Well, let Nick
to
talk
a slightly different location, I mean, how many, you have 10,000 feet between these wells, right?
So it differs. It's not 10,000 feet between the wells, but we're typically 3 to 4 times greater distance between the wells than what is required by the groundwater conservation.
So which makes it even more kind of laughable in the sense of what we're having to experience with sitting on this.
Right.
And, I understand their concern, but we're following the rules.
That's right.
We're following the rules set forth by the Groundwater Conservation District.
Yeah.
Which makes it kind of frustrating, right? And I understand there's a little bit of calculated risk on our part for moving forward with the design and with getting pumps and stuff and ordering stuff like that. But I think it's a calculated risk and probably a better situation than what we're describing right now. I appreciate the work that you're doing, and I know we've kind of beat you up on this a long time, and we've gotten a long way to get here. I think this is the right move to do to get the water that we need. This is one of the fastest way to get it. I mean, even if we're contested, what pushes it out 2 years, it's still relatively quickly compared to other things.
Yeah.
Right? So, I hope that we don't have to go through that. I hope the administrative law judge sees that we're following all the rules, that it's a case. I wish Sinton was a little more understanding in our situation. But I think we're doing the right thing. We're moving forward. We're doing at a very reasonable cost, considering, the other projects that we've seen. It's important to move forward with this, and I support it fully. Thank you.
Councilman Roy.
Yep, thank you for your presentation. I want to go as far as saying that not only are we meeting the rules, I think we're exceeding the rules.
That's right.
We're in a situation where we're 4 times greater in terms of the distance than what's required. And that's got to be meaningful, I would think, but we don't have time on our hands. I think we had a minor setback when we had to get a new administrative judge. But when you take a look at this project, the couple things that we know we can do and the way it relates to the ratepayer. And this is a long-term project, right?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah. These are assets that have to be maintained.
Right. And the quality of the water is what we know is good, right?
Approximately 800 TDS.
Right.
We talk about TDS a lot. That is acceptable. Yes, that's good.
But what it does is that, and I really do believe at the end of the day that we're going to get to where we need to be. I mean, I think, yes, we've got to jump through a few hoops. I think that the calculated risk is at this point worth it. But it also relieves us from being able to have to worry about the burden of some of the temporary sources that we're looking at. And it gives us more options there too. And so that's why this is a critical, it's an important project that we really need to get behind the success, because as we've heard earlier and some of the things that we've heard in the last couple of weeks is that we don't want to limit our neighbors. We don't want to damage our neighbors if we don't have to, you know. We certainly, when you want to compare the well fields, this is a better option in terms of distance and doing our job to make sure that we can do anything we can to minimum subsidence, correct?
That's correct, yeah. So
So-
as part of this will be a complete subsidence monitoring plan.
And the other thing is that with the water treatment, that's just another good, prudent backup that we need. So again, I understand it's a little scary, but we're in a situation where we should be afraid right now. So it's got my support.
Okay. We have a motion and we have a second. I'm going to ask if anyone in the public would like to, in our audience, would like to make comment on item number 17. Yeah, just come up.
Suzilena Saldana, Corpus Christi. Your staff should be black and blue by now. All the abuse they've taken and everything that's happened to them. But they've come up with good solutions. I do want you to remember one thing that I keep emphasizing to you, and some of you might not like it when I say it. You were voted in by the citizens of Corpus Christi. You represent them. We are your priority. I want you to be good neighbors after you take care of us. First take care of Corpus Christi, first take care of us, and then you can be good neighbors, okay? Thank you to staff, thank you for the state manager, and thank you for all the work you've done.
Thank you. Mr. Hale?
Jason Hale, Corpus Christi. I think this is a great groundwater project. I want to thank the city staff for all the hard work they put into this. One thing that I'm confused about, well, okay, first I'm just going to explain. So this is a landowner who has water rights that they want to exercise. And basically, the city of Sinton is saying, we don't like the way that you want to use your water rights. So it's a value judgment, right? But the San Patricio Groundwater Conservation District has a clear set of rules, and this meets all of them. So for me, it doesn't make sense. And also, worst case scenario, San Patricio Municipal Water District uses 39 million gallons a day. We sell to them. You know, worst case scenario, if we can't get a transfer permit, you know, we could sell that water to them, couldn't we? I don't understand why hasn't that been brought up. Anyways, that's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. I think we've got one more. Nick. Mhm.
Just have a real short one. Before you make any decisions, I would confirm what your actual production permit is, not only from 2019, but whenever.
You state your name, please, sir.
Troy Cranford, outside city limits.
Thank you.
Anyways, I would confirm what the actual production permit is from 2019 that was renewed in January 2025, and see how many wells are actually on that production permit. Just word of advice. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Cranford. Anyone else? Okay, I'm going to close public comment, and I'd like to ask that question.
About the production.
Our production permit, yeah.
So the Groundwater Conservation District has approved the production permit twice. That permit was for 25.4 million gallons a day. So what you're seeing is the reduction in the acreage of the property. It still allows us to obtain that goal of 24 million gallons a day. What the attorneys have stated is that since the production permit is approved, so the withdrawal of that amount of water has already been approved twice by the Groundwater Conservation District. The drilling permits themselves are particular locations within the property that have to meet those regulations I talked about in terms of spacing and.
Okay, but if you're restricted with how many wells you can drill.
Yeah, Mayor,
It's-
excuse me, just so what Mr. Cranford said, I'm not sure if we're going to correct it, but the production permit has nothing to do with the wells. It has nothing to do with the number of wells or where the wells are.
The amount of water.
It's the amount of water. It's the amount of water you can produce from one well or 24 wells.
Right.
So I'm not sure what he was talking about, but just so the council doesn't get confused, the production permit is a standalone permit. It has nothing at all to do with the number of wells.
And I would imagine it does, because.
No, it doesn't.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
let me finish and you
Okay,
can
sorry.
help me
Okay.
understand it.
Yes, ma'am, okay. Okay.
I mean, you can have 24 million, but if you can't drill enough wells to get 24 million, then
Right.
you're not going to get 24 million.
If you don't, that's correct, but it's not, but he was saying that you might want to check to see the number of approved wells in the production permit.
Okay, you're saying there's
Yeah.
no wells in the production permit, there's
Right.
MPDs.
There's not, the production
There's an
permit
amount of
doesn't
water.
reference, right, the production permit doesn't reference number of wells or where the wells should be or could be. It just says based on the acreage of land and the rules of the district.
An amount of water.
Yeah, you can produce this much water.
Okay.
And that permit has been approved not once, but twice.
Twice, okay.
And we've had numerous lawyers
At the
look
24,
at it. So
25.
we have no doubt that that the production permit is solid.
At 25.4.
Correct.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Understood. Okay, anyone else? Okay, we'll close public comment if I didn't already do that. And I think we've had some really good comments. I appreciate them. You know, there's concern, absolutely. And I don't think it's you're for or against a project. It's we need to be concerned with what our expenditures are, what we're getting, what we were told, what is actually happening. And I'm a realist, and we've had this conversation, Peter, but, you know, we stood here and said, no problem, right? Permits are going to be no problem. We didn't. We were told. And they were a problem, because there are some things in all of these projects, doesn't even have to, I mean, all of these projects that are out of our control. But we need this water. We cannot let it go, because we're going to get it. It's just, again, it's just, you know, hopefully there is no standing, and if there is, we get to work it out. But again, I think we have to plan, right, for the worst case scenario. And I know maybe during the water supply update, you know, we'll talk more about that, but we have to plan. I mean, we pray to God that this comes through, you know, but if it doesn't, we've got to be able to know what's going to come in lieu of that. If it's, a judge says, you know, our worst case scenario, hopefully not. But
Yeah.
either way, that's a conversation I'm sure that y'all have had, and we'll talk about during the supply. Anyhow, this is another milestone in this project, and we have to move this forward and hope for the best and do everything we can. So with that, I think we have a motion. We have a second. And I'll ask everyone to please submit your vote. Okay, great. The motion carries. Item number 18 is a motion authorizing a professional services contract with Spheros Environmental Group, Parent Inc. of Round Rock, Texas for far field modeling.
Correct. Thank you, Mayor. And I have a very short presentation for this as well. So as you recall, we have established a far field advisory committee, and under the city manager's direction, we are moving forward with a far field model of the entire base system. Requests for qualifications were issued. We received a number of qualified applicants. The top scorer from both the city staff panel and also from the Far Field Advisory Committee was Spheros, which is who the city's contract will be with. Working with Spheros, they have identified that they've worked with a company called Hazen and Sawyer, which has done work for the city, as a company that they've worked with previously in the past, enough to the fact that they have an existing master services agreement with them. So what we have is we have a proposal from Spheros with Hazen and Sawyer as their subconsultant working on this project. The project itself will include modeling work that will commence immediately pending approval of this council. The modelers will review all previous work that has been done to date. However, certain things will be done to bolster the modeling effort. The model grid resolution throughout the area will be increased. Efforts will be made to further simulate the effects of large ship traffic and mixing throughout the Inner Harbor Channel. The model domain will be expanded as well. And also, modeling will be reviewed to include additional dry periods throughout the years, the historic data as well. The one thing to note, and we talk about timing of all of this, and we're very pleased with the presentation given by Spheros at the last Farfield committee meeting. I feel very encouraged by it. They are ready to start to work immediately with the goal of providing this council modeling data and significant work done at sometime in the April timeframe. The final report will not be completed in April. That will follow. But what they're working towards is having significant data available for review, not just for this council, but for the Farfield Committee as well. The total amount of the contract, including Spheros and their subcontractors, is $298,210. Staff is recommending approval of this contract and moving forward so the modelers can get to work ASAP. And I do want to recognize, so we do have Jordan Ferdinand from Spheros here as well, and then there is also a representative from Hazen and Sawyer here. And we thank them for being here, but also really thankful to them for participating in last week's Farfield Modeling Committee, Advisory Committee meeting. With that, I'll stand by for questions.
And Nick and Mayor, if you don't mind, I just want to add, because one of the speakers this morning talked about we're hiring both firms, even though one ranked higher than the other. So that was an initial recommendation from Nick, but we did hear some feedback from the Farfield Committee of 19 members, and they didn't like that. And so at the same time, the two bidders talked with each other as well, and they felt that the highest scoring, which is Jordan Ferdinand, who's here, we would contract with him. But he said he would like to have Hazen and Sawyer be a sub-consultant to peer review, to do other work to support Jordan's model. Before we agreed to that, we reviewed this concept with the committee, who supported it, even those that that had issue at first with the two. And so the committee supports and endorses it. The city staff does, and the consultants recommended it. And so there's only one contractor that's Spheros, who on their own volition, as Nick said, have already a on-call contract with Hazen and Sawyer, and so they'll use them to do work that they need to get done to get the model done in time. It also, the reason Nick liked the idea and we did is because it brings additional power to the project, so to speak. It brings more mental capacity, more computing, more expertise. I know, and that's why I recommended that this is a critical piece in the question of the Inner Harbor. And so having the best minds work on the question of, will this impact the bay? The more the better is what we think. And so this is a good recommendation that is supported by the committee. I don't think there's anybody that's opposed to this concept. So I just want to make sure in case anybody, if the council members heard that comment this morning from one of those speakers.
Thank you for clarifying.
The scenario has changed.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councilman Cantu.
Thank you, Mayor. This study's going to be throughout the whole bay itself, correct?
It's the entire bay system, so Nueces Bay, Corpus Christi Bay, and the ship channel, of course.
What was the reason for having two companies?
Well, there's one company, so the city has one contract with Spheros.
That's who we already do business with, correct?
The city contract will be with Spheros. It won't be with any other modeler. Spheros has actually 2 sub-consultants working for them in support of this project.
Was that their idea or was that the city's idea to do that?
So what we did is initially it was my idea, like the city manager said, to bring on, to bolster the team, to bring on more, a stronger effort and more of a knowledge base. One thing that the committee stated is they were very concerned about QA/QC as well. So one of my initial thoughts was if we had 2 reputable firms working together, they would work together to provide the best quality product.
It just was my understanding that we were going to get a company who has no interest with our city to do a far field study in the beginning, no financial gains or anything like that. My understanding now is that the second company, we already given them millions of dollars for other projects. And my understanding was we're gonna hire somebody who has 0 interest with the city, just like this committee is supposed to have been 10 people, we have 20 people, or whatever the case is. But if Jordan's involved, I trust Jordan. I think Jordan will do a good job. A little concerning that it's going to be done in April. That's pretty quick. That's pretty fast. All the studies that people said they could do, whatever the case is, will take months. This is going to take a month and a half. That's a little concerning. I don't know if they're using some data they got from the port, what they're doing, but just to start fresh on a far field study, I mean, that's pretty quick. Don't you agree?
Well, the couple of things there, Councilman, is they are not starting fresh. They're using the previous work that's been done. However, during the last far field committee meeting, they identified various items that Jordan and his firm agreed that need to be strengthened to improve the quality of the model.
Okay.
So they're utilizing previous work as the base, but then they're making it even stronger by confirming the inputs, adding the additional information to provide the basis needed. And again, Hazen and Sawyer is the sub-consultant of Spheros. They are not working, they are working for Jordan and his firm, Spheros.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, I just want to confirm this. This was the contractor that did the far field model for the La Quinta location for the port.
Yeah, he did the previous port work.
Just I want to verify that. Second, there's also the fact that we're not releasing water from the Nueces River anymore. I mean, was that taken into consideration in the previous model? Or is that going to be taken into consideration?
So let me answer your second question first. So the current conditions will absolutely have to be considered, and also future conditions, because there will be a time when the Nueces River will flow again. Your first question about the previous model, I can't speak specifically to that, what was included in the model or not. I could find out for you, but I don't have that information.
Okay, so, I'm assuming they're taking historical data since they're not going to be actually monitoring much more than a month of current data, right? I mean, you generally want these things to have like a year's worth of information.
So they are using years worth of information, but they won't be compiling years worth of information going forward in the future. They're utilizing existing data that's available.
Okay. Do you have any issues with the premise of their model?
No, the committee meeting, it was 3 hours last week. I was very impressed with not only the modelers themselves, Jordan, but also with the Far Field Committee. There's a lot of great discussion, a lot of good input. I feel very confident about the quality of the product we're going to get. Inputs are critical. I know one thing, like the city of Port Aransas is developing a new wastewater treatment plant, right? That I know for sure that was not included. Those effluent flows into the bay weren't included previously. So like any model, you've got to adjust for current conditions.
Porter Ennis. Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
Well, I went to the last two meetings, and that last one was 3 hours long. I don't know how y'all did it, but I want to thank the city staff for doing it because that was a lot of work. But I want to thank the committee. That was a really good committee. You had a lot of smart people on there. Jason Hill was on there, and he asked some really good questions. And there were maybe a couple of them that didn't just sit there and didn't say anything, but the majority of those people, boy, they covered everything. And Jordan did a great job answering the questions and covering things that they didn't even ask. I feel very comfortable with him doing it. And I was not sure about having the other one, Hazeman and Sawyer. But after listening to them, I think there's a lot that they can add that helps you. And I think you saw that too. So I think it's great that you're going to do them as consultant. But I have complete confidence, and thank you all for doing that and having the committee. The committee did a great job.
Councilman Scott.
Hey, I don't know anybody. Can you point out, so they're humans? Who is, hey, you good-looking guy, I'm all in, and is that Jordan? Are you Jordan on the left? Thank you for doing this. I know the names just because I've read it in my council packets, but I didn't know if they wanted to say anything. You don't have to, trust me, we all want to get to dinner, but the committee knows you guys, right? Because I guess y'all spoke, but I'm a humble servant to the committee, but I'd sure like to see if you're human.
Thank you. I'm Jordan Fernandes. I did come here 6, 7, 8 months ago to make a real brief comment, but really excited to be working on this type of project again. This is what I did my dissertation on about 20 years ago now. This is what the project I most enjoyed when I worked for the Water Development Board in 2025. We started doing field work in Corpus Christi Bay, and I really enjoyed that. Working for the port, building that model has been the highlight of my professional career, to do this type of work. And so I'm excited to do it again and improve what we came and gave you before. Tim Osting with Hayes and Sawyer. He and I have intertwined our careers over 20 plus years. I was his TA in grad school. He was my first boss at the Water Development Board. You know, we have a long history of working together, so that's why I think it'll work fairly seamlessly to have two different competing consultants work together on a project for you. I think it's going to be beneficial. I wouldn't do this with many other companies, so I'm happy that Tim's on board to work with me on it. He's already provided some insight that I wouldn't have thought of, and hopefully vice versa. So I'm excited by that. Again, thank you for the vote of confidence in this, and it is fast.
I was going to ask you, talk to us about the speed of the study.
Well, I mean, every time I come into this room, you tell me that you need the answers quickly. And
Yesterday.
Yeah. We have the opportunity to do great modeling for Corpus Christi Bay and for this system. You can build the premier model, not necessarily just in the United States, but probably worldwide in terms of what we can do hydrodynamically with the data that we have and the models we've got and the supercomputing. We could make this as fantastic as you want, but that takes time. We have an existing model that I built for the port that is very good. It's not perfect. I told the committee there's 4 modifications we want to do to improve it. One of those modifications is new and a novel idea that hasn't been built into any hydrodynamic model that exists out there in the world right now. So that's going to give, I mean, if you wanted to brag as a city, you could say, hey, we've got something nobody else has.
Yeah.
Right, and this is for that reason. That's why I needed to subcontract with DSI Incorporated. They're the group that wrote the model code, the EFTC code that we're going to use. I need their expertise to rewrite a different part of it to do this new functionality that's going to work for you, specifically for this inner harbor, but it's also going to work for modeling the Barney Davis plant, the Nueces Bay power plants, and almost any other discharge where you're going to take water in one location, use it, and put it back somewhere else.
What's the DSI? TSI, what'd you say?
DSI is the company. It's based in Edmond, Washington. They've been doing hydrodynamic modeling for 20 years, and they have built both the code and the graphical user interface that makes the code look cool on screens to show the public and attorneys and such. So they'll be a big asset to the team. And then I've got Hayes and Sawyer working on an additional task of expanding the model time frame. Right now, it only does 2010 and 2011. We were instructed to make it do more time.
Sure.
And that's what Tim and his group are going to be doing. That one can be done simultaneously with the other modifications that we're doing. The modification that DSI is going to do is going to take a little bit longer. It's not going to be done in April. But the modifications of enhancing the model grid resolution, expanding the time frame, and doing the ship traffic mixing part of it, those can be done quickly, and those are what I will be back in front of this podium in April to show you.
I had a question that was brilliant, and I've since forgotten it. The fact that, oh, I know what it was. So it requires massive computing? I mean, is this a huge program that I thought you may have said it required a big computer system to run.
So there's all sorts of sophistication within the model code that could mean you need a bigger computer to do it. The computer that I have in my laptop, or in my laptop bag right up there, is a normal Dell. It's 4 years old now. It can run this, and it did run the model that I built for the port.
Okay.
It'll be slower once we make these modifications, but it'll still run on a basic laptop. Okay. It doesn't need the UT supercomputer like the model I built in 2019 did.
And so at one point, I don't know if they said it here at the council meeting, I assume, because I never met with them privately, the previous modeling group talked about filling the inner harbor with Rubik's cubes, and each face on each Rubik's cube was a different data point, whether, and then they just said, we just started turning them. And that's when they ran their 400 million iterations, because each, you're turning different. Is that generally, are you taking all this data and say, if it's a sunny day and the weather, the temperature's this and the wind's that and the ship traffic is that, and then you say, okay, everything else is the same, but now we're going to double the ship traffic. Is that generally?
That's the concept, yeah. Yeah, we haven't quite figured out what ship traffic scenarios we're going to do yet, but yeah, that's the idea.
I will close by telling you I've spent the last 20 minutes trying to figure out who you all were. I don't know who you three in the back are, but I thought you were with them, so we can't wait to see what brings them up. To the committee, thank you. Peter, thank you. Nick, thank you. And gentlemen, thank you for doing this, and go to work. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Councilwoman Paxton.
Thank you, Mayor. So if this study is going to be utilizing old data, former models, because we're trying to expedite the study, how will we account for things like our modified water releases? Is that going to be accounted for?
I'm going to pull Jordan back up here because he's a modeling expert.
I'm sorry, I tried to catch him, but y'all were talking.
I'm not trying to run away. I'm here all day. Modified water releases, what do you mean?
As far as we're going to be recapturing our effluent water, different things like that. We're doing a lot of changes to our water system right now. Okay.
So this model takes, as input into the model, it takes anything we want to give it. So if we're having the Nueces River come in, that's an input. We have Oso Bay or Oso Creek flow into Oso Bay, that's an input to it. If we know of a freshwater or even a saline discharge, we can put that into the model. So right now, I don't believe these discharges are all in the model as it was currently built. The model was built for simulating where the best discharge location would be around the La Quinta Channel area. And so we didn't focus on trying to get everything else in the rest of the bay right. That's what we're trying to fix in this iteration of the model. So we can put whatever inputs you want into it, reduced or not. It doesn't matter to us.
That kind of leads me to that next question was, I don't mean here to go into a full 40-page dissertation on the parameters that will be used for the study. But in that same context, I am curious. It sounds like the Far-Field Committee was all able to give inputs on what was important for the modeling, but something as simple as that, there's a big change coming to our effluent water. I am searching for the reassurance that some of those key parameters are going to be included, where you're going to test all the effects on the different things that we find through that discharge and how it's going to impact the different depths, the different locations, the different ecosystems, all of those things within both bay systems.
And it will. I mean, it's as simple as that. As soon as we know what discharges and things you want included in the model, we can put it in there. It doesn't take time to do. It's just another input that we add. So it's straightforward, and happy to do it.
So something that we heard earlier today, was that there was some discussion in the committee that the timelines that were being given to this project were a little too expedited. If we were to give it justice, it needed a little bit more time to evaluate. My question is, from the professional and scientific standpoint, is this procurement going to be meaningful in the ways that we need it to with the timeline that's being requested, or do we need to take a realistic perspective and say, that's not going to work for what we're looking for?
We'll be able, as I said, in coming back in April, I'll be able to show you model results that give an idea of the salinity and temperature plumes that might or might not arise in the Inner Harbor and might or might impact areas outside in the bay proper. We'll be able to do that in April. Taking more time is the additional modification that I want to do that's should, once it works, provide a answer to the question is the discharge of the Inner Harbor desal plant going to affect the intake of the desal plant? And therefore, is there going to be a sort of feedback loop between them? That's a key question that we'll be able to answer, but not in April. That'll be answered by the end of June. The biggest thing that the committee mentioned last week that is going to require more time if you wish to go down that road is to study dissolved oxygen. And dissolved oxygen is important because, of course, that's what the critters that live in the benthos in the bottom of your bay, they need that dissolved oxygen. It gets to them by wind mixing. So if you have high winds on the surface, it brings that oxygen downward to the bottom. If there's a high salinity layer that forms on the bottom of the bay, that will prevent that oxygen exchange and cause hypoxia, cause the problems that do naturally occur in the bay system in certain locations at certain times. The question is, are we exacerbating the DO problems? What we'll be able to do with our modeling without doing the DO modeling is to identify areas where this high salinity plume may or may not exist. If it exists there, then you can think you might have a dissolved oxygen problem. If it doesn't exist, you're not likely to have that dissolved oxygen problem. So I came to the committee and I said, we can study dissolved oxygen if you want. That's another 12 to 18 months. And Tim at Hayes and Sawyer has done a lot of that work. He gave a proposal that I agree with that would add about $450,000 to study dissolved oxygen specifically in 12 to 18 months on top of what we're doing now. The hydrodynamics, the salinity plumes, the mixing, that can all be done in the April to June timeframe that we're talking about.
Will you have any sort of an indication towards the outcome in terms of dissolved oxygen by April, or that has to be a completely separate item that's going to take the additional 12 to 18 months?
Well, I'm actually not going to model dissolved oxygen unless I get direction to do so. And the modeling that I'll do in April will identify just where stratification is going to occur that could affect hypoxia. Mm-hmm. So it gives you an indicator saying it's likely to be here. Maybe we should study it, or maybe we don't need to study it, that type of thing. We'll have that answer in April.
Okay, so it's confirmed that by the end of the study that we're doing now, engaging, you will be able to tell us this is pointing to concern in these areas. If you're going to rule that out or confirm it, you need to do study XYZ, but this indicates the potential for this risk.
Yes, I mean, if the model shows there's going to be stratification that's persistent and strong, that's likely to cause hypoxia. We may want to study it more, but right now I can't guarantee that the model is going to say that or not.
Okay, I appreciate that information. I really do. Thank you for that. I have one quick question for one of our committee members, Jason Hale, who is here. If you don't mind, you can come on up just so it's on the record. Could you explain through the committee your interpretation of the selection of firms and utilizing both and all of that? And I know that we're not engaging that subcontractor. That's up to the other, that's up to the firm that's on our agenda. But I do want to know, because I wasn't in the meeting, I do want to know what the committee members' feelings were about the relationship of both on the project.
So I haven't talked with the committee members, or we haven't had a discussion specifically about that. There was a lot of discussion about the contract being awarded to both of them, that initial proposal. The next day we got an email from Nick saying that they picked Spheros to get the contract and have Hazen as the subcontractor, subconsultant. And at the next committee meeting, no one spoke about it. So I don't want to speak for anyone, but no one had any objections to it at the meeting. And based on my conversations with other committee members, no one has objected to that.
Okay. And so with the dialogue that was there through the meetings, you feel confident in the parameters that were discussed and recommended and their representation in the study?
Yeah, if I'm going to be completely honest, the only thing I'm concerned about is I really think that last component that is going to take until June, I think it is absolutely critical, just because that's the only way you'll be able to tell if CC Polymers is raising the salinity at Inner Harbor and if that's going to increase the outfall salinity, and vice versa, Inner Harbor on CC Polymers, in addition to Inner Harbor possibly raising its own salinity.
Was it discussed at all, the potential of evaluating that on hypothetical terms?
So that will be done by the end of the study, but it will not be done by April because they have to rewrite the source code. And that's what the DSI subcontractor is for.
So we will have no data that models the inclusion of CC polymers by April. That'll be summer.
Sorry, CC Polymers will be in the model as far as I know. I'm just saying that capturing their interactions with each other because it is a pretty small water body compared to most receiving water bodies for this type of discharge that I'm aware of.
Okay, I appreciate that. And we do have Heart Research Institute represented there, so they were able to share comments.
Yes, so I will say that DO is very important, and I wish I would have said something more about it when that first RFQ came out to make sure that DO was part of the RFQ, and I totally dropped the ball on that, and I'm really kicking myself in the butt for it. But I know like Perth, they had done it for just 2 1-month periods for DO, and I think, you know, if we could maybe narrow down that scope for DO and try to get that cost down lower than $450,000, I think it is possible, because I don't think we need a year or two's worth of data. I think we just need the month worst case scenario to have a better idea, and then go from there if we need to.
Okay, I really appreciate that. Thank you, Jason. It's Jordan, is that correct? Your thoughts on the 30-60-day evaluation similar to Perth at the DO?
Well, interestingly enough, I mentioned this is a small community. I studied at University of Western Australia in Perth, Australia, so I'm very familiar with that whole system there too. I think, you know, hypoxia is naturally seasonal a lot of times in Corpus Christi Bay, and so you'd have to hit the right season in their modeling. I think having a longer time period would be more beneficial if you're really going to get a good answer on dissolved oxygen. I wanted to follow up too on the CC Polymers. CC Polymers is in the current model right now, and we can add, I think it was told to me that I should model it at whatever they're planning to discharge is, not their permitted amount. So we can model it at the permitted amount. We can do whatever we want to do with it, but it's in the model now. It's one of the discharges that was already simulated.
Okay.
So adding it and enhancing it is not an issue.
Okay, and I asked, and we went off on talking about DO and its effects and timelines. Heart Research Institute, their feedback has been included in the information provided?
It has, yeah.
Okay,
Yep.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Yeah, Councilwoman Dr. Wetz, I think is his name, I appointed him, so he's on the committee from the Heart Institute. Yeah.
Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, real quick, the inputs, we're looking to, as mentioned by Councilwoman Paxton, to reduce the amount of fresh water we discharge from our wastewater treatment plants at Oso, Greenwood, which also goes into Oso Bay. I didn't see that image on page 2 on the background. It didn't mention Oso Bay, but you also have Allison's going to be reduced in their freshwater discharge. But there's also a brackish water plant that we're designing that we haven't really decided on whether it's going to be a deep well injection or it's going to be discharged, I'm assuming Nueces Bay or maybe even the ship channel. So there's an additional amount there that hasn't been decided yet. How do you take these factors into play if you're not sure if they're actually going to happen?
I mean, it can be, I mean, you can use this model as a tool to assess the impact of discharging that salinity brackish desal into Nueces Bay if you wanted to. So this is.
I want to keep that around in case, you know, for permitting for any discharge from the brackish water plant that we're planning.
Yeah, in fact, it came up during our committee meeting. It was Greg Smith who brought that up and reminded the modelers of that. So even the committee brought that up before I was even able to.
And I'm assuming you're also taking into consideration our wells that we're adding TDS to the Nueces River that's going into Nueces Bay.
Well, remember, the Nueces River isn't flowing, right?
That's true.
It stops at the Cal Allen Barrier Dam. It hasn't flowed for quite some time. Yeah.
Okay, so I mean, you have a whole lot of factors in there, so hopefully you can capture them all.
I plan to.
Well, with that, I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I'm going to pause a second, just should be right back. That way. Oh, I'd like to open up for public comment if there's anybody that has public comment. Seeing that there's none, I'll close. Oh, I'm sorry.
Can I comment? Sorry.
Yeah, sure.
Cool. So Jason Hill, Corpus Christi. Yeah, so this agenda item is really huge for me. This is something I've been advocating for the past 2 years. And I really want to thank City Council and City staff for putting together the advisory committee and for making this a possibility. I'm requesting that y'all approve this item. I know the public is super concerned about the health of the bay, and I think this will answer those questions. I think what Spheros and Hazen have proposed are top-notch and innovative. I think people will write papers about how innovative this is. But just because it is innovative doesn't mean it's necessary. I think given the characteristics of the ship channel, everything that is proposed is absolutely necessary, and to have anything less would be, woefully inadequate. I also just want to thank the committee members who have participated. They did an awesome job reviewing the materials, giving input, representing the organizations that they were put on the board to represent. Also, really want to give a huge shout out to Dr. Wetz and Dr. Hertzka, because they are about to put a considerable amount of effort into translating these water quality modeling results into ecological impacts. And I don't know if you've read any ecological impact studies before. They had one for the Allison wastewater treatment plant into the Nueces Delta. There's like 14 studies. It's just an incredible amount of work. And it's not very A plus B equals C. It's just really in depth. And so I really appreciate them going through the effort of getting this information to their colleagues and really answering that question as to what the ecological impacts will be. Anyways, yeah, that's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
Julian Hernandez, Corpus Christi. Coming to the party late, sorry about that. And this might have been talked about. So I think, I guess I was looking for clarification on, so doing the desal, it sounds like, of course, they're doing the study and everything else, that we're proceeding with that. And if that is the cost on that was in like $1 billion or something like that, desal, that if we are doing that, because that's what the far field model is for, is that correct? Yeah, so if we're proceeding with that and we have almost 700 million tied up in the wells, so that's 2 billion probably at the end of it. And so I just wanted to clarify that. So now we're I guess exceeding. We're in it for 2 billion now.
So, sir, You're allowed to make a statement, but you're not allowed to ask a question.
Right. I just, okay, I guess rhetorically that's what we're at. That's what I'm understanding. So thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Troy Cranford, outside the city limits. I want to kind of echo what Jason said. I kind of had my doubts with some of this committee that when it first started out, but I watched the committee meetings. They did an excellent job, excellent questions. Sparrows, I have full confidence in them. You picked the right guys. So that's my comment. Thanks.
Thank you. I'd just like to make one comment. When we started this off, there was 19 people. And we had some feedback in terms of how do you get 19 people to do anything and be able to come out with a positive outcome. So that's just testimony that that we did the right thing. And I think the other thing is that, and as you know, locally, statewide, and even nationally, everybody's watching us. So I am glad that we were able to do this and put the quality and the outcome into it. And I appreciate everybody that's worked diligently on the committee. So, and it's a good model in the future. I'm sure we'll be looking at doing other things the same way. Yes, sir. Did you have another comment? So we have a motion and a second.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. You can call the vote if you like. If there's no further discussion.
Councilman, Chairman, can I just say one quick thing? So the committee meetings, there'll still be several more, probably every second or third week. They are open to the community. So the general public can attend the committee meetings. We had about half a dozen committee residents there last meeting. It is broadcast live on our YouTube channel. So if you can't make it, and if somebody talked about international or worldwide, people can watch this wherever live, and it's recorded, and you can watch the committee meetings on repeat or replay. So the committee meetings are open to the public. There's still several more to be happening. Jordan will be presenting information as it's developed to the committee for feedback and for the committee to stay in tune with what's being developed. And so it's not that he'll develop a report and show it to the committee weeks from now. He's going to show them along the way how his work's progressing, what he's doing, and expect feedback from the members. So,
Thank you, Peter. So please submit your vote. Okay, the motion carries. Thank you, Nick. Item number 19 is a motion to authorize city staff to collaborate with CPS Energy to develop options for seawater desalination at the Barney Davis Power Plant. We have a motion and a second. Councilman Scott.
Well, I'd like the presentation.
You got it?
Yeah. Huh? Well, I'll just cut to the chase. So, are we as CPS offered their intake permit?
Yeah, if we could go back to the presentation there.
I want to know if they've offered their discharge permit, and I want to know what they suggest regarding power, and I want to know what they suggest regarding location of the plants.
So yeah, let's thank you, Councilman. Let's go through this slide. I jumped ahead a little bit, but so what CPS has stated, what they've informed the city manager and staff, is that a future seawater desalination plant would definitely require a new discharge permit. They are not willing to reopen their existing discharge permit, so the project would require a new discharge permit. CPS Energy has stated their preference that the plant would be operated by a P3, a public-private partnership. They've also informed us that the power agreement would not be with them, but it would be through a power provider, as is standard. The city itself would enter into a long-term water supply agreement with that P3. Typically, that's a 30-year type agreement. And then additionally, there's a possibility of utilizing a public utility agency or a PUA to develop that project we would need, if the city was one partner of the PUA, we would need another partner in that PUA as well.
So where does CPS come in?
Well, they own the property, and they own the plant, and they're willing to allow a seawater desalination plant built at that location.
But let me state. So CPS they wouldn't be involved. The only way they would be involved is to sell or lease the property. That's it.
Got it. Would it be a possibility of using the cooling ponds?
No.
Good to know.
They don't. I spoke with Rudy Garza personally a few weeks ago, so he does not want to jeopardize the power plant.
Totally get it.
Yeah, or the permits that exist. So he made it clear to me a couple of things in that meeting that Ryan and I attended, and one of them was that he does not want in any way, shape, or form to think we can discharge the brine into the cooling ponds and ultimately into that Oso Bay. That's off the table. So he said this would have to be a new discharge into the Gulf.
And the intake? Separate?
The intake, they said we could use the intake. Okay. Yeah, it would have to be modified, because right now it works for the power plant, but if you're taking in massive amounts of water, it'd have to be modified.
I've been in
the intake structure and maybe the permits themselves.
So there's a possibility that we could utilize their intake. They could lease us property inside the fence line.
They would sell or lease, not to us even, but
to the P3.
Right.
Yeah.
But then the power would not be inside the fence line power. It would be market rates.
Correct.
That's fascinating.
Yeah.
We'd be inside the fence line, but the power would be as if it went outside the fence and came back in the fence, right?
Yeah, basically, just for the layperson, we can't buy discounted power with CPS. That's something that they can't do by certain state regulations, nor do they want to jeopardize their monopoly that they have right now in San Antonio. They're a monopoly provider. They were allowed to be so under state legislation, and they don't want to jeopardize that business concept.
Okay, so, and it's P3 or some PUA, I get all that. So it's really all about the location. And do we have a sense about the location inside the plant? Did they say, hey, we'll sell you that corner?
Right. Well, it's not a corner, but there's a big square tract of land that's just south of the plant that's undeveloped that they do own. One thing they did bring to our attention as well, that it looks like a pretty big piece of property. There is wetlands on it.
Yeah.
And so you would not be able to build I don't think you could build in the wetlands, and there would be some additional permitting potentially.
NEPA, right? NEPA.
Yeah, for wetlands. So that was another new revelation that we got from that meeting.
Okay. So with that in mind, what are we doing?
So we're gonna work. This just gets everybody in the same team to say, okay, we've talked about this also for
I'm okay with
years.
it. Yeah, if it's a great location.
So just saying that this policy advising group, the city council, I shouldn't say, the policy makers, the city council, are saying, let staff, you make sure you do put this in your work plan to work with CPS Energy to develop a few business models of how a desal facility could be constructed and how we could buy water from it in the future. And so that would be, and Rudy Garza, the CEO of CPS Energy, in this month was to be taking a similar resolution to his board, so that the CPS Board of Trustees also is endorsing the two sides to collaborate with each other and develop several business models on how a desal facility could operate there at the Barney Davis site.
Got it. I appreciate you guys pointing out some of the headwinds, but as I told somebody earlier today, leave no stone unturned, right?
Right.
Yeah.
No stone unturned.
Just to highlight some of the benefits, it is a good location to the Gulf. And so there's a zone, I guess, known as the green zone that the Texas Parks and Wildlife identified better areas along the Gulf.
I'm curious where Harbor Island discharges, because it's not in the green zone. That's what's interesting to me is the Harbor Island discharge area doesn't look like it's in the green zone, but hey, somebody brought the map, so I just wanted to comment on it.
Okay, that's good, no problem. Yeah, so it isn't a good discharge area. It also is closer to a distribution system, right? We have some south side infrastructure there. We own property and ground storage tanks, and we have pump stations there.
Yeah, don't we have a huge line that just dead ends?
Correct. Not to say you could use it, but there is at least customers and there's a pipeline system nearby and infrastructure that we own. There is power infrastructure obviously AEP Texas has transformers, and so that's a plus. Even though the project won't buy power from CPS Energy, the infrastructure that AEP Texas either needs or will need is either there or easy to put in there.
Interesting.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you for
Yep.
that.
And
Last
you also-
question, sorry.
You also have the intake structure and permits, so, half the permitting, or at least half the equation is somewhat solved.
It's the easy part, but
And then
you're
we
right.
have a willing partner too, CPS Energy, like the NRA, are partners of this city. We know their CEO, he's born and raised here, worked in the city, and we know CPS Energy. I know him from my years in San Antonio. It's a well-respected and recognized group.
I'm a big fan of Rudy's.
Yeah.
All right, so would you talk to me afterwards about the navigation storage facility and where that water would go? Okay, that's not germane to this item, but please, because I forgot I was supposed to respond to that. All right?
You got it.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Mayor, thank you.
Councilwoman Paxson.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you guys for bringing this item up. I know we've talked about it for quite some time. It's a project that has been recognized for a very long time as incredibly viable. So I'm happy today that we are finally making some official movement on it. And I think that while we acknowledge the reality of the situation, I appreciate that you bring up the highlights of the project, because we're not starting from a blank canvas here. Another thing that I think is potential to bring up is that we know there's a high potential in this site for a secondary major causeway project. So while we're looking at infrastructure for this, there's more projects coming right in the same area. So thank you guys for bringing that forward.
Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, thank you, Mary. Yes, I think there's a lot of synergies here with this particular project, and I know we've talked many times about it, had meetings on it, discussed the opportunity for a PUA on many occasions, even acquired the services of Carlos Rubenstein for that exact reason. But maybe this could be, Ryan could answer this question. Considering that the limitations, and just so I give explanation, CPS is in a restricted market because they kept the rights to sell electricity within the city utility, right?
Right.
So it's different from the unregulated market that's outside of San Antonio.
Yeah.
However, considering that we're both government entities, is there a legislative fix that could be put in place prior to this happening?
So Ryan Skrabarczyk, Director of Intergovernmental Relations. I'm not sure electric market. If we ran a municipal electric company, I might be more in tune with that. The realities I think that govern CPS's situation is not only that they're a municipal electric provider, but the three-tier system that exists in the electric market in Texas, where you have clear separations by law of generation, distribution, and retail. So you, as your house, you buy from a retailer.
Right.
And unless you have a carved-out market like an electric cooperative or another municipal utility. So I was looking for...
I mean, we're technically a municipal utility.
Yeah, we're not an electric one, and so that there is an important distinction there. I don't know, to answer your question. I'd have to do some consultation with our lobby team, who actually have a long experience working in utility issues, representing both municipal electric utilities and others, about the possibility of a state law change. I think what I'd be careful there is what Rudy Garza expressed to us, is that there are larger market dynamics that they as a company need.
I understand, because they're in a protected market and they want to maintain that, so they don't want to sell into a different market that might jeopardize their own status.
Right. Essentially.
But like I said, we're another government entity that I'm just want to make sure that we're not, if there's an opportunity to save on operational expense, and energy is the biggest part of that.
Sure.
If we're inside the fence line, that might be an opportunity. But like I said, if it's not possible, it's just let's take a look behind the curtain and see if there's an opportunity.
Yeah, I think we would, obviously, you'd want to work hand in hand, stating the obvious. I know you know this, but just for the benefit of the public, you'd want to work hand in hand with CPS.
Right.
It's their property. It would be their power. And
let me say, I appreciate Rudy Garza, the president of CPS, a local Corpus boy, went to Miller High School, for giving us the opportunity to consider this and make this a possibility considering our situation.
Sure.
It is, very much a thank you on our part. And I know we have some San Antonio media here that's kind of going to address that. So we truly appreciate San Antonio and CPS for their willingness to help us out in a situation that we're in to address some of our long-term water needs.
Agreed. Rudy's former IGR director for the city of Corpus Christi.
That is correct.
And assistant city manager, so.
That's correct. So we, very much appreciated on our part.
Yeah.
I think there's, that to answer Councilman Scott's question, you can say.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why Harbor Island has to go out and get separate permits because they're not fast-tracked, because they're not in the green area. These areas that are identified, and we were provided this during public comment, these that shows some areas that are just off the coast of Nueces County, in the area where Barney Davis is, that have been identified as for fast-track locations for discharge of seawater desalination. Right. So this I think Barney Davis, I believe that water line is a 42-inch water line, Nick?
It is, and I do want to remind everybody there is a current CIP project to extend that water line across the bay to provide backup redundancy for the island. So there's a current CIP project that is in design for that.
Okay, if this does work, that could probably be modified to maybe change the water flow or.
So all of this allows us to proceed in hydraulic modeling and to understand how the water could be distributed throughout the system.
And what do you envision the size of this facility to be if it's offshore discharge?
I wouldn't comment on that yet. I think there needs to be more work done. Certainly it could be a large facility. One thing to remember is you got to have somewhere to go with the water. Typically, that part of town uses less water than the other part of town.
Well, like what's the capacity of the 42-inch pipeline?
42-inch pipeline could be maybe 50 MGD or
50
so.
50 MGD?
Yeah.
So
I'm just
at a minimum.
Don't quote me on.
But based on our current infrastructure, we could probably get 50 MGD right off the bat.
But you got to have somewhere to go with it, and then it's a matter of tanks in the system and pressure. That's the modeling that's needed. The other part of that. Yeah.
But just on pipeline capacity,
correct. Yeah.
You have at least 50, and any future opportunities to grow out there, I mean, would also be possible. Like I said, I think this is a great location. I think there's some good synergies based on infrastructure, intake infrastructure, transmission. There's a lot of things that could work here, and so I will be supporting this effort. Thank you.
Councilman Bonetta. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Councilman Quinto.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I want to thank CPS for helping us in time of need. I think this site should have been our number one site years ago. Peter, thank you for doing this. I mean, I know that every day somebody's calling or texting us for another water project, and we want to hear all of them, right? Because we need water. But I think this right here is a great project. I think we can do a lot with this, I just feel that wish we could fast track this project pretty quick, but I think everybody says Barney Davis site, even the environment people. I mean, they love this site. Everybody loves this site. So I'm really excited to hear more about it. You couldn't tell us how many MGDs it could provide, right?
There's been studies, Councilman. I think it's probably a minimum of 50 and probably 100.
Yeah, there's been a number of studies done, and I've seen ranges in that.
It's 50 to 100 or even greater potentially. Yeah. There's been several minor studies, if you will. They haven't been exhaustive, but that have evaluated this site and in the last couple of years, in fact, so.
And I know for a fact that this ain't gonna cost us $1 billion. Okay, thank you guys, appreciate it.
Councilman Barrera.
Here, I just want to make another comment. I mean, there's been a lot of people thanked and a lot of people patting themselves on the back. This project goes back to, it's another situation where it's been brought to the table over and over again. And part of the thing is that when the work group put together 50 sites, this was basically not put out there on there because number one, it was a private entity working with Talon Energy back then. Once again, the cost to discharge also was a concern. And then the idea also was the demand. Because you remember, you go back to the original Inner Harbor was only 10 MGD. So that's one of the reasons this was off the table. And then, once again, I guess that thing with Talon is that it just wasn't feasible for us to be able to put all that effort because of all the challenges. It just didn't fit at the time. And then, I want to commend the mayor because Rudy Garza, who was also a Miller High School graduate, also I want to say from the St. Joseph's Catholic School Mafia, of which I'm a member, of which there's a lot of us that I'm proud to say a lot of those people provided with success. I'm very low on that totem pole. But it was actually the mayor's relationship with Rudy where I remember she said, hey, we're gonna I think, didn't we facilitate some trips out there so that way we could look at it?
When it was owned by Talon?
Yeah. No, I think it was right afterward.
No, it's both.
I went out when it was Talon owned. I haven't been out with CPS. I think the mayor may have gone, but I didn't go when it was under the CPS leadership.
Yeah, you did.
With Rudy?
Yes.
Yeah, and then the reason I know is
I went when it was owned by Talon Energy.
Well, and I don't mean to contradict you. My cousin actually works for Rudy, Cristina Cisneros Guzman.
Okay.
Who used to work for Phillips 66 and for Citgo, and she says, "Hey, your city manager's out here. Where are you?" And what is it? So that's just.
Yeah, no, I took the tour. That was when it was owned by Talon.
Now, she works for.
No,
CPS.
it was February, Peter.
Anyway, don't worry about it. It's no big deal.
Okay.
I don't want to get into a big thing. I just want to say that, and I know we're thanking everybody, and I just want to. It was through the mayor's leadership because it was off the table because everything was controversial. We're moving in a different direction. All these other initiatives were coming up, and I know in particular as the mayor because of her relationship with Rudy. So I just want to be, since we're thanking people, we need to thank the individuals that have been engaged, and even then I wasn't for it. I said, oh man, we got another initiative. I even told my cousin, I said, Jesus, you wouldn't believe how many people are always calling us. So I was very skeptical. So I'm glad you guys are bringing it back to the table, and then at least explore it. I know it's a long-term project, and I've been quoted in the press that I think it's a viable option, and especially now because the demand has increased. And once as I've said before on the radio, that we probably lost about $20 billion in economic expansion. What is it? 10 billion if you ask the EDC, and then another 10 billion if you ask commercial realtors out along the region. And so I think this puts us in a real good position, in particular because there's other developments that are out there along the southern area of the coastal bend versus the northern area of San Patricio County. So thanks for all the hard work, and yeah, definitely I support this. Has a motion already been made? No, I move for approval.
A second.
It was
But I know
made.
there's some-
It was made.
Oh, then I'll second.
I think I seconded it.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
Well, circumstances have certainly changed, Mr. Sononi, since all of that transpired. This is a good opportunity for the city, and they have a new tool, the PUA. And I want to thank you because I know that you met with him a couple of weeks ago at his request, and that's what a city manager does. And you've been trying to move these projects forward, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
And I would like to add, and I have a number of staff helping me, a 42-inch capacity is 30 to 40 million gallons a day. I previously said 50.
Yeah.
So I just want to correct that. That's right.
All right. Well, I think we all agree, and yes, you were there. We were in a meeting with them. But this started many years ago, and it just wasn't the right time. And I always say God knows what he does because Rudy wasn't there. At the onset of looking at this facility, and then he was. I helped initiate that connection with CPS, and we met with Rudy a couple of times, and here we are. And that is what collaboration looks like, and that's regional collaboration, and that is for all of us to work together and make certain, y'all, everybody's running around doing 1,000 things, and so it doesn't matter how it gets here, but it did get here. And I am happy that it did, and I'm happy that I initiated that facilitation, because this should have always been a part, a piece of our portfolio. And so it's never too late to start. So this is another milestone for us in our water portfolio. So thank you. We have a motion. We have a second. Please submit your vote.
We need public comment, Mayor, please.
Oh, would anybody like to make public comment on item number 19? Run down, Jordan.
Quickly for you. So the question was before, how much water you could get through a 50-inch pipe, not the 42.
Can you state your name, sir? I'm sorry.
Jordan Fernandez, Round Rock, Texas. 50-inch pipe can do 44 MGD at a safe velocity. You can get more MGD through it if you wanted to. That's my hydraulic professor in me right there. What I wanted to say is this whole question of desal on Oso Bay, that was why I did the original project back in 2005 with the Water Development Board, was starting to investigate that. That's what got me into this whole process. And the model that you have in EFTC can be used to simulate that configuration there as well. So you've got a tool at your disposal to do interesting stuff with. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jordan. Anyone else? Okay, we'll close public comment, and please submit your vote. Again? Oh, okay, the motion carries. Our next item is item number 20, and that is a resolution revising the city council meeting schedule for calendar year 2026.
Yes, ma'am. The City Council, Rebecca Wirth, the City Secretary. The City Council approved the 2026 meeting calendar by resolution on October the 21st of 25. Now, the City Manager is requesting that the Council adjust the meeting schedule to hold only 2 regular meetings in March and April. And the purpose of these changes is to give staff more time to address the water situation and to schedule workshops focused on what a level Water 1 emergency would entail. So the proposal is the regular meetings on March the 31st and April the 28th would be canceled and replaced with council water planning workshops. And those are tentatively scheduled now from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. So if the council is willing, we would amend, the resolution would amend that schedule in the way I just stated.
I move for approval.
Second. Councilwoman Paxson.
I think, personally, I'm against this request. I think that if there's 2 meetings that we can pull off the agenda after not having meetings for 3 weeks, then we should use those meetings and be able to space out all of the content on them so we have efficient meetings that run closer to a normal operating schedule, because we've got to get out of this crazy meeting schematic and organize our meetings in a way that makes sense. I'm all for needing workshops to discuss a level 1 potential emergency and anything to do with our water. We've been talking about needing special meetings for a year now, but those should be held on a different day. So I disagree. I don't think that we should be changing our meeting schedules for this. We just missed 3 weeks of meetings. I think call a workshop on another day, continue to have very important council business on our meeting dates, and make commit to those being well organized, so that we can get through the business appropriately. To me, I don't support pulling 2 meetings off in the next 2 months. They're still looking at the agenda for next week. There's a couple of items that I don't see on there that I know we've discussed putting on there. Peter, the DCP, and having a potential ordinance for hospitals, carving out an exemption application for hospitals and our emergency providers such. Yeah. Our dialysis centers, our senior centers, we talked about that being an item on the agenda to amend our DCP for that, drought contingency plan. Another caveat to that would be I just found out our personal wells are under there. That's a whole nother discussion, but I'm saying that the generator item that we were looking at,
That's on next week.
the procurement is, not the other portion of that discussion.
Right, yeah, we'll do that after the generator project's complete. I think the staff talked to you about that. You're talking about the CDBG reprogramming?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so once the project's complete, if there's excess money, then we'll go out for more social service work.
There's some more work that needs to be done on that because of how that money was spent after the council's motion.
Okay.
And it needs to come back to council to be fixed.
Yeah, it's on the agenda for next week, but I'll have to work with you directly. The staff said they after 2 meetings with you, everything was in order, but that's what I got yesterday.
I saw that the generator's on there is what I'm saying. Yes, the
Right.
procurement is, but not the other portion.
Okay, all right.
So I'm saying that I'm not in favor of canceling those 2 meetings. We have a lot of business to do. Let's just add additional.
Yeah.
Peter, maybe you, I mean, I
Yeah,
know you requested. Well, hang on. I mean, you requested this.
Yeah, I did.
And it
Right.
wasn't because you have nothing better to do. So you
Right.
feel like it's balanced. You feel like it's okay to do, or let's hear your.
Yeah, right. So the reason this is on the agenda, and I appreciate Rebecca helping me put it on, is that we're past bringing projects to city council. We've spent about a year doing that for water supply. And all those projects now have to be, continue to be brought on. Many of them are in progress. Some are complete, some are in design, some are under construction. But as you know, we're moving to this phase now in this significant drought of getting ready if we hit a level 1 emergency, right? We've never been in one. The city, I don't know if many cities in Texas have ever been in one. But if we get to the point where we have to declare a level 1 water emergency, we need to be ready for that, and we have no precedent to follow. There's no manual, there's no video, this is how we did it the last time. So we have to prepare that, and it's going to take several weeks, if not several months, and it's going to take the city council to be engaged. There's a lot of policy that has to be approved by city council. So we're already working 6 days a week, and we're formally working on Saturdays now. It's not just, you come in if you want. There's about a team of 30 people that are working, including Saturdays, mandated by myself. And we need more time. And so in thinking about how do we look at our schedules and stop doing things we're doing so we can focus on this for the region, we're looking at what can we not do that we used to be able to do in this interim basis until we get this developed and until people understand it. And so one of the ideas that we had was how about consolidating from 3 council meetings to 2 per month. It's within the charter rules. The charter says you need at least 2 council meetings. We would arrange the meetings to make that happen. But it wouldn't be canceling a meeting because we need to sit down with the council without a lot of interruption and focus just on what a level 1 water emergency is. You have to figure out, are we going to do surcharges? We have to figure out, are we going to curtail? What is that percentage? Councilwoman Paxson just brought up hospitals. There's a whole list of special exceptions, new development, new water meters. There's almost 3 dozen policy items that have to be discussed with this council and the community. And we need time to develop and then time to talk to the council. This is serious business. So this isn't a flippant ask. It's based on reality. It's based on we're working 6 days a week. There's a monumental task ahead of us to develop this, to talk about it, to get votes on policy. And we're just trying to restructure how we do the business. And so it's our recommendation to do it. If the council doesn't think it's a good idea, then we'll work around it. But I think we're going to get a better product and better community understanding and engagement and communication if we focus 2 meetings at least in the next 2 months on a workshop just on what does a level 1 emergency mean. We can set up some subsequent votes on things like curtailment, numbers, rate adjustments, and so on. So.
Okay. Okay, thank you,
That's the genesis
Peter.
of it. Yeah, thank you, Mayor.
Councilman Hernandez.
I think I remember when we were doing the council calendar, I was kind of suggesting to go to 2 meetings a month every other month.
Yeah, and we supported that, Councilman.
Yeah, it didn't pass.
Oh, I did. I supported it. I don't vote, but yeah.
However, we do have an opening on April 7th. We don't have a meeting that week. Is there a reason why we wouldn't want to use that particular date?
Because, we need time, Councilman, so having a council meeting takes an enormous amount of time. Just to sit through the meeting, we've been here now, I don't know how many, almost 12 hours.
Well, I mean, to Councilwoman Paxton's point, I mean, it's already 6:45, and if you reduce the number of council meetings, we're going to be here, on the next council meeting till what, midnight?
Yeah, not necessarily. I mean, we have a 3-month look ahead, so we have taken a lot of major policy items to this council. The next couple of months are a little lighter, like next week's council meeting is a very short agenda. There's really not too many more significant things coming to the city council. The biggest things will be drought related. And so we're going to manage we have to really rethink about how we do everything to free up time, because it's the same group of people doing everything, and we can't be burning out people.
I mean, that's why I suggested the once every other week council meeting, so you can have a reprieve and be able to prepare properly for that, so you're not killing yourself and your staff. I don't know how many times I told you to go home on, so you don't burn yourself out.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if we're going to do this, I mean, let's make this to where, you're not having this every week. I know we're looking at 3 weeks out of a 4-week month, but then, then we'll have 3 straight weeks off.
If you want to do once every other week, that's fine as well. We're trying to have 2 meetings per month and 1 workshop. So the council's still convened and it's still open to the public. We think we really need to just sit down with the council.
Well, do you need a council meeting that is strictly just for these water projects?
On the what?
I mean, instead of changing it to a workshop, why not just leave it as a council meeting and just focus on the things that you need, so we can take action on the stuff that you're talking about?
Well, if you want to do that, you can. I'm recommending just focusing on in a separate meeting without any other agenda.
You put the schedules together.
I do.
Right?
That's
you
why
put the schedules
I have this recommendation.
If you have a council meeting that's just water, that's your guys' to schedule, right?
That's essentially what I'm recommending. So
well, I mean, just leave it as a council meeting. Bring all your water stuff.
Councilman, he's requesting what is written.
I understand what he's requesting, but I'm also suggesting back to him.
You're just using slightly different words, Councilman. That's fine. Right. So the third meeting of the month would be a council meeting focused on the level 1 emergency, and it would be from 10 to 2.
So you just want to have, because I'm saying in a workshop, there's no action taken.
Right.
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 And then you also limit public comment. So on those items. So I would rather keep it as a council meeting, bring the things that you want to talk about, that you would have talked about in a workshop. And if we need to take action, you have the opportunity to, and don't tie your hands to where we won't be able to take action, because it's we call it a workshop. So
you can do that. If you just have to add a couple hours potentially for public comment.
And that's fine. I mean, obviously, we don't want to not have public comment.
We don't, but it's still open to, if we had 2 meetings, you'd have public comment, and then that third meeting would be just dedicated for the workshop.
Okay.
That's my recommendation. Obviously you all decide, so I'm just telling you how we see it, and we appreciate your feedback.
All right, thank you.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
When I first heard this, I didn't want to do it. And because I want to make sure that we have other things besides water, and I want to make sure that that we get that and we work on that. But after listening, what I'm reading is that your staff is time challenged. I think they are. I think I don't think we all realize how busy y'all are.
Right.
And you can't take off on the weekend. We've got a water crisis, so I know y'all are working really, really hard to do that.
Right.
So. And I understand why you don't want to do it out here as a council meeting, because of the interruptions.
Right.
Because it gets us completely off the subjects, and that's what happens. So I was not for doing it, but I am okay with doing it, because I think that we have to listen to you.
Yes.
We are supposed to take your recommendations unless we have a ridiculous, some big reason not to.
Yeah.
So I'm going to support you in it.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Councilman.
Thank you. I agree. Councilman Scott? Oh.
Yeah, no, I was thinking about my brilliant statement I was going to make. It's really fascinating to me, the number of people that have articulated, council's not even concerned, and now they woke up. Like, no, we've been in panic mode since the day we were sworn in, and And with that in mind, I like the optics of, you know what, we're going to have a meeting. It's going to be just on water because that is clearly the highest priority. And then there's going to be water in the subsequent voting agendas that will come out of that which we discuss in an exclusive environment. So I like the idea. And the reality is, you know, I'll go wherever you tell me. But I like your idea, so I'll support it.
Thank you, Councilman.
Councilman Boyd.
You know, Peter, how long have you been doing this?
30 years.
30 years. Yes. You know, one of the advice my wife gave me is sometimes you got to choose your battles. And you're the city manager.
Right.
You're here to manage. And I think this is a case where we got to choose our battles. If you feel, and you've expressed this, that the best thing that you can do for your staff and managing this city right now is to do what you're proposing, I'm 100% behind it.
Yeah.
Because sometimes we just got to let you manage. You know, we like to sometimes, and I'm not going to, you know, as a council as a whole, interject a lot. But right now, we got to let you manage because this is a crisis. And if your gut feeling of 30 years says this is what we need to do, I back you on it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councilman.
Councilwoman Paxson.
We've had maybe one, maybe two meetings. I'll throw it for benefit of the doubt, where we have exited this building and stopped doing multi-million-dollar business and could still see a glimpse of the light of day. I realize that this entire year has been just incredibly heavy with items, policies. Trust me, we're all in that same boat. We live it day, night. There's never a break from it. We get that. And I'm not minimizing the work that the staff here does. I think I'll take a little credit there to say that I do recognize often, and I tell you guys how much I appreciate your hard work. I say that because I mean it. I'm saying that I think we as a body should give you guys the freedom that if you say we need to have a workshop, which I think we should have been doing a long time ago, we're in this close to a potential curtailment, and we have not all sat down as a team to look at it. That's a problem. I think we should have done it a lot sooner. I support that request. I do not see a way that we can functionally remove two council days, because as of now, like I said, there's been maybe 2 days that we've gotten out of here in decent time. That doesn't tell me that if we could, we would already have more efficient meetings that make more sense. If we can stack those meetings to where they're not as heavy and we get out sooner, that meets your goal where staff has more time to work on other things. I know these meetings take a lot of planning. I've been on the staff side planning for council meetings. I understand that. But until we have some successful meetings, I don't think that it makes sense to pull two off of the docket. If we want to mix those in as a partial day with a short meeting, I think that makes sense. But until I can see, for me, until I see meetings that are efficient and make sense, and we're not being told all over this side of the state that we don't know how to run a meeting, I think that we need to keep our meetings in place and focus on making them efficient so that it's not so burdensome on staff if that's what we're being told. Also, we just got an email while we were sitting here that you're going to be doing these new weekly media updates. Peter, that's going to be a lot of time. You're the city manager. My expectation is your job is to run the operations. We have an entire department of media people. We have an entire department of water people. If the reality is that you're saying that your time, which I know you never stop working, I get that. Let them do the media then. But I think that it's not wise to cut off our meetings while they're still running like this. We're not even done with our agenda and it's 7 o'clock.
Yeah.
And I'm not faulting staff. I'm saying that's just the reality. And until the reality proves differently, we don't have the kind of agendas to just pull some off. So I think take a day that you say is going to be a light meeting and then designate some time to what we need to talk about maybe. But I don't see a way that makes sense to pull meetings off. Take another day, take 2 half days. But it doesn't make sense to me to pull those off.
Okay.
Or work them closer together.
Councilman Barrera.
Hey, what time you normally wake up?
Pretty early.
4-ish?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, I'm with you. So I obviously made the motion.
Okay. Thank you, Councilman.
A second.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
You know, it's real easy to sit up here and say we live in your world. We don't live in your world because he has a full-time job. We do this part-time. We may feel like we do it full-time at home. It's different. Y'all have to prepare for all these meetings to get the stuff to us. We ask for a number of things from you guys. So I think you're tired, and we don't need y'all to be tired. Right. We need you to be focused. And I think that if you thought you had something that we needed to vote on, you could call another meeting. Immediately, you could call that. Yeah. It happens all the time. So I'm going to support you, like I said before. And I'm not trying to criticize anybody, but I just think that you guys have been working on this for a long time. We have given y'all a lot of water projects to go over. Yeah. I can't even imagine the hours that y'all have spent and been away from your own families. I know how I feel, just like right now. I'd rather be home. And I know you do this every day, and your staff does too. Right. So, well, let's call for the vote.
Okay. Thank you, Councilwoman.
Well, we have a motion and a second. Thank you. Would anyone like to make public comment on item number 2020? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public comment. Oh, I'm sorry. Come on up.
Julian Hernandez, Corpus Christi. When I first started coming here, it was, of course, all the tax hikes. I was concerned about my daughters and, what they're having to pay and the fees that are coming to them. As I come here and I hear more and more, about the cost that I brought up earlier of the water that we're now going to have to face as the residents, because I assume that's who the burden's going to be on. I applaud the staff up here, but my daughters work 6 days a week because they have to meet fees that are going up, to meet fees that are gas, to meet all these fees that this council puts together for them. And then I don't have sympathy for him. I mean, he's getting paid, is he not? How long have we been in the crisis that we haven't started then looking at these plans? Why are we doing it now? When everything changed, I thought it was real good because I could come after work and say some comment. And then that changed to noon. And then now you're looking at getting rid of them. So the slippery slope starts at getting rid of 2 of them. Well, I'm saying that's where it starts. That's where you set the table, and then you force it down somebody's face. That's where it starts, because we weren't supposed to go back and desal. And I said it one time in the comments, this is how it starts. It's like, okay, well, we'll get rid of 2. Yes, it takes time for people to get involved, and I was real depressed when I first started coming in here because this is our council. We elected you guys in here, but there's nobody out there. And I was part of that problem as well because I didn't come and I didn't know better. But of course now slowly getting into it, seeing this, and then of course some of the pitfalls that I see. But with all due respect, this stuff should have been planned on before. If you want to get rid of the council, y'all are going to make the decision to do it or not. If y'all are going to hike the fees, you're going to make the decision to do it or not. And we, the residents, still have to fork up, and we're just working another day. Without our kids, let somebody else pick them up. Let grandma and grandpa, babysit. But we don't have the luxury of taking off. Well, those that are making, just above minimum wage with these hotels that y'all are giving money to, they want to pay $14 an hour to drive out to the island to work out there. But where's the sympathy and all of that? No, just raise the rates. We have an open checkbook. So I applaud you guys for listening to all of us, that at least now we can come in, we can public comment at noon because most of us work. But I don't think so. That just limits our time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Was there anyone else? Okay. With that, we will close public comment. We have a motion and a second. Please submit your vote. Okay, the motion carries. Item number 21, a resolution amending the city's federal and state legislative agendas reflecting the city's diversified water supply strategy.
Mayor and Council, Ryan Skrabarczyk, Director of Intergovernmental Relations. The resolution is fairly simple. It makes a one-sentence amendment to the state and federal legislative agendas to more exactly describe the diversified water supply.
We have a motion and a second. Do we have anyone in the audience that would like to make public comment on item number 21? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public comment. Please submit your vote. The motion carries. Item number 22 is a briefing on annual operations of Foresight Corpus Christi Golf LLC and ordinance authorizing the third amendment to the lease agreement with Foresight Corpus Christi Golf LLC for the Gabe Lozano and Oso Beach Golf Centers to extend the current term of the lease by 10 years to end in 2041 with 2 5-year mutual renewals.
Is that the group you were talking about earlier? Yeah. Okay.
Hang on, Councilwoman Paxson, you have a question?
Hi, Robert. Yeah,
Yes,
thank
ma'am.
you. I was just curious, we're already in a lease that is not expiring yet, and we're adding another 10 years on, so we're making it looks like 30 years lease. Could you?
From 2011, yes, ma'am, and that's, I'm going to discuss a little bit in this presentation.
Okay.
So this ordinance amends the current lease agreement for Foresight Corpus Christi LLC to manage and operate the Oso Beach Golf Course as well as the Gabe Lozano Senior Golf Center. On February 1st, 2011, Parks and Recreation entered a 10-year lease agreement with Foresight. The initial lease agreement expired on January 31st, 2021, and was followed by an extension term authorization upon written agreement with city manager approval. The current extended term ends on January 31st, 2031. The purpose of the proposed ordinance is to extend Foresight's partnership with the city beyond the January 31st, 2031 in order to enhance and continue to deliver the world-class golf experience for Corpus Christi. The ordinance proposes to amend the initial lease from 10 years to 30 years. This table helps show the term history of the agreement and the proposed future timeline of the amendment lease agreement. The proposed lease amends the agreement that began on February 1st, 2011 to expire in 30 years or January 31st, 2041, with option of 2 5-year extension terms as reflected in the table. The lease will not exceed 40 years and not to exceed past January 31st, 2051. The staff recommends approval to this amendment and lease agreement with Foresight. And at this time, I would like to bring up Ed Miller to discuss annual operations and updates for our golf courses.
Thank you, Robert. I did, not to sound sarcastic, I did read the packet, so I saw that we were making the amendment. My question was more along the lines as the why to the amendment. We're currently in a lease, and
Right.
the question in front of us is to amend the lease to go from the 10 to 30. So I'm curious as to why the nature of the request. Is there going to be a big capital improvement? Are the fees changing?
I think, you know, we have some improvements going on at the golf courses now. I guess a couple years ago, about a year and a half ago, we had the Firefly Open, which was in partnership with Foresight, as well as we have a bond project with a new clubhouse at OSO, as well as some other major projects that are going on through the years. And we want to make sure that there's a return on their investment as well.
Okay.
Councilwoman, can I take a stab at it? Well, so the partners that we have here from Forsyth Golf years ago, the city's golf operations were in pretty bad shape, right? They have transformed these two venues. I mean, literally transformed them to where this city makes money off the leases. Because we're doing significant investments like the Firefly, not we, but they are as well as operators. And because there's a new clubhouse planned from voter-approved bonds at the OSO course, that's going to take a pretty significant business change because it's going to be a much bigger and better venue. Because there's continued planned improvements at the Gabe Lozano Golf Course, the operators want a little bit more assurance that they're going to be working for us for more than just 10 more years. And so the concept they brought to us is, can we extend the lease by 10 more years? So we'll have a 20-year period to know that we're going to be in business with you, because we're about to put a lot of human capital, a lot of business time into our business. And 10 years in this business is maybe not enough, is what they were saying, to recognize that they could get a return on investment or a return on the partnership. So from a business standpoint, obviously, a longer term is always better. Mm-hmm. And so that's the genesis of why we're here today. They wanted a little bit more than 10 years to work with us because of these significant investments that they'll be putting in terms of really a new business model. I'm sure you've been to the OSO golf course, and that clubhouse is less than stellar. And so with this brand new one that that the voters approved in the last bond program, it's going to take a lot more effort from them as the operator to manage this capacity for special events and venues. And so that means they have to change their business model. And they're not going to ramp up, and it takes time for years only to then have the contract terminated. They probably would, but a better business arrangement is where there's some certainty. If you're going to ramp up your business, you want to have some return on that investment. So that's the genesis of it. We support it.
So a 25, thank you for that.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. That hits the nucleus of the question.
Right.
A 25-year lease for a municipal entity is considered a pretty long lease. And I think they're trending down. We're looking at 20 being the new 25. And even that, 20 is often long. So I'm curious about what the trigger point was to make a recommendation for 30, if there is a specific point in the details, whether that's for one of the procurements, whether that's for one of the buildings, whether that's a staffing initiative. What was the particular trigger point to initiate a 30-year recommendation over something like a 20 or a 25, which would be longer than a 10 and is considered a pretty long lease? 20 years is a long time.
Right.
But 30.
Yeah, so the lease would have been 20, right? And by 2031, it'll be a 20-year lease. By 2031, it'll be a 20-year lease. That's just a few years away. And instead of it being a 20-year, we would add 10 more years. The current lease has these renewal options. So if you just take those off, it's really a 10-year. But probably a better person to answer would be the business owners. So if somebody from Forsyth Golf maybe could just add to the conversation that we're having here about why we think this is a good idea to add time to the contract. They'll be able to explain it perfectly. They did to me. But Ed, if you can talk about the investment that you have to make in human capital and other capital, how you forego other operations and other business opportunities because you're going to invest time here. You want some level of guarantee, and tell us why the remaining years in the lease, which would be around 10, is why that's not enough and why an additional 10 would be better.
Well, thank you, Peter. And Mayor, council members, it's a pleasure to be here with you today. Although I know it's very late, the last time we were kind of together, I think most of us was at the ribbon cutting ceremony for the Firefly Golf Course when we opened it the 1st of July in 2024. And the real reason that we wanted to be here now is for our annual review presentation, when we get to bring you all up to speed as to how the last year of operations has gone. And since the Firefly we've now had a complete year of operation. We've had a complete year of operation with the practice facility. We have full year experience and have a great sense of what a great project that we did together. We have really enjoyed stewarding golf here in Corpus Christi, and hope that you've enjoyed our partnership, as we have come a really long way. And I think you'll see that when I go over the annual recap and the slides that we've put together for that. The terminology, the lease, and this kind of comes from, we are gracious that about every year, Peter and his key staff, Robert, Parks and Rec Director, Assistant City Manager, they invite us for a lunch meeting, and then we kind of talk about the things that are out in the future, what we're wanting to do to make improvements to the facilities, and what other things that can be done. And where this came about was at the end of the last meeting, we were wrapping up, and it was like, well, the term of our lease is kind of getting toward the end. If you're happy with us, we are now, our first 10 years of operation of the golf courses here in the city of Corpus Christi was pretty much sweat equity, where the economics weren't great. It was, but it was a wonderful civic service opportunity, and we had, as a matter of fact, Rudy Garza, when we first took over here in 2011, Rudy Garza was on the transition team that worked with us as we learned about the golf courses, changed the employees, and so we had the pleasure of working with Rudy Garza when he was with the city back in 2011. But the first 10, 12 years, it was an excellent effort, and we were able to come a long way with the product, but the economics were, they weren't great. And now that after we go through the slides for this last year and see how golf has really blossomed here in Corpus Christi, we said, it'd be great if we could extend the lease term, because we now really like being here. We're going to make up for a lot of that sweat that we did in the previous years. So, whatever term is available, and we want to stay with you guys, and we hope that you like what we've done with you and for you. And I'd love to go through the presentation and show you some of those details. But as far as the lease term, it's kind of like whatever.
Well, if I may, I'm sorry. And please don't mistake my questions for a lack of acknowledgement for your presence and your investment, because I certainly do appreciate them. I just find 30 peculiar in the fact that we're amending a lease that goes back over 10 years ago. That's more my question point. So if we're sitting here in 2026 and we're saying you're looking at 5 years from the term of the lease needing renewed or expiring, and that's not enough. I understand you're going to make a substantial investment. It makes sense. You want to know that you've got some stability there. I would think, rather than backdating it till 2011 and calling it a 30-year lease till 31, start with 2026, call it a 40 lease, and then say not to exceed 50 years. You know what I mean? I'm just curious on the backdating, rather than say, we've got a great partner here. We both believe in each other. The lease is going to be up in 5 years, but we want to know that we want to still be in this partnership for another 20 or 30. So let's call it what it is and update it, rather than go backwards. That's my question.
I agree. I don't completely understand how the terms are structured with the city, but
I think that's probably.
Does that make sense, Robert?
I think it's a legal.
It does, and Miles, if you have any information on that, on the reason for this? I think Adelita had some.
This has nothing to do with miles. And Councilwoman, I'm not sure if we understand the back thing. It's just we're adding 10 years is what it is. And you mentioned it's this 5 years left. Then the contract would expire in 2031. All this does is say, let's add 10 more years so it expires in 2041 to the term, right? Because there's 5 years remaining.
Sure.
So if you
and
go
they're
through-
looking for a
Yeah.
20-year commitment.
Yeah, and so.
I'm saying, rather than call it a 30-year that started in 2011, we tell them we want to be partners with them for 20 years.
Right.
I don't know why we're going back to amend an old lease and then putting parameters for 10,
Yeah,
we
we're
want to
just-
be in a, you know what I mean?
All
Start
this
the
is
lease
doing
now
is-
and add 20 years.
All this is going to do is, if in the contract, there's a section term, right? Like it just changes the end date of the term.
Sure.
From what would have been 2031 to 2041. The prior terms have these renewals, these two options, so this isn't new, the 2 5-year blocks. I think we're overcomplicating it maybe in the presentation to the council.
I just had the simple
I know,
question at the
yeah.
beginning.
I know.
Why are we backdating and calling it 30? That was
Yeah,
my simple question from the beginning.
Right, it's in the presentation. I've tried to keep it simple and when I'm talking to the team, which is we're adding 10 years to the contract, period.
And it says lease shall not exceed 40, so does that mean after their 2 5-year extension, we can't renew even further?
We could go back for another type of lease agreement then.
Okay.
As well, after.
I think it's great. The whole project's great. I had I was confused why we're amending something
right.
rather than extending time with a partner that
That's what
we'd
it's
like to
doing.
work with. That was
Yeah.
my point.
That's good. That's all we're doing, is what you were saying.
Motion to approve. Thank you.
Councilman Roy. Councilman Roy. Councilman.
Okay. Before you go through your presentation, I want to just firsthand talk about their organization. And I am matter of fact, when we did the Firefly ribbon cutting, I had no clue that later on I'd probably spend 3 to 4 days a week there, between that and the Blue Heron. And I will tell you one thing. I know every improvement that they're doing and that they've done, the atmosphere, the responsiveness, the willingness just to, to just listen to the families and the people that go there, it's tremendous. It's been a great addition and a piece for my family. My entire family uses your facilities. And I have firsthand had the opportunity to see the improvement, and it's wonderful. I was there. You guys are just doing the back parking lot there, and the work's quick. I'm always amazed at how fast they're doing things. And I think, well, it can't be using the city because they're doing it pretty quick. But the work that they're doing and just the overall thing is kudos. I'm glad that we can formulate and add on to their contract because I think it's well worth it. I appreciate what you guys do. I've never had, even my wife and I will go there sometimes because they have the best hamburgers in town. And people don't know that. And then I had a hot dog the other day, and I know it's food related, it's late, and it was wonderful too. But I just want to give you guys kudos firsthand that I appreciate what you guys do, and I've been able to experience it and will continue to use your facilities. And it's just A+. And I live on another golf course. And that's the crazy thing about it is I'm over there all the time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Scott.
I'll be quick. What a blessing for you guys to be here. I played golf out there before Foresight. I played golf out there with Foresight. I never want to go back to pre-Foresight. You guys are amazing. I never run into a golfer who ever has a bad experience. And what's fascinating to me is it's more than golf to you and your group. It's about the experience, and you go out of your way and you're polite when people walk in. And if they think they've missed something, somebody pops up, hey, just want to make sure you're good, everything good, can I help you? And then they strike a conversation. And the golf course is in great shape. and these improvements are great. Whatever I can do to keep you guys around as long as I play golf, that's my objective. So thank you for what you do. Thank you for what you brought down here. I remember before, and I think you do an outstanding job. My deal is, what do I need to give you so you don't leave me, right? That's kind of where I'm at. I'm worried about me, not y'all, So, Mr. Pedrati, welcome.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, City Council. You were here that night and espoused the notion of privatizing businesses, generally within the Corpus Christi construct, but particularly golf. And here we are 15 years later. We're dying to have you extend our relationship, and if y'all feel the same way about us, it couldn't possibly be a better descriptor, a better, what's the right word for it? Partnership. Here we are, that we want to do this, keep doing this. And as a city son of Corpus Christi, I couldn't be more proud of there's Joe Adami back in the day. Invited us to the table, and we will continue to do everything we can to serve the city and the good people of Corpus Christi.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilman Hernandez.
Do you plan to be here in 15 years?
It'll be close.
I will.
Just I'm making some humor there, but look, I understand that you'd like to have an extension, and I go back to, prior to being on council, I used to work for the Coca-Cola Company. Our standard contracts were for 5 years, and that included all capital investment, all that kind of stuff. Man, if I could get a 7-year contract, I was happy. If I got a 10-year contract, I was ecstatic. I never got anything more than a 10-year contract, okay? And I appreciate your investment and the things that you do with improving the service. I mean, when you first got here, it was terrible. It's worse than our streets when I got here. So I understand the amount of work and effort you guys put forward, but I mean, you're asking us to put in basically an additional, 15 years to, well, actually, I saw it to 2051. Is that correct? There's two 10 years
plus 2 5-year extensions.
Right. So an additional 20 years to 2051, right? The reason I say that is you guys are doing great right now, right? But when your replacement comes in and we have issues, having a normal, 10-year contract or even, 5-year contracts, you have that opportunity to make sure you have those discussions about what can improve and keeps you everybody on their toes. So, I'm hesitant to do anything beyond 10 years, or if you're going to add 5 years to this additional contract, that'd be, well and acceptable. I mean, if I have guaranteed work for 10 years, man, just on a normal business process for, what we come across in my personal history, business history, man, that's great. I mean, so like I said, I'm not saying you guys are knocking it out of the park. I mean, just knocking it out of the park. No complaints whatsoever.
It's a hole in one.
Okay, he's using a different analogy. I was trying to keep it away from golf. But I guess you could say you had a long drive. But what I'm trying to say here is that, I am just uncomfortable because I don't know what the situation is going to be like 10 years from now, beyond 10 years from now. I'm not comfortable with more than 10 years. So, just on a regular business basis, yeah, that's what but go ahead and provide your input.
I don't, legal oversees the contracts and writes them sometimes and stuff, but I want to make sure that you understand, and in those contracts and the agreements that we have, at any point in time, the city could, if we have change in leadership, whatever the change might be, we can get out of it as well as they can as well in that contract. Now,
I don't know. You didn't include the contract in the agenda item.
What was the question, Councilman? I'm sorry, Miles was talking. Go ahead.
The contract was not included in the agenda item.
Okay, the contract's not attached to the system?
The extension was.
Yeah, the ordinance is.
The ordinance is.
Yeah.
But the actual contract, I mean, with the termination language wasn't in there. Now, probably shame on me for not going and getting the actual contract to see, what exactly the termination clauses are and stuff like that. And I know in any government contract, we have, a certain amount of days that we can give them notification and get out of it. But that's not good business practice.
So, Councilman, if I might, one of the key features, I would say the key feature in the lease agreement is if the golf operation makes money, call it cash flow, we split it.
Right.
If the golf operation loses money, we get it, not the city. That was the linchpin back in 2011 when we made the offer. We're very soon going to start construction on a new clubhouse at Oso Beach, which is spectacular. It's a $10 million bond item. I'm quite certain that the council and the bond process will end up doing the same thing at Lozano to sort of keep the parity in the two golf properties. That process is probably start to finish 5-6 years from now before both of them have new clubhouses. I don't know how long that would be. By then we're at 2031, and we're actually currently out to 2041 in the existing lease, if I understand correctly. So this is literally 10 more years. It's not, I know it looks like 25 years, but it's 10 more years added to the existing lease, which is not in your hand. I got that part too, but with the options that came with the very first version of the lease, we're already out at 2041, and we're adding 10 more years to that. And that 10 years is partly eaten up by learning this new clubhouse and making certain that the Oso Beach has that. And we expect, we're not asking you to, but we expect that the city will end up doing the same thing at Lozano. So there'll be two brand new significant investments made that we need to have time to work with. And I'm going to be here until they tell me to go home. So anyway, that's what I had.
Okay, so just so we're clear on this, you have a contract that it ends in 2031 with 2 5-year extensions on those right now, and they want an additional 10 years on top of that.
1 2-year or 1 5-year? One more 5 years. Okay, so there's five more years in there that I'm not accounting for. So we currently have a lease that runs through 2031. One more 5-year option.
To 2036.
2036, and then 10, but what we were styling it was just a 10-year extension to the original term, which is that going backwards thing that Councilwoman Paxton was asking about. So
yeah, I understand
it's either 2046 or 2051.
It's easier to extend something than to create a whole new contract.
Right.
I get it.
That was the intent.
So you have 5 years, 5 years less on your current contract with roughly almost an automatic extension for another 5 years.
We would hope, yes.
Right. So you have 10 years remaining.
Right.
As we stand right here right now.
Yes, sir.
You have 10 years.
Yes, sir.
And then you want to add another 10 years on top of that with 2 5 years on top of that.
Yes.
Which is an additional 20 on top of the 10 that you already have.
We're going. There's another 5-year option in there somewhere we're losing track of there was a chart, wasn't there?
Yeah, I think these last.
I don't want to. We did not come here to quibble about it. We came here to.
It's just an extraordinary amount of time. With I ask that we postpone this until next week, Peter. I make a motion to postpone until next week till we get a little bit more clarity on this.
Yeah.
I mean, we're here trying to explain it to everybody that I don't want to, shut this down in any way, but I want to be very, very clear as to what we're doing, because it seems like we're adding an extraordinary amount of time on contracts that are,
Yeah.
just,
We're adding 10 years to the contract, so, to the term.
well, no, you're adding more than that. You're adding like 20 years.
Now to the,
We're adding 10 years. So I don't understand.
yeah, the term, that's the, where's that? Just a second, Councilman. Can we put up the slideshow, please? AB control. Yeah, here we go. Let me see it on my screen here.
It says the lease shall not exceed 40 years and shall
Okay, so
stay and pass
Councilman,
January 31st, 2051.
Hold on, Gil.
Okay, so the, right now, the term, the initial lease, see the second row? Initial lease with the term would end in 2031. Okay, so that's 5 more years from now. What this recommendation is to add 10 more years, and that, so it goes from 2031 to 2041. And this is where Councilwoman Paxton was talking about. This is, we probably shouldn't have presented it this way.
Well, I'm talking about the last one where you have proposed lease with with second extension.
Right, and those are in so the 10-year extension broken up into 2 5-year terms is consistent with the current lease. They already have that. They have that today. So the lease today, really, if we exercise those 2 5-year extensions, has a term legally to 2041. Okay? This adds 10 more years to legally the term would end in 2051. It's just poorly put together here. This chart is not helpful, but that's the end conclusion. It's adding 10 more years. The current contract has 2 5-year extensions for 10 years on top of the termination of the term of 2031.
Okay, you say 10 years extension, but then you have a date there of 2051.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's 10 years to the term. If you talk about current years left, that type of thing, current dates, it's 15 years because it's 5 more years between now and 2031. But just if you just think of it as a term, when the term ends, it would end right now in 2031 plus 10 for the extension, so 2041. That's in the current contract. And the request today is to add 10 more years to the overall term, which would be 2051.
And that doesn't, you know, that you're comfortable with that?
Well, so there's an option of not doing 10 years of that. So the extension's broken into 2 5 years. If something goes wrong with their business, we're obviously not going to recommend extending them. So it's really taking it from 31 to 41. And so that's 15 years from now. And given the investment that they're going to do in their business operations at the new OSO,
Well, I understand the investment is in their business operations, but we're the ones that are investing in the actual facility, right? That's a bond project.
They have a proven track record to have a return on investment.
No, I don't doubt that. As a matter of fact, I said that they're knocking it out of the park.
Right.
They're doing a really good job.
That's why we're recommending it.
Okay, yeah, but I don't know what that's going to look like 15 years from now.
Your time's up, Mr. Hernandez, just as a reminder.
You're up.
Okay, sorry.
All right, okay, we're moving on.
Yeah.
We have how many? We have 1, 2, 3, we have 5. We're 5. We probably need to. All righty. We need to see, can somebody call them?
How many people do you?
Yeah. Okay, so basically, we're adding.
Mayor, while y'all are waiting, can we have them do their presentation? There's some news that we'd like to present.
Oh, sure. I thought y'all were done with it. I don't even know where we are. Okay.
This is the main reason I came here. You're familiar with all this. The ribbon cutting ceremony was July 2024. We've since had a complete year of operation in 2025. Not everyone is probably aware of what an incredible facility we now have. Whenever I talk about the practice range, I have to say state of the art. We have golf properties in Houston, Austin, the Hill Country. We've been to golf properties all over the country, and nobody has a better practice facility or a lighted executive course like the city of Corpus Christi does now. So it's just been, it's exceeded our expectations. And as you can see how 2023 was the rebuild year, so all the numbers were pretty suppressed. But first year was 6 months of the Firefly in the practice range. I mean, it's just an upward growth curve to the point that between the 3 golf properties, we now are doing about 160,000 rounds of golf total, which we're getting near capacity at that level of golf, which is a fabulous thing. The Firefly in 2025 did sold 51,000 rounds of golf and 1.4 million in green fees. Before we all did this project together, between the executive course did about 6,000 rounds, and we charged about $12, so $65,000 a year in revenue for the executive course. And the practice facility did about, for the whole year, did $260,000 worth of revenue. So between the two of those, prior to doing this project, the revenue was about $315,000. Post-project, between the range, which 53 million golf balls were hit on the range in 2025, and the almost 52,000 rounds of golf that were played on the Firefly, I mean, the total revenue was $2.358 million. And we all spent $4.4 million to do the whole project, remodel the golf courses, remodel the range, and light it. So the return on investment is as good as anything that we've ever been part of, and is likely going to pay back the investment in a short period of time. In addition, these facilities have floated golf. It's like what a rising tide floats all boats. The other 2 golf courses last year in 2025, they had their best years ever as well, to the point where the regulation course at Lozano was 55,000 rounds, and then the Oso Beach golf course was over 57,000 rounds of golf. So between the 3 golf courses, it's real. We're so happy to be part of that. It's late. The schools have benefited greatly by the addition of the practice facility and the Firefly. We entertain 23 schools. We have 9 CCISD, or 11 CCISD middle schools and 6 CCISD high schools. We have 5 non-CCISD high schools and 1 non-CCISD middle school. And all of the golf teams are getting better as a result of being able to practice every facet of golf. We have such interest from juniors in the game of golf and getting instruction at our facilities now that we have over 200 juniors in our junior golf academy, which it's like a martial arts program or a dance program. It has a monthly subscription. They get instruction that goes with it, guaranteed instruction that's part of it. And as a result, the high school coaches will tell you that the teams are doing better, that the contestants are winning more, and a big part of that is the improved instruction and the facility. In 2022, we had 5,644 junior rounds of golf. between the two facilities, well, three facilities. In 2025, we had 18,486 paid rounds and 4,165 complimentary junior rounds, because juniors get to play free with a paid adult round. So if you bring one of your kids out, you know, the golf is free. So it's just been a it's been a wonderful thing, and we thank you for in making the investment to do it. The last part of our presentation has always been customer satisfaction, and we have on this slide our Google reviews. Nowadays, Google review and ranking is really the way to go with customer satisfaction. When a customer plays a round with us, they get an email after the round, and we ask them how they did, and we thank them for coming out. And if you want to leave us any comments or leave us a review, please do so. And we get pretty good participation in that area. Oso Beach, after several hundred reviews, has a 4.4 Google review ranking. And the Lozano Golf Center, with the Firefly and the Blue Heron Golf Course, as we now call it, has a 4.5 Google ranking. We only have one other golf course that has a higher Google ranking, and that's 4.6. In 2020, the Lozano Golf Center's Google ranking was 4.0. So the new facilities and everything that's happened is greatly enhanced customer satisfaction there. And then, I mean, the comments that we get are excellent. Sometimes we get, unhappy comments, as we all do, and we deal with. We respond to every review because we think it's important. So I know it's late. I don't want to go on anymore. And if you have any questions on any of the golf operations, we would be happy to answer those for you.
Thank you.
Keep up the good work.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Thank you. There's most certainly never been this level of participation in golf in Corpus Christi, ever.
No, that's very clear, and we hear it. We hear it everywhere. So
The
y'all are
revenues
doing
are because of participation, not because of some jacking up the rates. It's really nonsense.
right. And I've also heard from the schools, but I'm glad you brought that up, because this is a big part of their, improving and their team and, practicing and all of that. None of them have, I guess the schools maybe have, what do they call them? They don't have a place to actually play golf.
A little bit of artificial turf.
A little putting thing or whatever. Councilman Scott?
Two things. What's the future? I guess three things. What's going on in golf, like Texas wide? Is it up? Is it flat? Is it down? How does that compare with our rounds? Two, what does tomorrow look like in municipal golf experiences? And then third, is there a place for simulated golf in municipal golf courses?
Since COVID, golf has been on a pretty significant upswing everywhere. And for decades, we in the golf industry have been trying to convince the younger people to, hey, give golf a try. And they would go, golf? My grandpa plays golf. I don't want to play golf. But
Well,
then when the restaurants...
It's frustrating. It's frustrating. Right?
When the restaurants and the movie theaters and the bars were closed, and they could find they could go to the open space and drink beers or malted beverages with their friends, they were willing to pay the green fee. And it didn't take very long at all, and they're going, oh my gosh, this is fun. So it was a revelation that now with social media, the people that play golf and enjoy golf get on social media, and it's just been a wave to the point where courses, the golf business prior to COVID was pretty tough.
I remember.
But it's been much more fun. But what's happened as well, and this is why municipal golf is so important, is that the cost, the barrier to entry to build a new golf course today is very high. I mean, you know, our most northern golf course, the Buckhorn Golf Course in Comfort, Texas, we built that golf course in 1999, and all in it was, you know, $3.25 million, and that included acquiring the land. That land was $5,000 an acre. That land today is $50,000 an acre. Irrigation system was $600,000. That same irrigation system today is $5.5 or $6 million. So to build a new golf course in 2026, you're looking at $15 to $20 million. Wow. And it's very difficult to get for people to be able to afford to play that, because it's going to be a $100 or more golf course.
But what's the future of municipal golf courses? Are we going somewhere, or is this what it is? And at some point, we're going to have a maximum number of rounds. You just can't put, you know, there's a maximum number of people you can put on a golf course a day. Are we close to that? Is it?
We're close. We're probably 80% of the way there. And you know, like this, you know, Corpus Christi, the way demand has grown and is now growing with these facilities, I mean, it likely, you know, could call for another golf product, another golf course.
Now, and the facility we're building at Oso, I haven't been out there in a while. We'll have other events there. It's a mixed use facility. I mean, is that kind of
yes,
an interesting twist on it? That I don't play golf, but I can go to a function out there and see people having a good time, look at green grass.
It will have a nice restaurant and bar, and it will have a banquet facility for all types of events, weddings, meetings.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that could be a kind of a twist on the existing facility, is different use of the space.
So, Councilman, there's one other, sorry, it's too late for that. Yeah. One other aspect of this, there's, in Corpus Christi, of course, there's a huge number of charitable organizations, some wonderful charities. They really have one choice if they want to have a golf tournament. That's a country club on a Monday.
Yeah.
Right, that's it. With a new banquet facility at Oso, and I believe, I still say eventually at Lozano, there's two new venues. And what I think will happen is, the charities that are here and that have established themselves will add a golf tournament on a Thursday, on a Wednesday, well, I'm not going to say Saturday because Saturdays are too hot. But and there's also going to be charities that grow around a golf tournament. So when we were in Laredo, we helped the city of Laredo build the Max down there, and there was nothing like it. It was the mid-range golf course. You either had played the country club or you played a property called Casablanca. The Max filled in the middle there, and there were what we were heading towards was teach charities how to hold a tournament. We'll help you understand. We're not going to run them for you, but we'll teach you how to do it and how to make that extra $15,000, $20,000, $30,000 a year for your charity. And I think that that'll be a huge thing. I also think that a new event space, period, without the golf, is hugely in demand. And at the right time, we'll sit down with Brad Lomax and learn how to run a restaurant at Oso and see what we should do as far as food offerings and stuff. So the new clubhouse, and Peter's been the biggest champion of it, is transformative for Oso. I mean, it's 1963 was when they built the original clubhouse, and it's no, well, I was going to say it's no worse for wear, but it's way worse for wear.
Yeah. All right, thank you. I got it. I appreciate
it. Just that we're at 100% design on that clubhouse.
Thank you.
So that'll go through its procurement process, and in the coming months, it'll be back to you so you can see it.
Thank you.
Okay. We have a motion and a second? All right. Anyone in the audience Would anyone like to make public comment on item number 22? 22.
I think it was a second table.
No, there was already a motion. Second. I
Make public
think.
comment. Come on, hurry up.
Oh, yeah, come on, yeah, 7:52. Did we have?
Well, yeah, I agree with Gil. You know, the facility there, I actually live down the street from there. I grew up there in Molina, right next.
Sir, can you state your name, please?
Oh, Julian Hernandez, Corpus Christi. Sorry about that. This location is actually right there. It used to be the old PGA Hall or whatever. Great location. But anyways, I used to go there and I used to dig out, this sounds bad, golf balls from the little ponds when I was a kid, and I would sell them to the golfers. You know, that's what we would do to make money. But I am in the mindset of, you know, the sweat equity that these folks put in there, they must have crack in their burgers or something, because that thing is like this. To the point where my sister's going, her aunt, and then they're dragging my wife into and all sorts of stuff. But that sweat equity that they initially put in there is the initiative that keeps them running and working good. In my view, giving a contract that long is how we are, the city is where we're at. When we extend contracts way too long that probably shouldn't, when they build out the location across the street with housing and all the lights that they put for the Firefly, what is that going to do to the residents over there? I'm really glad that they build that section out over there, not in my area where, you know, because then we'd have the lights out. But we don't know what's going to happen in 15 years. You know, when you get to that point when you don't have to work for it anymore, that's when the slippery slope starts. And like Mr. Hernandez said, you know, to get that long of a contract, we've seen in past contracts that we're in now with the city of Corpus Christi and some other stuff that I've, you know, kind of heard that maybe they weren't written correctly. He mentioned that there was no contract here for him to view that and maybe leave an out for us if we do end up, you know, extending that long. But as he mentioned, he wanted to table it and, you know, give the opportunity to do that. And like I said, we talked 40 minutes about that place that was on the agenda, but yet, as Zanoni said, mentioned that trying to cut other stuff and maybe prioritize what's going on. And we've talked about golf, you know, 45 minutes. So, you know, maybe reconstructing all that, maybe at, you know, now in 5 years, you know, maybe bring that up. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Okay, we'll close public comment. We have a motion and a second. Please submit your vote. And we got a motion and a second on the first one. So there was no second.
We didn't get a second, did we?
Not on the table. No. It didn't. Okay, the motion carries. 6-1. Did Eric leave? When did Eric leave, Rebecca? Rebecca? Eric left.
I don't know, ma'am.
I don't either.
Vacated. He cleaned his desk.
I'm just noticing that. Okay. 6-1. Okay. Next, we're going to go to briefings, and that is our briefing on updates to City Water's supply dashboard, and then we're going to go right into the water supply update.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Nick Winkleman, Chief Operating Officer, Corpus Christi Water. Tonight, I'd like to give you an update on our water supply dashboards and the new scenarios that we have developed. First, I'd like to give you some background. So the dashboard that we're utilizing today, that process was developed in April of last year. The city never had that before. It is a way for us to track the incoming new water supply projects we have and also chart that against demand. The primary reason it's utilized today is to help us identify when a level 1 water emergency may occur. A level 1 water emergency is when we are projected to be 180 days away from our supply not meeting our demand. Doesn't mean we're out of water, but it means we don't have enough water to meet the demand of all of our customers across all classes. Before I go to the next slide, the picture at the top right is the spillway, emergency spillway at the Choke Canyon Reservoir. Couple of additional slides just to put some geographic perspective to things. This is our Nueces groundwater project. The body of water at the top left is the Choke Canyon Reservoir. Then you have Lake Corpus Christi, followed by, it's in the pinkish color, the Western Well Field, which of course is near Blunser, followed by the Eastern Well Field, which is along County Road 73, and then the intake at the Owen Stevens Water Treatment Plant. Also, just to keep you geographically in perspective, the Evangeline groundwater project is located in San Patricio County. The yellow in the center top part of the picture is the Evangeline well field. You can see the city of Sinton just below it. The red dotted line is the Mary Roads pipeline, which leads to the Owen Stevens Water Treatment Plant. So I will show you the current dashboard, but first I would like to review the assumptions that are in the current dashboard. So it's baseline drought hydrology. So what we estimated was a higher evaporation rate, and we also estimated minor inflow events in July and September. And I will show you where those assumptions have diverged a little bit. Current dashboard includes no curtailments from at Lake Texana through the Lavaca Navidad River Authority. It assumes the MRP is operating at Schedule 4, approximately 72 million gallons a day without issue. It assumes groundwater supplies in the eastern well field at 10 million gallons a day. And also the model took into account that the western reservoirs, which is Lake Corpus Christi and Choke Canyon, would be taken to a point at approximately 0.1% capacity. This is that dashboard itself, and I'll review the dashboard just so that we can better orient ourselves on the bars and the lines and the different colors. So the top line is the estimated demand, water supply demand, and that includes both raw and treated water. At the very bottom in the orange is the groundwater supply. The lighter blue is the eastern supplies, and you can see on this chart it's fairly steady at that 72 million gallons a day. I do want to point out you'll see a dip in September 2026. That is just an allowance for a couple of weeks. Potentially it's a motor issue, potentially something along the pipeline. We tried to take that into consideration. And then, of course, on the very top, that darker blue is the western supply. So that consists of Choke Canyon Reservoir and Lake Corpus Christi. This date had the projected date of the level 1 water emergency in November of 2026. One thing that I would like to talk about and get into, so we're going to talk about what has changed since this current dashboard. Things change in all of these projections daily. In fact, some of these scenarios that I'm presenting to you have already changed. So it's important just to understand the dynamic environment we're living in today. The changing conditions from the previous water supply dashboard, one are updates from the National Weather Service. We get updates from them weekly. We really missed our chances for rain in 2025 and so far in 2026. Additionally, the National Weather Service has said our rainfall outlook for the next 3 months is almost nothing. This affects the inflow into the reservoirs. And when I talk about that, this now is affecting Lake Texana as well as Lake Corpus Christi and Choke Canyon. The other additional thing I want to bring out is the severe soil dryness. One of the things that we're looking at is how dry the soil is. And all of that being said, when we do get a rainfall event, those inflows into those reservoirs are severely diminished because the ground is taking all the water before it hits the reservoirs. We have an emerging concern about Lake Texana. Yesterday it was at 56% capacity. That is something that wasn't anticipated previously, even though we have been tracking it, but when this dashboard was put together, the original assumptions didn't include that. The LNRA, a drought contingency plan, requires a 10% curtailment when the storage of that reservoir drops to below 50%, and it's an additional 10% when it drops below 40%. The other thing that, that is a change in condition is, and I know all of you saw it, but Lake Corpus Christi is below 10%. The previous low for Lake Corpus Christi was 12.3%, so we've surpassed that in spades. One thing that we've seen, and I have more specific slides in the next briefing, but we've seen significant decreases in water quality coming out of the reservoirs as the reservoir levels diminish. Because of all of this being said, along with the other influences along the Nueces River, we have had limited operation in the eastern well field. Currently, we're averaging about, last 7 days, we're 4.3 million gallons a day over a 7-day period. The limitations are based on the operating protocol of the TCQ bed and banks permit. I'll go over, I've got this chart. It's ahead of each one of the scenarios I'm going to show you. I'll go over it, but this is just meant to highlight the different inputs that are provided for each of the 5 different scenarios. Of course, we just went through the current one, but I also have scenarios A, B, C, D, and E. I'll explain the differences in each. I would like to point out that we will build on each of those scenarios as we go through this, as certain things happen, as certain inputs happen, so you can understand and see how this is all put together. The first item on this chart, of course, is that curtailment at Lake Texana. Again, it's 10% when it's below 50% reservoir capacity, and it's another 10% or 20% total at 40%. This all assumes the Mary Roads pipeline is operating at 72 million gallons a day. The consultants all thought that we were very conservative on evaporative estimations. The original dashboard was at 90th percentile. We decided we're forced to look a little more extreme, and now we're going to the 99th percentile of evaporation. As I said earlier, the current dashboard has minor inflow events in July and September, which is consistent to what we saw the previous 2 years. So now we're looking at modeling this with no rainfall or no inflow throughout the year. The eastern well field, it's a matter on whether we can produce the 10 million gallons a day, receiving some special condition support from the TCEQ or not. And then the other thing that is new to the dashboard is our demand reductions through reuse. Those were not included in the current dashboard. We have enough data today working with Valero, working with Flint Hills, and then we're working with Ardura, who is delivering that conveyance line from Oso to Greenwood. So the first scenario I will show you is basically it's the Eastern Well Field receiving or producing 4 million gallons a day. It does not take into account the Western Well Field or Evangeline. And like I said, we are going to build on this as we go through each of the scenarios. If you look at the curve at the top, you see the dots on the curve. Those are demand reductions built into the graph due to the wastewater effluent reuse. The brown bars at the very bottom, that is the Eastern Well Field producing 4 million gallons a day. And then, of course, the light blue lines are the eastern supplies, the MRP in the lower Colorado River, and the top lines are the western supplies. The date of that projected level 1 water emergency in this scenario would be May of 2026. Again, that doesn't assume Evangeline, it doesn't assume the Western Well Field, and it does assume some very drastic circumstances. Scenario B is receiving 10 million gallons a day from the Eastern Well Field starting April 1st. That's the most significant change, and I'll go to the dashboard. This is also the date of the level 1 water emergency is May of 2026. The biggest thing to note, the difference in the dashboard is at the bottom, you can see those brown or dark orange. The production from the Eastern Well Fields is ramping up to 10 MGD. Scenario C, this includes the fact that we would have obtained the Western Well Field Bed and Banks permit by the end of May 2026, which was the original projection when we've started designing the well field. If you look at this, we have a little more variety for you. So you can see the darker orange lines at the very bottom of the chart is the Eastern Well Field. The lighter orange is the Western Well Field coming online. The projected date of the level 1 water emergency in this scenario is October of 2026. So one thing to note that I do want to point out, it has the Western Well Field coming online by the end of April. That's 17 million gallons a day. But then we also have the Ed Rochelle water rights, which is an additional 9 million gallons a day. That's why you see that jump starting in June. Scenario D takes into account a delay in that Bed and Banks permit for the Western Well Field. That's the biggest change in that scenario. So in this case, work continues on the Western Well Field. Work continues to ensure that infrastructure is in place, those wells can operate. But what you'll see is all of that water coming online in July of 2026, which in this scenario is the date of that we would receive the Bed and Banks permit for that Western Well Field. The date of the level 1 water emergency remains October 2026 in this situation. If we go to scenario E, the biggest component here is the Evangeline project. We alluded to that earlier in the meeting. So the Evangeline well field is green. So we've got the other well fields coming online, the Eastern well field, the Western well field, and then you've got the green Evangeline coming online over time. If you take that into account, you can see fluctuations in the eastern supplies. That's the lower Colorado River and Lake Texana. And then it's apparent to see a complete lack of dependence on the Western supplies at that point. In this scenario, the date of the level 1 water emergency it doesn't exist. This is how we avoid it. So all that being said, one visual I like that I've been trying to explain to everybody is when we have an impending hurricane coming into the region, there's multiple models that are provided to all of us as citizens. One is maybe a European model, one is, Model X and Model Y, then they all have different dates. And as you move through the path and get more information and move through time, things start to shape up and you can understand what's going to happen. This graphic here shows the potential of what could happen. We've got each of the scenarios listed there. Notice E, which is the blue on the right. We stay away from the level 1 water emergency. Scenario D is October, C is October, and A and B are in May. These are the scenarios that we decided working with our consultants to show you. There's countless more that could be developed in many iterations along the way to come up with different dates. And like I said, conditions change every single day. And that completes the presentation, so I'll gladly stand by for questions. And
Councilwoman Paxson.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Nick. It's clear that there was a lot of detail thought put into that. I have a couple questions real quick. I noticed throughout everything where the amount of water from Mary Roads is stated as 72 million gallons a day, but in everything so far that I've seen written, whether website or in our packets, we've pretty consistently called Schedule 4 75 to 79 million gallons a day. And so that's my first baseline curiosity. I know that's not a huge discrepancy, but right now every drop counts.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Councilwoman. So a couple of things just to go back a little bit. So when we first went to Schedule 4 on the MRP, that was in March of last year, it was almost a year ago now. We were operating consistently at 70 million gallons a day. Schedule 4 is certainly a range. It's a range of where those pumps can operate. Over time, we were able to ramp it up to 72 MGD. One thing and I'm going to take this as an opportunity to remind council, is due to the condition assessment, we do feel there are a number of restrictions within the pipeline, and we can't shut the pipeline down to address it. That's one of the reasons for the pressure exceedances at the lower pumping schedules, and is certainly contributing to additional head on the pumps that is preventing us to operate at the higher range. We're very comfortable with it operating at 72 MGD as well as LNRA.
Did something new happen? Because I'm pretty confident that in everything so far, all of the discussion has centered around Mary Road's Schedule 4 being at least 75. So 72 is a new figure.
Yeah, we've been saying 70. We've initially said 70, and then I've been saying 72 for a good 8 to 10 months.
I will go back and see where I find those citations and send them, because that's, again, it's not a huge discrepancy, but it counts here. So I'm curious about that. My next question, throughout the scenarios, I did notice that Mary Roads, and I know that we're forecasting right now the variety of circumstances for best, mid, and worst case scenarios, so I recognize that fully. But we're pretty consistently presuming a 20% curtailment in Mary Roads. And so I guess my next questions are, one, with the most recent statement from the governor where he's going to instruct that we do not be curtailed from that water supply, I presume that these would need to be reevaluated based on that, and that would look a little more like a forecast E. Also for the instruction to expedite the TCQ permits on the Nueces River wells. I would imagine that those will also follow a little more like a Schedule E. Would I be mistaken in those assumptions?
So you're absolutely correct that things happen every day that change each of these projections, and they are accurate when they're put together, and the modeler confirms that this is right, and things happen that evening or the next morning that change them. So I completely agree with you. One thing that just a side note for all of us to remember. So that 72 million gallons a day that we're pulling through the Mary roads, currently it's about 40 million gallons a day from Lake Texana, and the other 32 is coming from the lower Colorado River. We need to remember that curtailment is on the water from Lake Texana. Now, the lower Colorado River, typically in the summer months, the LCRA, Lower Colorado River Authority, does cut us back from that river historically in the summer months, July timeframe.
Well, I certainly want to appreciate the governor for recognizing the urgency of the need here and extending his efforts to help us avoid curtailment as much as possible. So I'm appreciative of that. And I do understand that things change rapidly, especially right now. So that's why I wanted to reference, should both of those provisions be enacted in as quickly as he seems to want them to be, we would, I imagine, resort to Schedule E, or I'm sorry, you have Scenario E, it's called Scenario E here, and we would move that up along the timeline. Just trying to follow where on this chart looks like that. And it looks to me like Scenario E matches where we don't curtail through Mary roads, and we have the Nueces River wells fully online. We would, of course, have to alter whether or not Evangeline follows the schematic, but everything else would be factual there with the governor's proclamation. Is that right?
I would say that's a fair statement. Just remember the big driver in Scenario E is Evangeline.
100%.
That's correct. And I would say that, we would have to run a new scenario as these conditions change.
Thank you. That was going to be my next point.
Yeah, that's right.
Excuse me, Councilwoman, can I just add a couple things to that? So you're right that Schedule E would probably be the most, would be the result we would see. And so just one thing to consider, so on the Weston well field, the 17 million gallons, if we get that permit because of the governor's help, we still have a water quality management plan. And so they have not approved exceptions to the management plan. TCQ hasn't yet. So we're going to try to put the 17 in over a 2-month period because we're still drilling some of the wells. But it could be that just like the eastern well field, we can't put the 17 in because of TDS issues. Okay, so yeah.
So we had, and I can look on my calendar, it was 2.5 weeks ago. We were in a call to update. It was very fresh information that there was even the thought process of more than one schematics, more than one forecast, which was news to me. Throughout that call, what I emphasized was the question, if we get that TCQ permit in hand, we can start pumping in May.
We can start, if we get it, we're hoping we can start pumping in April or March even. But that's not the issue. Yeah, the issue I'm trying to bring up is that even if we had, when we get the permit, if we get it, it doesn't mean we can put the 17 million in because we have a TCQ required management plan that goes along with these permits that they give us. And that management plan consists of monitoring TDS levels in the river. And so
West is actually going to dilute East, and Ed Rochelle is actually going to help all of those, because as we go further away towards the west, the better the water quality. And so that's why they need to be evaluated as an entire picture.
I'm just talking about the 17 million for right now because I don't want to complicate it. We just need to be let's take the Western well field and maybe explain that to try to explain the 17. We have the capacity right now to put 10 million gallons in the river. right? We have 8 wells that can do 10 million gallons, but because of the TCEQ required management plan on salinities, we're only able to put in about 4 to 5 million. We would love to put 10 million in, we want to. We have a variance into TCEQ to amend that management plan, so we can put 10 in. That same concept applies to the 17.
Sure.
Yeah.
So that's where I prefaced, and I said with the governor's declaration, where he is asking TCEQ to basically allow us to move up to 29 and change 1,000 acre foot a day.
Yeah.
That releases that barrier.
It does not release the management plan barrier right now, the TDS monitoring. It tells us we can discharge into the river, the 20,
Peter,
up to,
it's a two-part. Maybe explain it that way. It's a two-part deal.
Yeah, it's a
And so we
two-part-
only have
okay.
one part, and you can't put it in the river without both. And we don't know that we have both.
yeah, we know working with the governor, that the getting the permit to discharge the water into the river, that's a very likely scenario. TCEQ is slower to move, and they haven't moved yet on the eastern well field on giving us any type of variance on that management plan.
So what I'm saying is, we have a series of approvals that we need from TCEQ. We acknowledge.
Correct, right,
So that's not the question.
yeah.
What the governor is saying is he is instructing TCEQ on our permits, the process, what we need to get water flowing to allow us to do that to avoid the curtailment.
Yeah, right.
So that's not permits, it's the process, get the waters flowing.
Well,
So my question is, what I'm trying to validate is your schematic says if we have all of that by May or if we have all of that by July. Those are the two numbers that you have given for the wells.
Correct.
And that's full-fledged, that's what we can get from all of them.
Yeah, if I could just add more detail. So there's 4 wells in the western well field that are fully equipped and ready to operate. We expect to have 2 more online by the end of the month or the first week in April. So those wells start coming online sequentially. I just want to clarify that.
So it's 10, 17, and 9. All of that online, according to this schematic. If we readjust for no curtailment from Mary Road sources, and we readjust and we get those permits, you have it on here for May or July, let's assume we get them May. Those 2 parameters, in my understanding, would match your scenario E.
Yeah, we agree.
So we remove Evangeline, because that's still the delta, we're not sure.
Right, we're not sure about Evangeline, right? We talked about that, right?
So that was my base question, was with the governor's declaration, we could assume that those rules that are in Schedule E are applicable. And I understand you have to do a new one now with this, with the governor's declaration.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, thank you. So my next question is, 1, to make that new chart so that we can see that. 2, to give us an updated forecast based on the new information, particularly the governor's actions. Which of these 5 are we saying we feel confident getting behind? We know one's worst case, we know one's best case. What are we confident on? And I understand that's probably going to be at minimum 2, one with the governor's, one without. And Evangeline's the delta, but that's the information that I'd like to see from these charts.
Yeah, I'm not dodging the question, but I really believe in the next week or 2 we'll have more information to narrow this down, these scenarios down to maybe 2 or 3.
I understand, and I know that things are changing, Nick. I really do. But we're real, some of these are saying May, and we're real close to that. So we got to know what we're dealing with. So please just
That's why we're showing the
understand.
scenarios, right?
I get that.
Yeah.
Totally get that. So an updated with the governors, and what are we feeling confident in getting behind?
Yeah, we're gonna do several updates. Councilwoman, I would say, based on what we know for the last couple of days, we're probably looking better for a C or D scenario.
Yeah, it's just a D.
Right, it's looking better, because a couple of days ago, we didn't have the commitment from the governor to help, or we didn't have the assurance from TCEQ of waiving
Yeah.
temporarily. Some of that information's coming in, so it's looking, so scenario C or D is looking more probable, but it's not for certain. And we still have the issue of management plans on TDS in the river. The information on the Lavaca Navidad River Authority, where their management plan calls for a 10% reduction. We know the governor's helping there as well. We haven't said anything yet because it won't be official until the LNRA board meets tomorrow at 7:30 a.m. So we'll be watching that meeting and we'll report to the council if the board approves or agrees to do that. That will help us. That'll mean we won't have to forego 4 million gallons beginning in April, right? So that's good. And so the answer to your question, the answer for your request is we're going to be developing several models. We'll get you the one you're asking for. And then we'll know more tomorrow with the LNRA decision. We'll know more in a couple of days with TCEQ on our Western well field. And so we'll be updating a couple of graphs to show more real time. Hopefully we get to a point later this week that option A and B aren't even probable anymore, right? But it's not there yet, so they're still on the table as a possibility.
Right.
Okay, does that answer the question? Yeah, okay, I just want to make sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well,
Councilman Scott.
Yeah, the bad news in all this is most of the media has picked up A and just declared that's the truth, and so now look for that all.
That's why we tried to clarify it last Friday, because nobody ever said that this is the new scenario.
Yeah.
What we said is, I asked for them. I wanted to know I asked Nick and team, give me some more scenarios because there's too many unknowns at this point.
Gotcha.
So,
well, yeah. I'm all right. That's what I understand. Everything I'm seeing.
I think we corrected the record, yes.
Run out of water. And they say it. It was at a city council meeting and they said run out of water in May.
Yeah.
I've already articulated to you guys how frustrated I am and how disappointed I was in the difference between the old model and the new model, and how much energy I felt like I spent with you all to understand the old model so that I could articulate it to the public, and the variety of business interests that I encounter throughout my work life, which I think is now wrong, right? But that said, I understand your responses, and it made sense to me. Like, we modeled it based on 12% water, and no one's ever thought that the lakes would go to 9%. I get that. So I don't want to rehash that here publicly. What I do want to do is just run through a couple of things, and I think Councilwoman's dead on. So is C and D is based on 10 MGD in the east and 17 in the west and 9 in the Rochelle ERF water?
That's correct.
Okay.
Right. So the Western well field bed and banks permit covers the 250 acres of the Western well field, and then when we close on the Ed Rochelle water rights, it covers the 9 million gallons.
Got it. And you've got that coming on in July of 26 and C, I guess.
Yeah.
Right, July and D, right? C and D, they both kind of come on?
Yeah, so in D, there's forecasted a delay in the permit, so essentially in D, all of it comes on at the same time.
Okay. And what you said, Peter, is that this is the nuance that again frustrates me, and it's because I got a little brain. I'll take that.
You're good.
But I thought that when we got the permit on the Western well field, we'd have 17 plus 9. Now I'm hearing it, and I understand it. That's subject to the parameters that TCEQ requires us to meet.
Right, on the water quality in the river.
So we're asking for a waiver,
We're asking for an amendment to the management plan.
Okay. Are we asking that on the Western?
We're asking it for both the Western and the Eastern, both.
Okay.
But they haven't processed them yet. In fact, they haven't even started working on them yet.
I get it. I get it. Okay.
They'd be in TCEQ.
Yeah, I get it. And I think that's kind of what we're hearing from the governor's office is they help these guys out, these folks out, because we need more water in the river. And just for my friends in the back, I get it. Putting a lot of high TDS water in the river is not a good thing.
Well, actually,
it helps with arsenic.
The alternative is not having any river.
That's my point. I was going to say, you stole my thunder. But the alternative is, I don't know what to do. If we don't put it in the river, then we run out of water, and I think that's a bad thing for all of us. So I just want to acknowledge that I understand putting higher TDS water in the river is not something we would like to do, but it is either that or run out of water. Okay, got that. Okay, and you're asking for the waiver. Industry, so the ERF is part of the, and you have it coming on at the same time? Are we drilling? I mean, when they have to get a permit?
So the
Yeah.
ERF is, so we haven't closed on the, water rights purchase.
Right.
But part of that agreement is they would drill water wells.
Got it. So the theory is we will get that 9 subject to the permit. We're not waiting on
Right.
Somebody to go drill wells.
So the city isn't drilling wells on ERF property because we haven't closed on the deal.
But the understanding is we'll close in time to get water flowing from them in July.
Yeah, ERF will be drilling the wells as part of the transaction.
Totally missed
And
that.
ERF is monitoring we don't have any control of those wells, so the story that was in one of the local
I get it.
news stations yesterday was 100% wrong.
Right.
Yeah, we're not over there. It's not the city's well field. We don't touch the pumps. It's not ours. It will be when we close, but
That was a bad article.
Correct, yes, sir.
And I was going like, because they're not our wells. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. We don't own the water rights. They're not our wells. Go talk to them.
Correct.
Okay, moving on, because I know others want to talk. So this is based on rainfall projections, based on what? No rain the rest of the year?
No rain.
Okay, so
No rain.
if we wake up and there's a little bit of rain, in Lake Mathis, that's in addition to this.
Right,
It's
except for
a
E
bonus.
has rain. Scenario E has 2 rain events.
In E, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Well, I'll if you get me through tonight believing that I got a chance, 1 in a million, just tell me I got a chance on D, I'll figure the rest of it out tomorrow.
Yeah.
So on D, C and D, no rain.
No rain for, all the scenarios have no rain with the exception of E.
E.
Which
Got
is
it.
the most optimistic.
So
That's based on,
complicated.
that's not just made up. The National Weather Service says the next 3 months, it's going to be same as usual, dry weather.
And Formosa, do we have the 10,000 acre feet under contract?
We do, so it's under contract. We had it last year. It's a 2-year contract. We have it again this year.
Okay.
We will be setting up a meeting with them to discuss renewing it for next year.
Yeah, they're not using it.
But where that water comes into play is at the end of the year when we fully exhaust our contractual amount with Lake Texana, and we've drawn down our water rights from the Colorado
But if they
River.
curtail this 10%, could we take part of our Formosa water to keep our purchase?
So you would use it sooner, later in the year, but
No, the
what
answer to
LNRA has said, they would be, that would be curtailed too.
So,
No,
yeah, but
you can't, if they cut 10% in April, you can't backfill it with the Formosa water.
That's right.
Why not? Why couldn't you?
Because they told us you can't, and they run the business.
Well, that'd still be nice.
That's the short answer.
Really?
Yeah.
That makes no sense to me. I own 10,000 acre feet, but you're telling me when I get to use it?
But
Yeah.
But what can happen is we pump more from the Colorado River to fill the gap.
Yeah.
But then we'll run out of that quicker at the end of the year.
Okay, that
Yeah.
makes sense to me. Thank you for that education. And the western inflows look constant on D, C and D? Is that? So C and D, western inflows are,
So
we still think we have that at 9%, we can still get that amount of water going forward? Am I looking, you're looking?
no, I'm confused a little bit, Council.
Well, it's me. Tell me which color is the river water? Not the well water, but the lake water.
So
The top bar, Nick, the top bars.
Got it.
yeah, the top bar is the eastern.
Yeah, those
all
are,
right.
that's the western reservoirs, Corpus Christi and Choke Canyon.
Okay, got it.
And
Okay.
What was the question on them?
Nope, no, not. 'cause
Okay, you
I
can
just
see how they
embarrassed myself.
deplete down, right? There's less and
Yeah.
less, and eventually they.
Is there, somebody said that part of our problem is that landowners along the Nueces River are impounding more water than they were in the decades past. When the water, there is rain, they're building tanks and ponds. Is there truth to that? And
So
is the-
they do have rights along the river, and I'm going to let Esteban explain their rights as property owners along the river.
So For the record, Esteban Ramos, Assistant Director of Water Supply Management. To your question on the upper part of the Nueces River Basin, you're talking about like the Frio River and talking about San Miguel, a lot of those landowners, there has been an uptake of kind of a parciation of large lands. You know, people move in and make little ranchettes, and we have seen additional impoundments being made. To the number of them is still in debate, and whether that affects, it really goes back to, we're in a situation, unprecedented situation with a drought.
Okay.
And that's where it's coming from.
Okay. Folks, I'm sorry I asked a lot of questions. I'm not really sure I'm any more smarter now than when I started, so thank y'all.
Councilman Roy.
My question is, when you take in consideration what Flint Hills is doing and Valero, did you subtract those numbers from your demand? I mean, there's nothing in here that really talks about that. And can you refresh my memory? Is it 8 MGD between the two that's projected?
So first, Councilman, it's a reduction in the demand. So that top curve.
Yeah.
And if you look at on any one of the dashboards, there's like a red violet dot. It says reuse demand reduction.
Okay, so it is in there.
It is in there. We've reduced
All
the
water
demand.
demands, raw and treated, no. Okay, so you did take that in consideration. That's what I wanted. That's my only question.
And Valero's up to 8 MGD. Flint Hills is up to 3 MGD. We're working with other entities, Citgo, so there's potential there.
So at the end of the day, 8, 3, 11, maybe
16 plus MGD, potentially more.
That's significant.
Yes, it's huge. Yeah, those reuse contracts were a significant achievement to combat this. Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, because if I understand that, those projects in terms of turnaround time are pretty quick, right?
Things are moving quicker, and now we're able to start estimating when that reduction will start. Yeah.
Have you projected just the 16 alone? What would that? How far is that pushing our date out? What's the impact?
Yeah. So the current projection of of pushing the date back.
Yes.
We haven't run it just with the 16 by itself, but you can see where it does affect the demand requirements in the scenarios. In other words, that top demand line would be much higher on the right, and we would fall into level 1 water emergency much sooner in all of the scenarios without that.
Okay. That was my only question. Thank you.
Okay, I think that's all the questions, Nick. Thank you.
Okay, so there's been a lot of interest in these models. Obviously, we're going to refine a few more based on the council input tonight, and then we'll have them on our website. We'll speak to them periodically. We're updating the prior one model every 2 weeks. Mm-hmm. So we'll keep these in front of us. Chief Wade is here, who's our lead on level 1 emergency protocol type stuff. So eventually we'll be recommending a model, because that's when we're going to talk about level 1 emergencies and timelines and that type of thing. So these are management tools, the guides for us and you. And as we just said here momentarily, or a few moments ago, information coming in this week is probably going to be, and then probably the next step will be the Evangeline preliminary hearing. And so those are the two last drivers to see where we're going to end up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so then you'll send, Peter, what's the best way for you to communicate this to us where it makes sense based on a very fluid situation?
Yeah.
What would you say? Like the dates, for example, the hearing.
I'm not sure if I understand the question. Say it again.
Like, in other words, what would be the best way for you all to communicate, not just us, but to the public? Here's the next significant change based on, because that could be 2 days from now, and then it could be a week later. And
we can sit down with you if you'd like. We'll probably email and text alert.
Yeah, I just mean email.
We'll probably email scenarios.
I just mean email scenarios based on a significant change or event or whatever.
Like tomorrow morning at 7:30, the LNRA board meeting begins. Pat Brukowski does his manager's report first thing up.
Right.
So we'll be watching it, and we'll let you know if that board supports his 10%, not doing the 10%.
Right, and so I was just going to say, for clarity,
We should, yeah.
his word, I think he used direct, right? I think the governor used
The governor
to
appoints all
direct.
those, the governor appoints all those board members.
Right, but I'm saying, I think he said he was directing the LNRA to
Right.
not curtail, which means that's 10% that we are currently putting into our models that we can pull out.
Yeah, correct.
20 or 10?
Well, I do want to clarify, I don't know for sure, but I think the curtailment of 40% would still exist.
Yeah, he said it would. Yeah, so when we get to 40%, it would kick in. Part of it is, it's hard to, because of pressures in the Mary Roads pipeline, taking out 4 million gallons is probably not engineeringly feasible or realistic. So he's going to wait at 40%, we'll do 10% reduction, or he was saying 20% reduction.
He was saying 20%.
Yeah, so what this scenario does is buys us a few months of more water.
Right. Yeah.
But it doesn't alleviate curtailment. That comes at 40%.
Okay.
And right now, it's looking like 20%, or about 8 million gallons.
Okay, okay, all right.
Right, we backfill it with Colorado, yeah.
Okay, so are we done?
Yeah, so we're good. So we are communicating with council continuously here on this, and because things are changing rapidly,
Right.
sometimes the media is reporting things ahead of us,
I
and
know.
so that you can trust that source if you'd like. But if
Right.
there's something to tell you, we're going to tell you.
Good.
Okay, and
Thank you.
when sometimes we're purposely waiting, we may have information,
Right.
but it may not be enough to tell you a good report, or not a good report, but a report that's fact-based
Right.
or complete. So we may not tell you, so we're not wasting your time to say, oops, that changed, or now this is the final in conclusion.
Well, we understand, and thank you for saying that, because
Right.
we all now know y'all are on it.
Yeah.
You're communicating what needs to be communicated when it needs to be communicated.
Correct, right.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you, Peter.
Okay, thank you. We have one more item on the agenda, right? And that's Nick's water briefing?
We have
The
the
water
water
supply
supply
update.
update. Yeah. Okay, a lot of this we've talked about before, but during this presentation, I will do my best to answer some of the questions that came up very early in the meeting, and I'll do my best to point these out. So what we're going to talk about today is the National Weather Service update, surface water supplies, Evangeline, Nueces groundwater, our brackish groundwater project, wastewater reuse, and then our seawater desalination projects. This is from our briefing on Monday with the National Weather Service. One thing to note is that brown category at the top, we're starting to see what the National Weather Service is calling exceptional drought. That has just poked up over the last couple of weeks, where there are areas within Texas that are now classified as exceptional drought. You will see a lot of this. The extreme drought certainly impacts our watershed. This is a new graphic that the National Weather Service, working with the U.S. Geological Survey, put together for us. It can be a little hard to read, but this graph depicts stream flow. And when we talk about stream flow or inflow into the reservoirs, and how critical it is, you can see the circles that are clear or are white. That is where the stream flow is registered as 0. And there you can see there are areas along the Nueces River to our west where the stream flow has been registered as 0. Additionally, there's areas north and northwest of Choke Canyon Reservoir where the stream flow is 0 as well. Certainly, there are many dots on this graph where it's below normal and much below normal. All of this being said, it is certainly impacting the watersheds of the western reservoirs and Lake Texana. It's certainly impacting the flow of the Nueces River. Lake Texana, yesterday they were at 56% capacity. The chart that's shown here, LNRA sends to us weekly. This has the projected date of where they will be below 50% at April 21st. That's if they get no rain or no inflow. They are projecting to be below 40% on June 16th. Those are some dates I just would like to call out. That's what they're forecasting. And again, this is with no rain or no inflow. If they get a rain event, those dates change. If we look at our surface water supplies in the west, which is Lake Corpus Christi and Choke Canyon, yesterday Lake Corpus Christi was 9.7%, Choke Canyon was 8.1%. The pictures are of the Choke Canyon Reservoir, where the pictures are taken from on top of the dam. You can see some trees located there up on the bank. I show the pictures just to show that area where those trees are should be completely underwater. There shouldn't be trees there. They shouldn't have been able to grow because they should have been underwater. Just shows the severity of the event. When the city manager and I and Esteban went to Choke Canyon last week, it was incredible how dry everything was. And it's certainly dramatic, to say the least. The Nueces groundwater program, the Eastern Well Field is complete. We have spent $18.2 million on it. The Western Well Field, again, we've talked about the bed and banks permit. Wells 9, 10, 11, and 12 are complete and equipped and ready to operate. 13 and 14 will be equipped and ready to operate by the end of March, early April. 15, it is drilling is complete. We've pump tested the well. We've collected our data. We've designed the pump, and we're waiting the pumping equipment materials. 16, drilling is complete. We still need to conduct the test pumping and the water quality sampling and collect the information to design the permanent pump. 17 and 18, we're awaiting the production screens for delivery so we can finish the well. And well 19, we're drilling. One thing I want to point out is the average depth of the cemented casing is 515 feet for the Western Well Field. So when we talk about the area wells are approximately 250 feet deep. We are cased in cement to twice that at an average depth of 515 feet. CCW crews on the Western Well Field and the Ed Rochelle property have installed 4.8 miles of PVC water line. And when I say the Ed Rochelle property, it's because our easement to get to the river goes through the Ed Rochelle property. The plan is for the full well field to be in operation May 2026. Current expenditures are approximately $21 million, and we have received a $30 million grant for both of these projects. One of the questions that I want to address from earlier today is arsenic and arsenic production from the wells. This is some of the historic data that we have from each of the wells. The wells they're repeated. Look at the dates are different. As you can see, many of the wells are non-detect. The limit for arsenic is 0.01 milligrams per liter. And another thing to note, milligrams per liter is the same as parts per million. So you can see the only well that we have that exceeds that is well 4, that's at 0.011. I would like to point out that sometimes it gets confusing. Sometimes in the press, they use terms as micrograms per liter, so it's magnitude different. So if you want, the limit is 0.01 milligrams per liter, and sometimes micrograms per liter is used and makes the number look extraordinarily big. The water quality in Lake Corpus Christi is degrading. This is the arsenic levels. Over time, you can see how they have steadily increased as this drought has gotten worse. And we took it one step further. This chart shows the arsenic levels compared to the reservoir percentage in Lake Corpus Christi. And then we also plotted out to where the levels of arsenics would be in Lake Corpus Christi when it nears 0% reservoir capacity. It could be as high as 0.018 milligrams per liter. The red line on this graph is the limit at 0.01. Those are some of the things that we're dealing with today, and we've shared this data with our partners with Nueces County WCID number 3 as well. One thing that we talked about earlier is our well field monitoring program. The program is meant to assist well owners with periodic water level monitoring, assist well owners with water quality data sampling, which we will do at no charge, review the well construction with the well owners. It's important to understand how deep their well is and what formations it targets. Does it have well screen that is placed at 50 foot, at 250 foot, to understand where it targets and what formations? For example, a well that is drilled, and I'll be dramatic, to 10 feet certainly is dependent upon rainfall to replenish that very, very shallow aquifer. Deeper wells like the wells we are drilling, they are not impacted by rainfall events. Again, like I said, we're cased to 500 feet. Our wells target that lower Chico and upper Evangeline formation, which is between 500 feet and 800 feet, plus or minus. The data is reviewed with the well owners. It's used to understand, track, and monitor operating conditions. The impacts of the data will result in potentially CCW changing the way we operate the well fields. The one thing to note, and I do want to bring up, and I know this has been passed out to you, but as part of our permits, the Corpus Christi Aquifer Storage and Recovery Conservation District required many special provisions on our permit. The handout shows where I document this program and all of the other steps that we are doing, including subsidence monitoring. The requirements of the district require a quarterly update at their board meetings to show water level data, water quality data, and any subsidence information and general project updates. The first update that I will be providing to the district will be later this month. The one thing that I won't be shy about is we are having issues. This is a voluntary program. We are having issues getting people to become members of the program. There certainly is a lot of chatter and recommendations to avoid contact with city staff. So this has been a voluntary program from the start. We are trying to ramp up our outreach efforts to try and get more people to join this program. All that being said, the phone number is 361-826-1600. If anyone listening is interested to this free program, please feel free to reach out to us.
Yeah, Nick, so just kind of interrupt you for a moment. So this is the Good Neighbor program then that Councilwoman Paxson was asking us about earlier?
That's correct, Peter. Yeah, it's actually more than that because it includes working with the neighbors, but also includes subsidence monitoring, well monitoring. Those were conditions of the.
It was passed out. It's a 4-page document passed out to the City Council. So is this on our website, Nick? Is it on your website where you have all the well monitoring stuff?
It is not, but we will put it on the website.
Let's put it on there.
Yeah. That document is not on the website right now.
That's it, Councilwoman.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the written document that we were talking about at 11:30 this morning.
That's correct.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Real quick, it's probably more relevant before I go on to the next slide. Another comment that was brought up was the salinity at the river at the Owen Stevens intake. One of the comments was in January of 2025 the TDS at our intake at Owen Stevens, and this is all available online, was 360 milligrams per liter. That admittedly is a low number, and we recorded it. We did have some beneficial rain that month. We actually had 1.2 inches of rain in the area. One thing that I would like to point out, just to show the inconsistency of the river and sort of what we're dealing with. So January 2025, it was 360. February of 2024, well before we drilled any wells, it was 968 at the intake. And we've got different measurements, 858, 718, 556. All of this to say is that the river has many influences, many things affect it. We can't control everything. We just can't. And it's a very dynamic situation. The one thing that I can state for sure about the river is one of the TCQ requirements is that we have to do an aquatic life monitoring study every year. The study that we have conducted showed that there was no harmful activity to the aquatic life in the river, which is great. It's certainly not surprising considering that the 27,000 TDS from the bay used to go up 23 miles along the river. So it doesn't surprise me, but it's good to hear. The containerized brackish groundwater plant. So there's a lot of different portions to this project. We will need a ground storage tank and a pump station at the western well field. There will be a 13-mile conveyance line to the Owen Stevens water treatment plant, and of course the brackish groundwater treatment plant. A lot is going on in this project. Permitting meetings have occurred with TCQ and continue to occur. That includes permitting for the reverse osmosis treatment, our discharge options, which include evaporative ponds, injection wells, and surface discharge. There's been extensive review of the water quality from the wells by Aqualia, our provider for the brackish RO treatments. They continue to confirm delivery constraints and supply logistics. We have weekly meetings with their staff. That brackish RO treatment is at 90% design. The CCW team meets with them weekly, and they have a very robust engineering team. We're happy that they're working with us. And then we also have the AEP power at Owen Stevens. One of the reasons the site was selected at Owen Stevens was because we had available power with AEP. So we are working with them to make sure all that's in place. The other portion that CCW continues to work on is the ground storage tanks at Owen Stevens, the connection to the clear well, which is where the water will go and be mixed, and then of course the concrete foundations for the equipment. The delivery schedule, and again this is treated delivery schedule. It would be 3.9 MGD in 11 months, so we're looking at the January, February timeframe. 9.2 million gallons a day in 14 months, 14.6, and the final build out is 21.3 MGD in 24 months. So that's 24 MGD of raw water. We've got a 85% recovery, which gets us to 21.3 MGD. The Evangeline project, I feel like I've said this slide 3 times today, so we'll go to the next. We do have an administrative law judge which is selected, which is great. And again, I want to just reiterate the Groundwater Conservation District manages that project. Mm-hmm. We are working diligently and trying to get them to schedule that hearing as soon as possible. When potential dates arrive, the city of Corpus Christi always picks the first available date. Amendment 1 has been approved to Garney. That is for the pre-order of long lead item materials. Today, and thank you council for your support, you approved Amendment 2, which will allow for construction phase services. In fact, construction trailers to the site early to mid-April. The other update that the city manager and I were made aware of last week is the HDPE pipe is being fabricated. It was being fabricated last week, and I was told today that we may have 7,000 feet of that available by the end of the month. Garney has issued key subcontracts to key contractors and equipment suppliers as well.
Quick question, are they, I feel like, do they contract out work here, or they have it all under one umbrella? Garney? They're the construction people?
Right. So Garney is the construction manager at risk. One of the things that they are, that they have, some of the benefits they have, they do a lot of perform a lot of work. And they also have multiple subcontracts, like they'll have 2 drilling contractors working for them. Mm-hmm. They have an electrical control company that is working. They have SCADA working for them as well. And then other entities to do the access roads and the site work.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Councilman Hernandez.
Yeah, on the brackish water desal, you didn't mention anything about any work on discharge of the whatever brine, or I don't even want to call it brine, but the discharge and what have you made any inroads as to what's going to happen to it?
Sure, absolutely. And I would say the approach has remained consistent. We feel strongly that we'll start with evaporative ponds. If you go back to that schedule, that first onboarding of that 3.91 MGD, we have property at Owen Stevens, or located across the highway from Owen Stevens, where we will use evaporative ponds. And then eventually, and we're working with TCQ on this, but I could see us moving to a injection well and then potentially surface discharge. The discharge, the information that we've been given is it would be about, I think it was about 8,000 or 9,000 TDS, plus or minus.
Well, you would multiply whatever your TDS is coming in by 4 on average. So
that would map out. Our TDS coming in is about 1,600.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you have all 3, you're working with TCEQ on all 3 avenues?
That's correct.
That work has begun, so they're working with TCEQ, Councilman, on all 3 alternatives. We may use one or more of them in the process of onboarding the project. Like the evaporative ponds would be the easiest thing to start with.
Well, with the evaporative ponds, I mean, obviously, if it evaporates, you're going to just end up with a highly concentrated salt pond. So, I mean, you're going to eventually have to do something with that as well. It's not, you can't just do that forever. And also wanted to mention that there was another company that saw that your efforts and then made an unsolicited proposal to reduce that cost by $20 million. Can you kind of talk to that?
Absolutely, Councilman. Yes, so we were, after the initial presentation, we were informed that there were 2 companies that had alternate proposals. I know of one of them. We received one limited proposal from them. After a technical review by Garver Engineering and CCW staff, it was clear the proposals weren't apples to apples. For instance, one big issue was the Aqualia included pretreatment to deal with the iron from the groundwater wells. The second proposing company didn't have any pretreatment included with it at all. There's certainly some financial differences in terms of the operating costs, where Aqualia had a confirmed operating cost for basically 7 years. If you remember that they'll actually start with their operational services as we start bringing on the water. So it's 5 full years at full capacity, but there's 2 at partial. So they had confirmed prices there, and the list sort of goes on from there. I did talk with the other company, and we went through it all, and they certainly understood, and they appreciated the opportunity to discuss it with us and submit the proposal.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for asking that. Yeah, absolutely. all that being said, it certainly provided us with excellent confidence in our approach to this project. When you look at wastewater reuse, again, there's a lot going on. This is the construction drawing here is at the OSO plant. The highlighted areas are new facilities that would be going on at OSO. So essentially, I have to have a new pump station at OSO that is going to pump water from OSO to the Greenwood facility, which would then make that water more available to more customers. Those customers would include Valero, who essentially would take up to 8 million gallons a day. The other portion of our reuse project is the Flint Hills contract at Allison. Flint Hills is a raw water line that runs right next to the Allison wastewater plant, and they own the parcel right next door. So they are going to actually install some reverse osmosis treatment equipment to treat the effluent wastewater, and then they will put it into their raw water line, which is a great circumstance. It's a great situation for both them and us. We continue to negotiate with other entities, including Citgo. The goal is to reuse 16 MGD of wastewater. We've seen some other opportunities. We hope to maybe make that 19. I'm working on that. The team is working on that. So we hope to leave no stone unturned. In our harbor seawater desalination, staff is working with the Corpus Christi desal partners to prepare a contract. Additionally, and again, we appreciate it. We're thankful that you approved our far field modeling contract today. I said it earlier, and I'll say it again. I'm very confident in the team that's assembled and continue to be impressed with their qualifications and what they can deliver. Another thing that I just want to keep on your radar is we do have an RFQ for an owner's representative. If the project is approved, we would be hiring a owner's representative for the city to assist with that project. And then again, if the contract is approved and we can move forward, we start the development of an operations and maintenance agreement contract that would go out. We would solicit qualifications for that. The Harbor Island Seawater Desalination Project, again, that's the Nueces River Authority project. So they have issued a formal RFQ for a development partner. They've received 4 responses. We have been told by the NRA they anticipate to make a selection on their development partner by mid-June. That's excellent news. Additionally, they've hired a LAN, Lockwood Andrews and Newman, as well as HDR for the design of various portions of the conveyance line and pumping stations. That's important because when we talk about seawater desal, getting the water to where you want it to go is important, and the conveyance is critical, which is why it's good that we are supporting this project. We have a little bit of input into where that conveyance line will route. They have a draft TCQ intake permit that is going through the process at TCQ. Again, it's draft. I'm not sure yet if there's going to be public comment on that or what the actual TCQ process is going to be on seeing that through to completion. But we will update you as I know more from the Nueces River Authority. And I will stand by for questions. I appreciate the opportunity to go through that. It's a lot of information, but I certainly want to showcase the work that the CCW team, our support staff, and everyone at the city is really working to support all of us.
Nick, you did a great job, and we really appreciate all the work that you have done and your team have done. I know it's a lot, and we really appreciate it. We understand that you guys are doing everything that you can. So, thank you. All right.
Thank you.
So, okay. You do?
Someone waited the whole time, I think, for some of those answers to be answered that they had mentioned in the at public comment. I know you answered some of them. I'm not sure if they got them all. And if
The-
not, maybe there's a time that we can do that, Mr. Sinoni, but we need to address them because they were in public comment.
Yeah, right. Well, excuse me, we got the TDS one.
The arsenic, the
The arsenic.
TDS at Owen Stevens,
Yeah,
the
not the-
mitigation plan,
Yeah,
local wells, influence of the river and salinity at ONS. And
I think we answered them all.
Okay, I'm going to send you some stuff that I've got, Nick, to your phone. Maybe you can look at it and make sure that we've covered it.
you got, I will, absolutely. Yeah,
All righty.
absolutely.
Nick, thank you very much. And
Thank-
there being no further business, this meeting is adjourned.